From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France, and France's J.L. Boron-Bress.
And the French takeover began. Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. No Bobby for a while here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Who beats France in the Olympics, apparently, because that is the greatest basketball hotbed in the world.
Man, top 2 picks last night, 3 of the first 6, and 4 French players overall in round 1.
And Wemby from last year. So, like.
And Gobert.
Yeah. It's, and Antoine Rigaudot.
Boris Diaw.
Of course. I don't know where France has gotten this incredible influx of talent, but I mean, look, their soccer team has been great for years, and maybe they just are now starting to play basketball.
I watched way too much of this. I don't know why. Other years I bail after the 7th pick. I don't know why. I don't know whether my baby just slept longer, so that was a great break. I had my son upstairs. I had some me time away from the chaos. But I know a major part of it was waiting for Bronny. It sucked me in.
Oh, yeah.
It did. I stuck around. I was definitely going to stick around till 17 with the Lakers on the clock. And then when it was at like 26, I was like, okay, you have 5 more picks. Let's just see if someone pull. I don't want to go to sleep and wake up to the shockwaves of someone jumping in to take Bronny at the end of round 1. So I got suckered. I stayed around. And it's also a Mavs hangover where I'm like, okay, I want to learn about, who the Mavs are going to go up against, on these Western Conference contenders. I want to learn about these guys and go ahead and scout them for the Mavs on their way to the NBA Finals again. And I stuck around like a dum-dum the entire way and even watched like 3 minutes of the post.
Oh, my gosh.
When Jay Billis and Scott Van Pelt were making fun of the San Antonio Spurs for scouting an 11 and 12-year-old, trading for like a pick in
2031 and 2030. Yes. That was the Spurs made one of the most insane moves of the night. But yeah, I watched way more of this than I thought I was going to. I was at Julian's basketball game.
Oh, you were in the mood then?
And I was, yes.
Was there a Spurs scout there?
I didn't notice a Spurs scout. So I was watching this on my phone. Because I was also keeping up with like where Dalton Connect was going to go. So I was going to watch basically until he went, and then that turned into a lot longer than I expected. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I watched this thing, through about pick 20 for the most part. But yeah, I'll tell you, like if you were looking at this from a Mavs perspective, I don't know it was a great night. I think Minnesota did a just tremendous job by getting Dillingham, but then also later on in the first round, they get Terrence Shannon, who was at one point before he had his arrest, which I think the charges were all dropped. He was among the Player of the Year candidates. Really good player at Illinois. Like he could be a game. You had every time you saw him, he had best player on the floor vibes. So they hit with him and Dillingham. I thought they did a tremendous job. That's kind of scary.
Pepe, were you locked into this at all, or did not care?
Did not care. I mean, after the first two picks, I think I bailed out. I let my girlfriend have the TV after that, and I just followed on my phone. But yeah,
what did she switch to?
She's into the Bridgerton. So she just finished the last episode last night there. So I tried to get into it. Really did. I watched 5 or 6 episodes.
Bridgerton?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it? Too cultured.
Very cultured.
So Alex Sarr goes second to the Wizards. Reed Shepherd looks like a boy that literally walks out of a cornfield with that haircut as well. To the Houston Rockets at number 3. Castle from UConn to the Spurs at 4. Ron Holland. And then let's get to some other names. Klingon, which we know from the national championship team, goes to the Blazers at 7. And then the other big man, Zach Edey, goes to the Memphis Grizzlies at number 9.
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago, he was in the second round. And then this week, people started seeing him in round 15. And then for him to go
round
up there,
15,
around the 15th pick.
Oh, I was like, we got 4 more days of coverage.
Around. And then all of a sudden, Memphis takes him, which, I mean, that's I don't think many people thought they were going to go with him when he was on the clock. They were killing him on the radio portion of the draft because they just didn't see like. Who's he going to guard? He doesn't have any kind of outside shot, nothing. I mean, he is 40 years ago, he's your number 1 pick in the draft. Easy 40 years ago. But the game isn't played inside out anymore, and Memphis is a complete, like they're not, they got talent. They're a talented team.
And then RJ Choppy celebrating at his youth basketball game when this guy fell to 17 in LA.
And with the 17th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Dalton Connect from the University of Tennessee.
This is what they started SportsCenter with. I know it's the Lakers. I know they got to get to that type of talk or whatever. I get all that. Scott Van Pelt is not really a shock jock, but you had me watching this guy during the tournament. He can freaking ball, and he can freaking score. The Lakers, as they stand right now, will continue to get absolutely torched defensively. But I texted the group. I said, this Austin Reeves 2.0 and maybe even better. People think they got a great value pick.
They did. I think they did. And a lot of people were saying that the reason he fell so much is because of his age. And he's in his like almost mid-20s, like a 23-year-old. And the NBA just wants 18, 19-year-old guys so they can – get the upside out of it. And the Lakers are they're in a unique spot because with LeBron's age, they're looking for somebody who could come in today and play. And that's him. And he can absolutely score. I saw on social media, he's a more athletic JJ Redick, bigger, more athletic.
Oh.
I'm like, I don't know. But
well, it's not even like, Dalton Connect can put the ball on the floor. JJ Redick could not.
Yeah, I think his comp, he's like, he doesn't pass like Luka, but like his ability to dribble and create a shot without great speed is more along that line. He's not as good as him, obviously, but he's got much more game than that. And him and LeBron, that should be fun together.
We did not get big-time trades. We got rumors, which we would get into at 6 o'clock, involving Paul George, Warriors, Kevin Durant. Are the Suns done with him? Everyone is loving the New York Knicks and what they did. And then, of course, Bronny James will still be on the clock as the final round resumes today at 3 p.m. Nice little afternoon treat for us who will be off of work.
Yeah, look at that. The second round, you want to talk about guys you never heard of. Actually, this may actually be the time you have heard of these guys, because these would be the college players, right? But yeah, it's I can't believe they're doing 2 days of this. I really can't. I guess they wanted to get that thing over with in 2.5 hours last night.
All right, we had a crazy Rangers game yesterday afternoon baseball right here on your home of the World Series champs. The Sandman is already up and saying good morning. So good morning to Jared Sandler listening on the Odyssey app. And did we get a Texas A&M apology? We have the A&M reporter on the show today. Pepe wearing his Aggie maroon back there in honor of the guest that he booked at 8 o'clock. But did the new Texas Longhorn baseball coach give the apology that we all thought was necessary, plus a crazy Rangers game to talk about? The Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, just getting you started, trying to lead you into the weekend as quickly as possible, continues on The Fan.
Coming up in the next
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Out of here. Off the bottom of the big video board in center field, and for the second time this series, an Adames walk loads the bases ahead of the Brewers grand slam. This time it's Jake Bauers who does the damage.
Jared Sandler with the call on your home for Rangers baseball. This was a wild one yesterday afternoon on DFW Sports Station. We had a grand slam. We had an inside the park home run. The guys that we were kind of calling out yesterday for stepping up with their offensive game, Jonah Heim and Nate Lowe, did just that. But the Milwaukee Brewers win a walk-off. Add that on top of everything, 6-5 Brewers.
Yeah, couple things. I mean, the first one, obviously, the inside the park home run. I mean, you bring Hill up and all, and he tries to make a play. I can't kill him for trying to make a play. He tried to make a play. It was
Zeke Duran optioned.
Yes, Zeke optioned.
You can kill someone in that scenario if they didn't have a chance. I had to go back and watch this 4 times.
Yeah, if you didn't have a chance, it was one of those, hey, let me just dive at this thing.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that. It looked like he maybe misjudged it a tad.
I don't know if I think that's the way to put it. I don't think that he could have made the play, but I also understand the diving attempt, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like going back and looking at it, it's like, oh, you probably weren't going to catch that, but I understand why he dove. Peyton, you understand it? Were you able to check this out, what happened in center field with the inside the park?
Yeah, because anytime you dive right in front of you, I mean, you miss it, it's going by you. If you dive to the left or right, you have a chance to at least deflect it or block it. It's a tough one. I mean, he's trying to make a play. I don't blame him. But yeah, if you misjudge it and it gets by you, it's inside the Parker. I'd have a problem with it, though.
The other thing is, you get to.
By the way, to Peyton's point, do you think it's more likely with a ball bouncing in front of you that it's going to get by you than a ball to the left or the right? I would think that your body would catch it if it was in front of you more so than left or right. That's just a random question.
If you are going towards it and you dive forward, the chances are it would bounce kind of over you, I think. But yeah, either way, left or right. Now, the thing if it's to the left or right, it's tracking towards one of the other fielders if you're in center. When it's directly towards you, it is going to one spot, and that is the furthest part of the ballpark.
Yeah.
The other thing, and this is just a current baseball philosophy thing, when you get the extra innings, you got a guy on second base. When you're the visiting team, you have to get a run. And not the inability to get a bunt down from Josh Smith, who I know he's had a good year offensively, but not even attempting. I just didn't understand that. Now, granted, Milwaukee tried the same thing, and they popped out to the catcher in the bottom half of the inning. They still got the run, but they tried it. I just don't understand when you're the visiting team, when you have to get a run. Because if you don't get a run, you know exactly what the other team is going to do. They're going to bunt the guy over, and they're trying to get a sac fly. And you're going to draw the infield in. And had Josh Smith bunted, Adolis is up next. He grounds to short. On a drawn-in infield, would that have gotten by the shortstop? Probably not. If he was shaded up the middle, maybe, but, as it were, probably still wouldn't have mattered. But still, I think you got to put yourself in a position to get a guy on third, one out.
In Baltimore today, 5 o'clock pregame, first pitch at 5:30 to go up right now against the American League MVP. When the Baltimore Orioles are getting, I know Van Pelt is a DMV guy, DC and Maryland, but when the Baltimore Orioles get the second story on SportsCenter last night after the draft, that's saying something, and it's because of this kid. Home run number 26. He's got the second most bombs in the league. He's hitting 288. He's third in OPS, over 1,000. Gunnar Henderson
Tremendous.
Against the Rangers.
He's tremendous, man. If Aaron Judge didn't exist, he might be your MVP. That's just the reality of it. But
okay, so you definitely think Judge right now?
So far, he put together really a last 40 or 50 games that's been just otherworldly. He's lead home runs and he's hitting over 300. That's just tough right now to look past. But Gunnar he does everything. Gunner's so good, and like I don't know what his ceiling really is right now. I mean, he may have hit it. I doubt it because he's so young.
22.
That whole Orioles team is just nothing but young kids. Like, really nothing but young kids. And then, there's Adley, who, he was at Oregon State. I saw a clip. He was the kicker on the football team as well.
Oh.
Like, I don't know if he was the actual place kicker, but he did kickoffs. Because there's a video of him out there that he tackled Christian McCaffrey on a kickoff. That's pretty cool. But they're such a good team. They got so many young players.
Gunnar actually with a higher WAR than Judge last year, and right now a higher WAR than Judge this year.
Oh wow,
5.9 to 5.7.
Yeah, and I wonder if that's
last year was a 6.3 to 4.5.
I wonder how the positional value although Judge played center field this year, so that positional value I don't think it would equate to that, but that's interesting.
All right, in terms of the standings, the Rangers are 7.5 back now. The Astros have won 7 straight, y'all. Rangers have lost 3 in a row. Astros have won 7 in a row. So you're 3 games behind the armpit for second place in the American League West, and now you are just 3.5 up on Wash's Angels for third versus fourth, RJ.
Yeah, Houston's rolling. Like you said, the 7 straight wins. They've kind of separated themselves a little bit from the Rangers. They were tied 3 days ago in the division for second place, and now it's a 3-game lead.
And there's the Orioles 20 games up, and they're 1 game back.
They're 1 game back. But the Yankees have lost 8 of 10. And so Baltimore's kind of creeping up on them. The problem is Baltimore's lost 6 of 10, so they haven't really been able to gain a ton of ground here. But there's Houston. Houston is the hottest team in the American League along with Boston right now. They are just rolling, and look. If I'm Seattle, I'm kind of quaking. You had a chance to bury them. You had a chance to bury them early on in the season, and you didn't do it.
San Diego and Tampa after the Orioles. The Padres are 3 games over. We've been sending Tolos tickets to that series in Arlington, and then you go up against the Rays, who are playing 500.
And Tampa should be worse. Their run differential and their record doesn't match. It's a minus 56 run differential.
Ooh.
It should be far worse than 1 game under 500.
Rangers' run differential is -8.
Yeah, and look at the difference in records, and that's a lot of 1-run games, and also sometimes you're getting blown out, and that skews the run differential. Which what will be about 70 games in here, that 80 games in. It's obviously not a full season run differential, which will kind of even out, but early on you get a really skewed number right now.
The press conference everybody was waiting for. When's the last time you could say that about college baseball?
Never.
Jim Schlossnagle in Austin with an apology to the A&M reporter.
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zayn from Texags. He's a young reporter. He asked the question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
Okay.
Obvious question, or was it a selfish question? Because he said it was a selfish question in the interview.
Right.
But, look, at least he apologized. Good for him. That was the right thing to do. The kid did nothing wrong.
Right.
He asked, was it the wrong time? There is no right time for that. That's the problem. There's no right time for that question. Because, again, you don't know when you're going to get to talk to him again.
And he will join us, Richard Zayn, at 8 o'clock this morning. What has his life been over the past 48 hours? All right, Schloss, why did you, though, mislead all the A&M fans about the Longhorn job rumors?
Well, I didn't intentionally mislead them, and that's a very fair question for you to ask because that is what I said. In that moment, that's exactly how I felt. I dove in with every single ounce of me to help A&M have the very best baseball program it can possibly have, and that investment lasted through the last pitch of the national championship game. It never wavered, not 1 second. I don't care what anybody says. All I can say is I have a career too. I have a personal life as well. I have goals, and I just simply felt like no negative at A&M, just the positives of the alignment and, frankly, my relationship with Chris, that I knew there wasn't anybody at Texas A&M that I couldn't trust. I just know that I can trust Chris. I just know that. And as hard as that decision was, I could not walk away from it.
And Chris is Chris Del Conte, who was with Jim at TCU. But with that answer, right back to the BS. That's how I felt through the final pitch. That's a coach's mentality. Well, you were still answering like it was absurd to suggest that you were going to leave the job. So back to the BS. I'm back to hating the Longhorns. Peyton, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the rumors that are out there from former A&M players that know that he was recruiting players to Texas on a burner phone during the national champion during the College World Series. That this thing was a done deal in May. That's not true. Like, what he said is not true there. I mean, he wasn't putting every ounce in. If he was putting every ounce in, he would have told Chris, hey, look, Chris, I'll come coach you, but I'm not talking about this till after the year. Like, let me coach my guys. And if you don't hire me, then you don't hire me. If you're that good, then you'll get a job.
Are the Dallas Mavericks going to have to go through Paul George again on the Warriors? The Suns are done with Kevin Durant. And a recap of last night's first round of the NBA draft, all on the way for the 6 a.m. club with Sean and RJ.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Zach Edey from Toronto and Purdue University.
And there's the big fella as part of round 1 of the NBA Draft last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. No Bobby Belt until next Friday.
Ooh, baby.
Do you think he'll be able to disconnect?
No, absolutely not. Not a chance. He will be all up in our business. As he was last night on the text.
Yeah, he's 0 for 1.
Yeah. He doesn't unplug, he doesn't relax. That's why he's wound so tight, and that's why, I mean, I don't know if he's on blood pressure meds, but he will be. He's still a little young.
How much of those bottles that I got him yesterday will be left by next Friday?
Yeah, here's my hope. Like there are some bottles you can get away with shooting, but when they're like really good or pricey, it's kind of a waste. You don't want to shoot those. You want to enjoy those. You want to be able to enjoy them. And I think one of them is probably half gone already.
Pepe, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I pray that they're not gone because that means he has major drinking issues. You know, he has to enjoy. I know he likes to go out and drink on the weekends, but I'm waiting for all the tongue pictures that we're going to get on random Mondays or Tuesdays of next week, the tongue pictures. But I do know that the words interested and funny will not be said a whole lot on the show.
Oh, wow.
Do you think he's using them like more now subconsciously after I brought up the crutch words for him? The interesting, he's wearing out. I can't take it.
So I went back and listened to Below the Belt because he said it 4 times before he finally said it. I think on the 4th time you called him out and said, "How many times, dude?" Like I think when you're writing stuff down,
what's interesting? You know what's interesting? You know, it's like a roller coaster of words that starts going downhill.
Yes.
He starts just like, you know, or is he going to tumble over the words? How fast is he going to fly through the words? You know, he gets on the
Adderall. He's a fast talker, man.
Yeah. All right. So last night, the highlights: France takes over. First 2 picks, 3 of the first 6, 4 overall in the round. Bronny is still on the board for round 2 today at 3 p.m. And we did not have any huge blockbuster trades, even though we have rumors. And Brian Windhorst started it off yesterday by saying that the Golden State Warriors are prepared to trade for Paul George and offer him a full 4-year max contract. Windy says he wants a full-out max, and there are a number of teams out there that are prepared to give it to him, and they're prepared to trade for him. One of those teams potentially is up the coast in Golden State. Windhorst, also on the Hoops Collective podcast that I listened to, said, I don't think that Paul George wants to leave the West Coast. So here's, man, how fun is it to be a Warriors fan as they're like, we're not backing off.
No.
We're just going to continue to try to win the championship, even though everyone thinks that we're dead.
Right. Everyone. And look, I think that Golden State getting Paul George, for them, I think it's, and for him too. I mean, you want to talk about a great spot for him to go to. They would be on their third rebuild. They had their original team, and they rebuild with Durant, and they rebuild with
Wiggins, Kuminga, all the draft picks.
And this would be another rebuild. And I can't sit here and say that
reload.
And I can't sit here and say that Steph Curry and Paul George, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good one too.
All right, so let's just say they pull it off.
Yeah.
And they lose Wiggins, and maybe they lose Clay. I don't know. McMahon was talking about 20 a year for Clay.
Mm-hmm.
But, heck, let him keep Clay. I don't know. Paul George goes there. I don't know what happens with Chris Paul. Where do you put him in the West?
You know, I still think they're behind Denver and Minnesota and Oklahoma City and Dallas, or right around with us. You know, I those are just really, really good.
You putting the
teams.
Mavs behind the Thunder and the Wolves?
I mean, Vegas is.
I'm not asking about Vegas.
Yeah.
You picked the Mavs to beat both of those teams in the playoffs for a reason.
I did. I thought they were too green, too young. You know, they figured it out. So, yeah, I think those teams
may have figured it out.
So I think those teams, like I would put them ahead of the Mavs for next year, at least in the standings. Now, what happens in the playoffs, you know, whatever. But I think from the standings that the Mavs would be the 4 seed in the West.
Yeah, I'm not launching them right up there at the top of the West and not matching them with the Boston Celtics if they go and get Paul George. I know all these commentators love Paul George. He's, a wing, a two-way wing.
Two-way player.
Great two-way player, all that stuff. But, I think we've faced Paul George enough I've seen enough to not be terrified of facing Paul George to try to go through him in the playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of it matters on...
He's a nice player.
Yeah, like a lot of it matters on what your expectations are of him or what he really is. Like, Porzingis, as a 1 or a 2, isn't really somebody that scares you. But as a 3 or a 4, you're really terrified of him because, you're getting production from a spot that you shouldn't get production from.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same thing with Paul George. Like, if Paul is the
who's their 2?
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, he would be the 2.
He'd be the 2.
But let's say he went to Phoenix and you had Durant and Booker. Like, that's pretty scary with him as your 3 with those 2 guys. The pressure's off. He doesn't have to do it. He can just fill it up when he fills it up.
19.5 points in the Mavs series. I'm sorry, Windhorse, McMahon, Bontemps. I respect y'all's basketball knowledge. I listen to the podcast, but to laugh at anyone who kind of chuckles over Paul George being the championship missing piece, you don't score 19 points in your Western Conference series. When more is asked of you with Kawhi banged up and hurt. That's just my take and my opinion on it.
Yeah, yeah. When more is asked, as a 2, if you're a 2 scored 19, that's about what a 2 gets. Like, what do we want a 2 to get?
What did Jaylen Brown or Tatum get?
About that,
26.
Right? Well, Jaylen Brown didn't average 26 in the series. I thought it was like
in the East Finals.
Oh, in the East Finals.
They both averaged 26.
Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Paul for the year 22. We could look at other 2. I don't know. I'm not terrified of it. If it happens, it'd be fun.
Terrified? No, not terrified. Does it put them back in contention? Yeah, absolutely.
So there's one rumor. The other rumor from Stephen A. Smith on Phoenix being done with Durant.
I am reporting here.
Uh-oh.
Pay no attention to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now.
Woo!
That's number 1.
Wait, say that one more time?
They want to trade Durant. Pay no attention to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now.
Wow.
That's number 1.
Again, why do the Rockets do the deal, Molly?
That's why I asked you. I was like, wow.
Number 2.
Okay, go ahead.
Number 2. Also, Houston doesn't want Kevin Durant. Okay. Ime Udoka may want him. But organizationally, they know that they are not there yet. So their plans are more long range. And they would prefer a Devin Booker, who they know it's a slim chance they'll get, but that would be their preference.
Reporting.
Okay. I am reporting this now. I am reporting. Okay, I get it. If I was Phoenix, I get it. You want out from that. Houston.
Why do you get it?
You've tried it for 2 years now. It hasn't worked. Do they want to spend that kind of money? Ishbia is weird because he's psychotic.
He went on social media, the Suns owner. He said, NBA draft night is the best. Everyone talking about the drama and the storyline. Some are right and some are just wrong. My turn.
Yeah.
Phoenix loves Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant loves Phoenix. And we're competing for a championship this year because we have the team to do it. Gotta love draft night. Go Suns.
But if your teams look, if you listen to Stephen A, and I think generally Stephen A is right on basketball. Look at the amount of teams in the West or in the NBA. Like, if you're Golden State, do you not have to, try to do this? Or Milwaukee? Hey, we want to flip Dame for Kevin Durant? I don't think they do that. Or Pat Riley and try to pair him with Jimmy Butler? I think you gotta make calls.
Is Kevin Durant still that dude? Let's look at a track record here. He was an abysmal failure. It was an embarrassment in Brooklyn. The Suns are pretty embarrassing. I really want to go ahead and sign up for that. To what level and what degree?
Yeah.
Do I want to replace Dame Lillard with Kevin Durant, especially at the age of 35? Do I want to? Have they figured out? Has the league finally figured something out about KD? At least with it being his team. The Suns apparently won out of it, and the Rockets are like, nah, we're not the final piece away.
Yeah.
We would prefer Devin Booker.
Is he still a 1? Sure. Is he still like the
1A?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Would
if
you
he
rather
is.
have Durant or Booker for the next 2 years?
Durant? Only because I think Booker is. I think he's soft as baby. You know what? I got nothing for Devin.
You think
Booker.
he's softer than Paul George?
I think he's right about the same.
Okay.
Right about the same. He's everything that Bobby thinks Tatum is. I got nothing for Devin Booker. So I would take Durant. And I think, honestly, I do think, truthfully, they might be able to get more for Booker. Just because of the age.
No, I think they definitely would be able to get more.
Which doesn't make sense because he's not as good of a player as Durant.
Well, he's
younger.
I may prefer Booker. I may trust Devin. I got to look at the games played with the injury stuff, but I mean, Devin Booker is a serious, scary scorer.
Yeah, he is.
But I'll take
weird,
I'll
too.
take Devin Booker over Paul George.
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Oh, no, that's not even close.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what Devin Booker is like mentally and all that stuff, but I have more of a feel on Kevin Durant. Booker was 27, 7, and 4 during the course of the year. Kevin Durant with his numbers, just why was this so bad in Phoenix? I know they were lacking depth. I know the Bradley Beal thing didn't work, but Durant was basically the same numbers, 27, 6, and 5.
Yeah, and look, I mean, does Booker have 40-point nights in him? Sure, absolutely does. He's good. I mean, he's a really good player. Durant's weird. Like, I don't know what kind of teammate Durant is. I think I have an idea what kind of teammate he is.
75 games played for KD, 68 for Booker. So Booker will miss some games on you too. 70, 67, 64, 68, 53, 68. So he'll miss some games as well, but it sounds like the price is higher throughout the league for Booker with the way that the Rockets are talking.
Franklin, injury attorneys, fan text. Devin is booty in clutch moments. They call him. They say they call it cheeks. They call it cheeks.
That's what the kids say.
The kids say she's cheeks in those moments. Beal, who they traded for, was a no-show.
Yeah.
These failures aren't KD's fault. Brooklyn, was carried by himself. And the same with Phoenix. They got rid of all of his depth. Look at his numbers. He hasn't had a point guard. These are some of KD's best years. Okay.
The New York Knicks re-sign OJ Anunoby 5 for $212. So New York is trying to be Boston 2.0 with their roster. Length, defense, shooting, versatility. That's what the New York Knicks are going for after the big deal to get Bridges.
All that, and they're going for the team concept. Whereas none of these players are really great on their own, except for Brunson. But DiVincenzo, nice player. Josh Hart, nice player. All the Nova guys are just nice players.
Yeah.
OG, nice player. None of these guys are superstars. I saw a lot of people kind of looking side-eyed at OG's contract, like $212.
Yeah.
Seems high for him.
Highest in New York Knicks history.
Yeah. Again, good player. Really nice player, and they could have used him down the stretch of that Indiana series.
They're also bidding and betting on chemistry.
Absolutely.
I think, they're saying, okay, all these Villanova guys together, and will they give us some contract breaks because they all want to stay together? It's fascinating team building turn away from the super team that we just talked about in Phoenix.
And it's a turn for the Knicks in general. Like, the Knicks always went with sort of aging names. Like, they get Carmelo in there. And
Stoudemire.
Stoudemire. And Carmelo was good for a hot minute in New York, but he aged quickly. Stoudemire, like you said. and then going back. Like, they never really truly went through a rebuild. And now they're building the team like the right way, air quotes, and they're just kind of copying Boston for the most part. But they've set themselves up to be a really solid team this year.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Is Dak Prescott officially in the clear? And be careful if you're in Highland Park, Dallas, surrounding areas, because she may absolutely destroy your marriage next. That's next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the entire Sean and RJ show.
Thank you.
It's all there for you on our
Uber Eats has low V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by State of the R8 Lost, that's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you for the next week by ourselves, along with Peyton. And no more Ryan after tomorrow. Bobby Belt taking a little vacation time. A Collin County judge dismissed the Dak Prescott sexual assault lawsuit that was filed against him and scheduled a hearing to levy sanctions against the plaintiff and her legal team. That news coming out yesterday. So a win legally for Dak.
It's great news. That is great news for him. For the Cowboys, they don't have to have too many questions about this come training camp time. When they get to Oxnard, they may have one question about it, wrapping it up, but it won't be something that's daily. And it's not going to be something that will linger onto the season as it appears right now.
And Levi McCatherine, Dak's attorney, said despite her and her legal team's relentless efforts to extort money and damage Dak's reputation, justice has consistently prevailed and will continue to do so. These ploys distract from the trauma of legitimate sexual assault survivors and undermine the progress that our society has made in supporting them. We are proud that Dak stands up against this injustice and thankful that the judge agrees. So now we will see how much Dak wins in terms of the damages against her for filing what the courts are calling false accusations.
Yeah, false accusations. That's something that he can go back at. This is also something that a lot of people are pushing for, especially in recent years. Like, if it's a real false allegation and you're doing this on purpose, that there needs to be like super severe, more harsh punishment than already happens, because you're really what this winds up doing is, if this is a false allegation or any of these, from Trevor Powers to Dax, you're diminishing the actual people that are being wronged, because now we all look at it with a cynical eye.
Yeah.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, you should be lit up. You should be absolutely punished.
No doubt. No doubt. Doesn't matter what it is. If you're like lying about somebody doing something wrong to you, you need to be lit up for it, because that, first of all, it's wrong.
Yeah, you're calling me a rapist or sexual assault or
anything. I mean, it could be anything. But like, also, it really does diminish the actual people that are victims, I think. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it does.
Yeah, well, look at the reaction when this story first came out. Yeah. Everyone was like, no, it's a money grab. All the Cowboy fans.
All the Cowboys fans did. And you know, we said this with J.J. Redick the other day. There was a lot of people that were like, well, why are you just coming out with this now? You know, what happened to 20 years ago?
The girl who said he used the N-word on her.
And if that comes out that she made this up, then like she should absolutely face strict punishment because that diminishes people who actually are called that word.
Speaking of a mess, I think that we have the new Brittany Mahomes, and it's Matt Stafford's wife, Kelly.
Oh, boy.
Years ago, I think it was the Bengals corner whose mom came out with a podcast making all these waves. Who's the Bengals corner that everyone loves to pick
Eli
on?
Apple, right?
Eli Apple's mom, yes. You also had it with Zach Wilson's mom. And I've always just been like, if you're going to create more distractions for your professional athlete kid, like just shut up. Seriously, stop. I know you want your own career and everything, but like you got to weigh things. And Kelly Stafford has to be creating so many daggone headaches for Matt Stafford. This all came from last week when she was talking on her podcast about how she hooked up with Matt's backup at Georgia to make him jealous. I didn't even realize until yesterday with what she did how that could have damaged and affected the other backup quarterbacks at Georgia. I didn't even think about it until what she did yesterday.
I didn't either. I thought it was innocent college hookups.
Yeah.
I had no idea, but turns out that there is another party involved here, and that is Joe Cox.
The Cox family.
The Cox family. Big, beautiful family, Peyton. Big family. So apparently, Joe Cox was in a relationship with his now wife.
In college.
Oh,
my gosh.
And Kelly Stafford goes and posts a photo.
So, right, if you're the wife and Kelly Stafford comes out with this, you know that your husband was a backup at Georgia.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, so you cheated on me.
Right. Exactly.
Did you cheat on me?
Mm-hmm.
Or is she immediately going to take the word from Joe? No, it was another player. We all know who it was. Right. They all know who it is.
They all know who it is.
And hopefully the wife knew at that time as well. I'm sure. I'm betting that was the case.
Yeah, well, she apologizes. She says, to this beautiful fam, I'm sorry for the media storm that happened last week that made its way into your lives. You had zero involvement in what I spoke about, and in fact, it was y'all's relationship in college that I looked up to and wanted to be in college. She wanted to have that relationship so bad, she went and slept with Joe Cox, apparently. Now, she says it's not him. It wasn't him. Well, that narrows it down because there's really only one other quarterback on the roster. So that narrows it down a little bit, but apparently Joe and his wife are like, she's all upset now because she's like, wait a second. You cheated on me 15 years ago? I mean, or however many years ago? So that's a problem now for that. And people are killing Kelly Stafford for posting a photo of the family.
Oh, my God.
As if that poor girl.
With the kids.
What a
dumbass. What a dumbass this woman acts like.
I mean, if you just post a photo of Joe and his wife, that's one thing.
But still, they probably don't want that attention.
They don't want that. And then you post these poor innocent kids.
Oh my gosh.
Good
She's
grief.
She really she's missing some common sense, man. She's my new Brittany Mahomes. I put Brittany to the side. It's now Kelly Stafford.
So Brittany got the Taylor Swift pass. Tay loves her.
Yeah.
And she's been given the pass.
Yep.
So now your entire angst is directed right at Kelly Stafford.
Right at Kelly Stafford.
Okey-doke.
You're desperate for attention. You're me podcast, and you just lack any sense whatsoever making this poor family deal with all that stuff right now. And then posting the photo. Maybe if you missed, like I missed, you miss like the ramifications it would have on the wife or having to prove behind the scenes. I didn't think that they'd have to explain to each other, no, I didn't cheat on you. Okay, maybe I can overlook that. But posting the photo with the kids, no excuse for that, to put that out there. Now, she thought she was doing a nice thing, but you're sitting there and you're putting the public eye and spotlight on them. Good grief, man. Just shut it down. Stop.
Especially if what she says that it wasn't even Joe Cox is true. Now you even it just even more so exacerbates the situation.
On the other player.
Yeah.
Does the other player, is he in a relationship? Is he in a marriage? Have we figured out who that is?
I saw him the other day.
So basically, more process of elimination. Now there's like no question left as to who the other person was. Hopefully that person was not in that relationship while in college.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here you go. Logan Gray was a freshman in 2008 on the football depth chart. Let's go to 2009 because I think Stafford was drafted in 2010. We can find out. I mean, all this stuff, man. Come on. You going to do that?
All right.
I think Logan Gray was the other one.
Speaking of relationships, apparently Bill Belichick has been living with this Jordan Hudson for a while now. He signed her book on an airplane where they were talking about some college project that she was working on. Philosophy. Jordan, thanks for giving me a course in logic. Safe travels. And they've apparently been living together. But, man, Mark Schlereth, our buddy from the Super Bowl, he destroyed Belichick. And I wonder if Schlereth would have went this hard at him if he was still coaching. Because Schlereth calls games for Fox. So if you're doing a sit-down meeting, would he have called Bill Belichick a pig? That's what he said on his fan show last week in Denver. It's disgusting. It's just awful. What are you doing? You look like an absolute clown. What is wrong with you? He was 48 when she was born. She was a baby, and he was 48. I think he's a pig.
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, is she cool with it? Obviously she is. Is it a little weird? It's
a lot weird. I got to separate from you on this one. I can't just go with the legalities. It's freaking creepy. If my son was doing this, I'd be like, what are you doing? And if my daughter was doing this, I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? I would not be doing it in terms of the age difference. Man, I don't care about the legalities and everything. I can't look at it that black and white. It's freaking creepy. Is he a pig? I'm not going to go that far. That's a really harsh word. But, man, I got to make fun of Belichick
it's
for this.
like I don't know what the hell they could talk about. What do you have in common with somebody who's 50 years younger than you? I guess logic. Yeah. I mean, this one is certainly he's certainly not the first guy. Dude, this is the American dream. it really, Leonardo DiCaprio is writing books on this. Get a girl, trade her in when she's 25,
and then Schlereth and his co-host decided to do a little Belichick new girlfriend role play.
Hey, Bill, what are we doing tonight? What are we gonna do?
Thought we could eat some dinner, maybe watch some Mahomes cut-ups, go to bed.
Bill, you gonna need to take your little pill tonight?
No, watch Mahomes cut-ups.
Mahomes cut-ups. Good to go, right?
Mahomes cut-ups. Don't need the blue pill.
The Mahomes cut-ups are Belichick's blue pill.
Yep.
I don't think Schlereth is doing this and Belichick is coaching. I'm gonna ask Mark at the Super Bowl when we see him.
I agree because, I don't know if he thinks Bill's actually ever going to get a job again. Maybe she keeps him young. Maybe she does. His friends are apparently really stunned by this. They apparently loved Linda, his ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
He was stunned when they split up.
She was way too attractive for him. Man.
Yeah, and now here he is with a former college cheerleader that's in her mid-20s.
And her ex in his 60s.
And her ex is in his 60s. He's 64.
Yes.
Oh, she has a type. It probably has 2 commas. It probably more has 2 commas than a look or an age.
877-881-1053, the Franco injury attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. It's Thursday, so that means we turn it over to Peyton Russell, who wants to talk about the Longhorn fan, wants to talk about horns down and politics. A political payload from PayPay. Next. But let me go ahead and get you set up if you ever need them from the Tolo.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is another edition of the Payload 640 every Thursday at this time. And we got a lot of debate to get to during this segment. But first, the real debate, guys. Not a whole lot of sports on the NBA draft. Will be done. Ranger game will be done early by nighttime, but you already know, baby. You already know, RJ. The presidential debate. Are we interested in this? I'm interested in. I'll do the Bobby there. Interested. There you go. Is it weighing on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053? Are you interested in tonight's debate? Is it a must watch, or do you kind of just watch the highlights the next day?
Capital I, capital
ratings, baby.
N. As a matter of fact, when you sent this yesterday, I'm in. I think I got like pregnancy brain myself. I started freaking out and panicking. I changed my kid's cartoon to go and try to find. I thought it was last night. I was like, no, it's going to run up against the NBA draft. I started doing the Sarah Google and finding out when and where I can watch. And thank goodness it is this evening.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. The draft is at 3 p.m. Thank goodness the Rangers are playing in Baltimore at 5 because I was going to hit the record last night to watch.
I thought it was like they're usually historically on like Tuesdays or Wednesdays, not Thursdays.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised to see it was on Thursday. Yeah, but I am totally in. Okay, absolutely in. Want to watch?
What time does it start?
8 o'clock Central.
8 o'clock Central. I'm interested that you included this. Why did you bring this up? Are you in?
That's a great question because I have never really I know it's generic, never been into politics enough unless it's like, the actual election day, but
is Mackenzie
possibly, I think I talked to her parents this week and they were like, are you guys going to watch? I was like, I'm a sports guy. I did the generic, I'm a sports guy, but
she grew up in Rockwall?
No, she grew up in Alabama. So,
what's that state, Choppy?
Oh, there's a blue line. I actually saw this the other day. Like Alabama's a very politically odd state because like there is a blue line right in the middle of the state where it is like super blue, and then the rest of the state, north and south, is very, very red.
I'm not going to ask you the political affiliation, but are the parents diehard one way?
Yes.
Okay, and she is as well.
Not diehard. I think she kind of just follows suit with her parents, like most of us do. But yeah, she leans one way other than.
So the only reason you're bringing this up is because of the impact of your relationship. Like she's interested in it.
Absolutely not. No. This will be by far the greatest debate in the history. You get the two candidates going at it and stuff, and what's happened in the history and what could happen this election. I mean, it's a must watch, and the ratings will show it.
It could be the greatest for like the wrong reasons.
Could be, yeah. You're watching to see if one of them says
Blooper.
something.
You're looking for a blooper reel.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what we're looking for tomorrow.
Yes,
we're looking for bloopers.
See if one of them says something so outrageous or incendiary or funny, and we're looking to see
or forgetful,
and we're looking for the other one to stay awake.
I was surprised by the amount of people who think that I don't even think I should not even get into this. I was surprised by the take from a lot of political commentators and other people who were not worried for Biden. Like, I would think, like, in a live setting, in terms of like verbal combat, that Joe would be a step behind with it. But there's a lot of people who are like, no, he'll be more than fine. I was surprised by their takes, and I can't wait to watch
He'll be more than fine. They will hop him up on so much Adderall.
All right.
He will. No, I'm serious. He will be more than fine. Like, that's just because you've seen, like, when he does, like, just these general, like, these speeches, sometimes he's just not there. And there's other times where he's, like, really, really with it. And they probably just put him on some Adderall. I would.
And the fan text is weighing in 877-881-1053. I think we're leaning about 80-20 on the Tolos saying they're in tonight. A lot of people did not know it was happening either.
No?
We broke the news to them because and that's the thing. They don't tease it unless you're watching, CNN or Fox. Like, you're not really alert that it's happening until someone tells you the day of that it's happened or that it's taken place. So, Tolos will be tuning in tonight. Sean, this story's for you. I found this. It's a quick hit here. Look, you hate on my Longhorns a lot, and this is another reason why I think you'll hate on them again. Horns Down will not be in the new NCAA 25 video game. It will be hand signals only, supporting your team, Chop.
Yeah, but
I have no problem with it.
Yeah, you know what? They're also still somehow going to put the LSU neck song in there.
What is that?
That's the song where the LSU, it's banned. I can't really sing it on the radio, but you can between segments you can go to YouTube and just put LSU neck, and the fans in the crowd, they start cheering and chanting and singing along with it, and they make their own words up. They're quite vulgar.
But the vocals will be in the game, they said, or just the song itself? Because I think
the song. Well, the song's in it, but still, it's a banned song.
But were the lyrics made after the song? Like, because some songs, like a lot of colleges, the students will make up lyrics. Right. That'll make it a little more, college student vibes to it.
Absolutely. So, that's that part. But do you want an authentic game or not? To me, it's not it's an inauthentic game now.
But here's the thing: is
you're still gonna get the game.
You're gonna have TCU Iowa State playing, in Ames, 8 p.m. game, and there's gonna be horns down in the video game because that's what people do.
It makes y'all look. It makes y'all look. Oh my God, Broadus just sent me the. I think he sent me the lyric, or he sent me something. Look at the last text Broadus sent me.
Yeah, that's right. That's it.
I've never gotten this type of text message before from Brian Bross. Brian, do not call in today. We will not take your phone call in regards to this topic. Peyton, it just makes y'all look even softer. It really does. I wish someone from the university would come out and say it's okay. It's college back and forth. This is what it's all about. It just makes y'all look so soft that a couple of fingers pointing down is banned and barred. It's so soft.
I get it, but
sipping.
But look, you don't want to disrespect Daddy. When you run the sport itself, you don't want to do it.
You run the sport. That whole whopping one title since Vietnam.
You're about to find out. You're about
to run the sport.
You're about to find out.
You give us one Big 12 title, one playoff appearance, one game in the SEC. And they know who Daddy is.
Dallas
Sean.
Cowboys.
Man,
Dallas Cowboys at college
Hook 'em
football.
horns, baby. All right, we talked about the other debate going on tonight. Now we get into the real debate here. The what kind of man are you debate. A lot of it's the biggest, really the biggest manhood, I think, debate going on is, what causes you to be the true man? Is it, Sean, the grilling? Do you have to know how to grill to be a man? RJ, the lawn. If your lawn looks like it's dead, and it's gray or whatever, there's weeds, does that make you less of a man? Is it the can't open the jars man? You got the tough guy in the crowd, can't open the water bottle. What makes you a true man? Sean, I'll start with you.
I don't want to answer that. I don't care about this. Is a topic for Choppy. What makes you a true man? That's a dangerous question these days. Are you kidding me?
Do you have to knock out, 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 4, whatever your list is?
I feel like, so in terms of my relationship and marriage is probably like a little bit old school. That's the way I grew up. That's the way she grew up. So like, she's never going to take out the trash. I'm just talking about like my duties in which she just expects me to do. Like, She's never taken out a trash bag ever. I've never done a load of laundry with her. So like those types of things, like I'm always going to pick up the kid, put them in the car, take them out, do the heavier type of lifting. These are all prehistoric, old dinosaur type things that are role defined in our household. If there's a noise outside and she's scared, I'm expected to hop out of bed and go outside, check it, go get the gun out of the safe, do whatever I have to do. She's staying in bed.
Yeah.
The kids stay in their bed, and I have to go out and defend. There you go.
In your slippers. You got there the slippers.
In my slippers.
And the robe. You got there the robe.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no
Oh, shut up, Chop. Give me your honest answers.
You don't have to do a lawn. So yesterday, I changed Sarah's brake lights.
Oh, I need my blinker light done. Thank you. Left blinker lights
I got you covered.
Yeah.
YouTube's great. But that doesn't make I think what makes you a man is just protect the house.
You must protect the house?
Right? That's number one. You got to be the Erica Bagu of your house. You got to protect it. You want to pay somebody to do the lawn? That doesn't reduce your man card.
Thank God.
You can't grill? That doesn't reduce your man card. My dad was a man. My mom did it. My dad never touched a grill. I don't even think he knows how to turn one on. He certainly doesn't now.
Yeah, he's a real man. He made her cook.
He made her cook, man. Get in that kitchen, woman. That's what he would say. But he never took the trash out either. He didn't do a thing. He didn't do a thing.
What?
Never. He didn't do anything.
No cleaning.
Nothing.
That's a man.
He put me to bed one time, and I was like, "Can you rub my hair?" And he took his fingernails and just drugged them through my scalp. Okay, and I was like, "Dad, please, never again. Never again. Just go make some money. That's all you're good for right now." But I think just protect the house, like, right?
Yeah, but do you find yourself, let's say you're doing the whole the stalking the neighborhood, basically. You're on your lawn and you're looking at other people's lawn, and you see a guy, he's doing zigzags mowing. Do you find yourself judging other guys more often than is it like, oh, I can do that better than you. I can, if they're outside mowing or doing garden work, whatever, you're like, he's doing it wrong there. Do you find yourself judging more? I think just because you're a man, you're trying to be the more manly man, I guess.
Listen, the amount of bare spots I have in my lawn right now, I'm not judging anybody. Okay, I've got so many diseases. I'm trying all these products. I'm just burning this thing. I'm about to just get rid of the yard. I'm about to burn the yard. Literally set it to fire and then replant it. What's going on right now with the amount of diseases I have? So
Yeah.
No, I don't do
If my wife judged me off of like home improvement, she never would have married me in the first place. She knows. I know my mother-in-law. She kind of looks at it side-eyed. Probably like my father-in-law has to come over and put together everything. Meanwhile, I'm calling Nebraska Furniture. I'm like, send the do-it-all guy. Send the do-it-all. I can't hang the pictures, hang the photos, fix this, fix that. But then she's like, how can you figure out all of your cooking gadgets? How do you figure out how to work the Uni pizza oven or the pellet grill or do all these different things? But then when it comes to things that actually need to be fixed for us, no, not happening. Home improvement? Nope. I got a Rolodex. Shop Tolo.
My grandpa he told me that, when you've got a lady, this one little trick. Every time you walk by her car, in front of her dad, put your hand on the tire and check the tread. But make sure he sees it.
Oh, my father-in-law would love that. It's like making sure the person sees the tip jar.
Yeah, make sure he sees you. Stick your hand in the tires and check the tread.
That's brilliant. Why are you bringing this up?
So with me and my girlfriend Mackenzie moving into our house, it's kind of, I've taken over as like I'm in charge of the trash, taking the trash out, making sure it's on the right days, the recycling, take care of the lawn, the weeding. And
you're just afraid of the wasp. She had to deal with it. That's another thing. Like any type of animals, any type of threats, I got to deal with. Go outside, deal with it. She knows I can't deal with the snakes. That's why I got Joe Hicks.
So Mackenzie is so close to her parents, her mom and dad, that if there's something that I can't do and I'm doing it slightly wrong, she'll immediately call her dad and say, hey, Peyton needs advice. And I'm like, no, don't do that. I don't need advice. I'll figure it out. I got YouTube. I got Google. I got everything.
Yeah.
Don't tell him. Now he thinks I'm a loser.
My best friend has had that haunt him his entire marriage. Ooh. Her dad is Mr. Do-It-All. And, it creates this tension between them when she's like, I'll just have my dad do it. And he's like, no, like, don't undercut my manhood.
Yeah.
Don't undercut my manhood. And I'm like, get him on speed dial.
Undercut.
I might call my father-in-law. Go ahead and do it. I'm not afraid to admit it. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. But yeah, my best friend, his father-in-law is always over there. Like, just give me the tool belt. I'll do it.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, like, YouTube is so great. It's such a great tool. If you don't know how to do something, you can YouTube it so easily. And you can feel like you know what you're doing, even though you have no idea.
877-881-1053. It's the Payload every Thursday with Peyton Russell. Well done. And I didn't realize he was going to step up and take over the Neighborhood Watch 1 hour from now. I was looking for 740 content, and then bam, I get the email. I guess I have to kick out bonuses to Peyton more often. Did we get the Aggie Longhorn apology that everybody was looking for? The Rangers lose again, and where's Bronny going to go? All that on the way next.
Let's get you over to Platinum.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France, and France's JL Boron-Bress.
Who? If you even watched to round one of the NBA draft, which Choppy and I, for some reason, watched way too much of. I didn't watch every single pick, but I had it on at the very end. I was suckered in by the Bronny possibility. I wanted to see if there was going to be some type of major blockbuster with the Paul George, Kevin Durant rumors. Who else are the New York Knicks going to re-sign? What Western Conference teams are going to add for the Mavericks to have to go through? But France is the story of last night with the top two selections, including the Atlanta Hawks new player.
Yeah, and a lot of people think Alex Sarr was the player with the higher upside, but he did not even work out for Atlanta. He's like, nope, not going there. His agent is the same agent, Bill Duffy, that basically told Luka, by any means necessary, stay away from Atlanta. And he just said the same thing to Sarr. And here's the Alex Sarr lived in Atlanta as an AAU player.
Wow.
So, and they told him, do not, by any means, do not even work out for them. I don't know why you would say I'd much rather go to Washington. What have they ever done? But he obviously did. So that's, they both teams, Washington gets a really kind of a steal for them. They think they have the best player in the draft.
Other picks that stood out to you, I know your boy Dalton Connect with the Tennessee Volunteer jacket falls to the LA Lakers. Zach Edey, the big man, a top 10 selection going to Memphis. You really like what Minnesota did.
I think Minnesota did a great job last night. And San Antonio, conversely, a terrible job. San Antonio had a chance. They needed scoring. Guard.
Need a lot.
So they get Castle, right? So they get Castle. That's good. Point guard, they solve that. And then they go get Dillingham, he can fill it up. Now, defensively, maybe not. But then they trade him to Minnesota for a pick in 2031 and 2030. So there's a pick swap in one of the years and a regular first-round pick in one of the years, which is Greg Popovich going to coach in 7 years?
No.
Probably not, right?
Do what's best for the organization?
Yeah, I mean, so I don't understand. Yeah, so that from that perspective, he did his best. But, I mean, if he wants to have the semblance of getting one more, I mean, he could have gotten, look, at where he picked at 8, Dalton Connect was on the board. That would have been a good fit for them. Devin Carter, I thought, from Providence would have been a great fit for them. But back to Minnesota, I love what they did. They got Dillingham, and then later on in the first round, they also got Terrence Shannon Jr. at Illinois, who I think is a tremendous value in the mid-20s. He was great in college at Illinois. He had his problems off the floor. There was an incident, a violent incident that he was involved with. He was cleared of it, but that's still, I mean, it put him in a tough spot for a while. And these NFL coaches at least love to say, if trouble always finds you, it's generally your fault. I don't necessarily agree with that, but NBA teams may think the same thing. But he's a tremendous talent as well.
Rookie of the Year odds from ESPN Bet. Alex Sarr, the 2 pick, is the favorite right now to win Rookie of the Year at plus 400. Is it Risacher at plus 500. Castle plus 750. Dalton Connect plus 900. So those are some of the numbers. The numbers that you could have made money off of yesterday, we told you over under for Bronny was 41.5. And RJ quickly said, take the over. Well, I guess you couldn't have made money on that yet because you're going to need 12 picks to go by today with round 2 starting at 3 p.m. Bronny James drafted round 1 or round 2. If you bet on round 2, you got 1 to 2 odds minus 200. That was probably an easy bet to make. And then the teams to draft him, Lakers are the favorite at even money, followed by the Suns, Mavericks, Wolves, Raptors. Is there any way that with the Lakers on the clock, they let him go by? That would be, what would be better? The Lakers passing on him or someone jumping right in front of L.A.? Like you guessed, Pat Riley in the Heat or someone like that.
If it's Pat Riley, I think that would be better. But the Lakers pass on him. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. That'd be so amazing.
I'm here for the drama. I'm here for all the drama.
I don't know that it happens, that they pass on him. I don't know. But, I mean, look, if they do pass on him, that does mean that I think we're getting him.
The Mavs?
Yeah.
Why? Because
the relationship with Nico.
Okay, not as a LeBron ploy.
No, I don't think necessarily as a LeBron ploy. I think as a LeBron favor. Nico, and apparently they say Nico's like an uncle to Bronny. I think the Mavs. Look, and it's an upside pick. I was listening to Steve Lapis yesterday, 2 days ago, and he said
the former UCLA coach. Oh, that's Steve Lavin.
Steve Lavin. Steve Lapis was the Villanova. He was Kerry Kittle's coach at college.
Oh,
and he said he's a tremendous athlete and he's got great handles. His shot needs improvement. I mean, let's face it. LeBron's shot when he got into the NBA wasn't very good either. Like, you can work on your jump shot. Your athleticism is basically your athleticism. And your handles, yeah, you can work on those too, but like some people just have quick hands. So those are a couple of things that you necessarily can't work on, and he's got those at the NBA level. So from a project standpoint, I don't think it's crazy to take him at 58. But the last pick in the draft,
yeah,
what are you looking for?
Sure. And maybe you learn LeBron.
Yeah. Now, if LeBron and the Lakers pass on him and the Mavs pass on him, the Lakers could still sign him as an undrafted free agent.
Jim Schlossnagle had his Longhorns presser yesterday, and he did the right thing, we think, by apologizing to our guest at 8 a.m. today.
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zayn from Texags. He's a young reporter. He asked the question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
Okay. Apologize. And Peyton has tracked down Richard Zayn with the press conference that the entire world is talking about, and he will join us at 8 o'clock today.
Yeah, good on Schloss for apologizing. It doesn't excuse it, but you tried your best to make it right. You're still slimy and sleazy and just as greasy as it gets.
All right, you believe this burner phone stuff?
I do. Because, I mean, like, it makes sense. Because
who accused him of this?
It was a player. An A&M player. Former player, but he accused him of using a burner phone recruiting kids to Texas while still coaching in the College World Series and in the national championship. According to the reports we've seen, they've had this deal done since May. Since the tournament started. It's like, that's the dirty underbelly of college sports. Is that a lot of times you make these deals while somebody else has the job, while you have a job, while you're still coaching. It's no secret. It's dirty. It's kind of the way it is. You got to deal with it. And A&M now is going to find a coach. Now, A&M can't cry because they did the same thing to TCU. When they got Schloss was coaching for TCU in the College World Series. Now, I heard reports that TCU wanted him out anyway because there was stuff going on behind the scenes. And they basically told him, go find another job. But still, A&M, the TCU fans didn't know that. They expected him to be there. So, A&M can't cry too much.
There was a follow-up audio that you and Bobby were in love with from ESPN Baton Rouge. Who is Matt Moscana?
He does a show on 104.5 ESPN. They're just trying to play up 105.3 and 104.5. Right?
Yeah, exact same numbers.
Exact same numbers. But the ESPN in Baton Rouge basically going after A&M fans for coming at him.
But all y'all spent the last 24 hours flooding my Twitter mentions, calling me names, saying I was wrong, saying I was stupid, saying I was a drug head, saying I look like a thumb, which I kind of do. But all y'all were just dead wrong. Y'all couldn't see through your own blind loyalty, and you took shots at me when I was trying to tell you the damn story. Yeah, I knew Schlossnagle was taking that damn job. I heard the terms of the contract and the terms for his assistants. And if he got cold feet, They were going to hire Skip Johnson from Oklahoma. But guess what? They got across the finish line because apparently Jim Schlossnagle couldn't stand you anymore. You milkmen overall wearing weirdos couldn't stand you anymore. So I'd rather go to a place with a worse roster, with worse facilities that ain't been relevant really here lately. I'm leaving a good roster, a place where they're building me turn that up louder, please. They're building me a $90 million stadium. I got a good roster. I just played for a national championship. I'm going to go to a turf field in the middle of Texas at an old ballpark. I'm going to go there just to get away from you people. That's what Jim Schlossnagle just said.
Yeah, I mean, he went for the.
I'm familiar with the Aggie cult. Yeah. Very familiar during the Johnny Manziel days.
Payne's familiar. He's wearing maroon today.
And he decided to blowtorch him.
He said, I want nothing to do with A&M. This Matt Moscona is like, dude, y'all are weirdos. I mean, he called them weirdos. You can't recover from that. You can't recover from weirdos.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on your home of the Rangers.
And one more thing on this. Chris Del Conte, the AD, he's lying.
Gosh.
This is the next one.
The graveyard?
Yes.
This is kind of disrespectful even, maybe.
I know. He said he waited at the Snook Cemetery to meet with Jim Schlossnagle later at the coach's house Tuesday. He figured no one would know him at the cemetery. All right? So, and this is like, okay, this is a lie.
This is in College Station.
Yeah. This is a lie. You know how we know it's not true? Because that would mean the AD was waiting for him basically after the team got back from their game against Tennessee. The deal was already done. You weren't sneaking around a cemetery. That's creepy anyway.
Yeah.
Weird. You're not sneaking around. We know this is, we know, and now unless this was
Peyton,
unless there was
Longhorns,
a different Tuesday they're talking about, but I don't think they are.
Your Longhorns just stepping it.
They're hungry, man. They want something, they're going to get it.
Yep.
They're hungry.
Yep. It's I'll tell you, they are. There's a
yeah. Actually, they all did.
No.
There is a gentleman's agreement in conference that you don't steal somebody else's coach, but it's happened twice now. Arkansas did this to Kentucky, and Texas doing this to A&M.
Man,
the unwritten rules are dead.
Hanging, and so are all the people.
Yeah,
that they're recruiting around. Chris Del Conte hanging out. Why would you say that? Why would you? Do you think that is going to make your fan base think that you really are that much hungrier? That you will stop at no costs?
No cost.
Man, Richard Zayn, the A&M reporter, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Pepe is here for more of the Bobby Belt Takeover. He's going to run the Neighborhood Watch during the commercial-free expressway after RJ Choppy asks again, have we all been overreacting and getting way too angry with the Dallas Cowboys? That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to the
Here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free up until 8 o'clock here on your home of the Rangers. And in case you had not heard, also the Dallas Cowboys.
No way.
Sean Treef and RJ Choppy. No Bobby Belt for about a week. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And you're going to take over the light lifting of Bobby as Cowboys insider.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Below the belt. I saw this roster ranking because we have talked about the Cowboys offseason, obviously ad nauseum, and what they've done or what they haven't done, and the losing of X amount of starters from last year and depth guys. So surely that would mean the roster is quite poor. This is from 3 NFL analysts on ESPN. Seth Walder, who's like their main analytics guy. Aaron Schatz, who was the Football Outsiders guy who came over to ESPN. And then Mike Clay, who's been a longtime insider for ESPN. They would rank every NFL lineup, and they combine their rankings to come up with their final list of the best and worst rosters. Talent, age, production of the players were all factored in. Clay detailed the strongest and weakest units for all 32 teams. Walter picked out X factors, and Schatz found non-starters who could make big contributions. So, where would this Cowboys roster rank in the National Football League? Last year, they were generally top 3 or 4.
Definitely top 10. I would say, probably like top 7.
Okay. Let's go through it. Number 1, San Fran. I don't think many people will argue with this one.
No.
It's a really good roster. And they got to win something sooner or later, but it's a really good roster. This one kind of surprised me.
They at least win NFC championships.
They do at least win NFC championships. They get there, too. Number 2, Kansas City. Did we think that was a great roster? Because we just seemed to say Mahomes just dragged 2 other guys there.
Right. Had some nice young defensive players.
Yeah.
Offensively, we all, of course, make fun of their wide receivers. I am surprised that they're up there that much.
Yeah, I am too. This does not seem like something that I would have put them up there.
But again, their defense carried them for a lot of last season.
It did. Biggest strength, obviously, they have is the quarterback. Biggest weakness is offensive tackle. And the X factor is wide receivers, Hollywood Brown and Xavier Worthy. Okay. Number 3, another team that most people generally just assume they've got a great roster, Baltimore.
Yes.
Eric
DeCosta, my guy, taking over for Ozzie Newsome. Harbaugh, they're just solid.
And their biggest strength, they say, is safety. That's, okay, there you go.
Well, we saw what Hamilton did.
That's true.
At points in times last year, putting up a highlight reel. Jordan Hamilton, the Longhorn. Wait, am I messing up his name?
Kyle Hamilton.
He
was the Notre Dame kid.
I said Jordan Hamilton, Texas basketball player.
Yeah. Number 4, the Jets.
Bobby lost his mind over this yesterday.
He did not understand this at all.
Yeah. It's not crazy to me.
I don't think it's nuts. I mean, I think most people had them as a title, not contender, but at least somebody that could. A lot of people picked them to win the AFC East last year.
You ain't popping.
Look,
and threaten for a playoff spot.
It's not crazy. Bobby just has this Aaron Rodgers hatred that he can't see through. Breece Hall, people love him when he's not injured. Garrett Wilson is a legit one. Now, Bobby's point was the offensive line was horrific. Let's see how good Tyron is.
Yeah, he's the X Factor. They have him listed as the X Factor here for this team.
Yeah. Quinnen Williams, one of the best defensive tackles in the league. They got Hassan Reddick. They still have C.J. Mosley. Sauce is a legit one. They got a good roster. There are no problems with this.
Their biggest strength is corner. That's a position of value. Their biggest weakness is safety. That's not the worst place to be weak in. You don't want to be terrible at safety because you're the last line of defense, but you'd rather be weak at safety than corner. Their X Factor's left tackle, and then they got Solomon Thomas.
And they've tried to go all in for Rodgers' final couple years.
Yep, Thomas, Kinlaw, Quinnen Williams. I mean, it's
yeah.
Okay, that's a decent roster. Number 5, I think it's another one that most people think is a tremendous roster and a title contender. And that's Detroit. I think they're a better roster than the Jets. But their strength is O-line. Their weakness is safety. The X factor is corner. But I think it's a really, really good team, and they're going all in. They're going all in. At number 6,
Detroit
the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, you already named Detroit, yeah.
I already named Detroit. Cowboys come in with the 6th best roster. Biggest strength, edge. One of the top defenders, Micah's led the position in pass rush win rate each of the past 3 seasons. The team as a whole is first in pass rush wins and 5th in sacks since 2021 in the league. Tank is 32, but hasn't lost a step, posted one of the top tackle rates and pass rush win rates among edge rushers last season. Sam Williams, solid depth.
Would you have thought of that as their strongest group? I would not have, because now, again, I know we all underrate Tank's run defense, but I remember going through their sack numbers and making fun of it.
Yeah. They get wins. They don't get to the quarterback. They don't finish them necessarily. I think they're strong. I mean, corner's really strong for them. I mean, you've got Diggs and Bland.
Yes.
I mean, that's pretty solid 1-2. And then, they had Gilmore last year as well. That's a really good 1-2-3.
Let me look at these sack numbers just to make sure that my chuckling was justified. Last year, Micah, of course, led the way with 14, and then Dorrance Armstrong had 7.5. Sam Williams had 4.5. Tank had 4. Fowler had 4. Odighizuwa had 3.
Yeah. Bobby thinks quarterback is the strongest position group.
Except for Cooper Rush and Trey Lance.
Except for Cooper. Biggest weakness, running back.
Yeah.
The right. This wasn't a tough choice for a pretty good Dallas roster that had very clearly decided to deprioritize this position. Out is Pollard, and in is the soon-to-be 29-year-old Zeke. As the lead back, he's a franchise legend, but he's no more than the football equivalent of an innings eater at this point. That was further evidenced last year in New England when he posted his 4th straight season with a below-average yards per carry and yards after the catch marks. Additionally, not much to get excited about behind him.
Yeah, hard to argue with that.
X Factor.
And I'm looking like I'm going to lose my bet of starting running back game 1 and the most carries. Yeah, good thing I didn't shake any of you guys with all the money on KMC Crosstalk.
No shake.
Loved it.
X Factor, rookie O-lineman Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. Assuming they start, they'll play a critical role, and it's a bit of a scary proposition for a team with Super Bowl aspirations. Most rookie O-linemen, even first-round picks, are a little below average in year 1. Dallas needs its picks to overcome the odds. And the non-starter to know is someone that we really liked last year in camp, and he got hurt in camp, and that's DeMarvion Overshown.
Yeah, baby. The only Longhorn I like, including the 2 we work with.
That's right. The 3rd-round pick didn't see the field, torn ACL. Patient linebacker, elite speed, strong awareness and coverage. He was an ex-safety. Don't be surprised if he's getting snaps ahead of Damone Clark by midseason. So...
Oh, Bobby did text quarterbacks the strongest group. Were you reading his text?
So I said Bobby would say, yeah. But that's the Cowboys 6th. 7th is Cincinnati. 8 is Houston. 9 is Buffalo.
Yeah.
10 is Philadelphia.
You think a lot of people would be surprised with them being top 6?
I think the way we look and talk about the offseason, we talk about the offseason as if this team is completely tore up and has no hope. I think the reality is that people are confusing the fact that we didn't get better by saying we got worse.
Right.
I don't know the team got necessarily any worse. I don't think we got any better. And that may be worse for some people.
We seem to lose some depth pieces.
Yes.
Just look across the way at Dan Quinn taking everybody.
Yeah, I do think this team is a house of cards.
Yeah.
Right? I do think they're far more resembling a house of cards than ever before. Their starters are really good. It's the backups you got to worry about.
Look, there's nothing poor or bad about their roster. They're just not good enough. That's the frustration.
Right.
It's kind of like it's kind of like our radio show with the ratings over the years. Like coming in at 5 or 6, like it's good for the whole city, but it's like not good enough. And then you get the numbers because of YouTube and Twitch and all the Tolos and the Odyssey app right now, and you hit that, but like fifth place, fourth place, it's not good enough. You're not there. And the Cowboys are like in fourth or fifth place in the radio ratings. It's not enough. That's the frustration, and not doing anything to make a move to get there is what pisses people off. Justifiably so, in my opinion.
Yeah. Look, I could see that. I mean, you have an expectation. You're chasing this title. You've got a win-now quarterback, a win-now roster. Why would you not choose to get better?
Yeah, they're living comfortably in a marriage. Like, they're like, yeah, there's like nothing exhilarating about my marriage. There's nothing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about myself. There's nothing that awesome about it. Like, we're just going through the motions. We're fine. You want to live fine? Live fine. Cowboy fans don't want to live fine. It's like, yo, man, I want the next tier.
Right.
I want to move on up.
Yep. Now, again, though, they'll be a fine team. They'll be okay. I still think they're going to win 12 games. They don't have to be better than last year. They got to just be better than all the teams this year, right? That old cliche. But, I mean, we've seen this team not be able to be better than anybody over the last 25, 30 years. So why would I think any difference is going to happen this year?
Right.
So is the offseason, are they necessarily worse? No, but by not getting better, I think they got worse, like in the perception and in the eyes of many. So that is the top 10 of the roster rankings in the NFL. They have Miami at 11. I think Miami's a little low. I think Miami's roster is really, really good. I don't know many teams that have a better wide receiver running back combo. They got two great running backs and then two tremendous wide receivers. They have so much speed. So much. I mean, like they really need Josh Allen's arm with that speed.
Yeah. I was looking at Cowboys team sack numbers just to see if those added up to higher than I thought. No, they were 13th in the league in sacks. So ESPN giving edge rush to them as the number one strength.
Yeah.
But I don't know what I would definitely pick over it. You said corner.
I like the corners. I mean, they got to figure out what they're going to do, beyond. Of course, obviously with Diggs' injury, how he comes back, that's still the unknown. We've seen players come back from an ACL and have no problems at all, and then Michael Gallup exists. So,
yeah, because it's hard to argue where they improved. You're going to improve at corner with Diggs coming back, but you would probably think you're worse at left tackle. You could be worse at center.
Mm-hmm.
And you're worse probably at running back. So when you count up the negatives compared to the positives, an angry offseason in DFW.
Yes, it is. Speaking of offseason, got some offseason grades?
Yeah.
This is from Seth Walter, who did this.
You like him?
I do like him. I think he's really tremendous. He does a lot of the analytic stuff, but I think he's pretty sharp. I think he's an idiot. No, I'm just kidding. The top grade in the offseason in the NFL he gives to the Philadelphia Eagles. That's not surprising.
Howie,
our analytics guy, give that to an analytics guy as the GM. The move he disliked the most was Saquon. The move that he liked was Hassan Reddick for edge rusher Bryce Huff. And they got a third-round pick. So he loved that one. He gives the Cowboys a D+ for the offseason.
Woo!
The biggest move was not signing its stars. The move he liked was spending two of their first three picks on the offensive line. And the move he disliked was not signing Dak to an extension. Their most notable offseason move was not signing any of those three. The last is the most problematic, which was Dak. Prescott cannot be franchise tagged, which means that they do not sign him to a new deal. He enters as a true free agent. If they're having second thoughts based on how his season ended, it shouldn't. He finished second in QBR, an MVP candidate to the end. They're fortunate to have a franchise quarterback and should not risk losing him. Waiting to sign Lamb has cost them money. While impossible to know the nature of the negotiations, the fact they waited until 2024 and after Jefferson signed $35 million a year raised his price too. They let Tyron walk to the Jets for cheap, just $6.5 million guaranteed. Now they have other players that can play tackle: Terrence Steele, Udoga, Tyler Smith, and Tyler Guyton. Tyron is coming off a strong season and could have been an asset for a team with Super Bowl aspirations. And with such a strong core, they are a Super Bowl contender sitting pat in free agency. Their biggest moves were Jordan Lewis and Eric Kendricks and Zeke. Each getting less than $3 million fully guaranteed doesn't feel ideal. The team's going to have to eventually pay those stars. That will take resources. Yikes.
D+.
I mean, they are sandwiched between the Raiders and the Vikings. And I don't want to be near the Raiders and the Vikings in any list. Literally any list.
RJ Choppy taking over the Cowboy knowledge with Bobby Bell out for about a week. I do not think it's a coincidence that Bobby is listening right now, probably out of fear that Peyton Russell is taking this over.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right, Bobby Bell out. Someone had to take over the number one segment, maybe, on the show, the Neighborhood Watch. Had to do it. I'll be doing Ask Reddit Tuesday as well. There's a tease, Sean, for 6 days in advance.
Wow. Now, did Bobby help you with any of this?
Did not. I had to hold myself back from texting him, asking, okay, what's the best article? How do you get this? The Facebook community group message, all that stuff. Did not ask for his help. I've done it a couple times in the past, so I just use that as like a base to learn off of. But I think it's gone pretty well, and I guess Bobby will be listening. He'll be grabbing audio clips and mistakes of mine and tell me I'm checking out. we'll have a whole segment.
Well, at least we know you won't say interesting 48 times.
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
But it'd be funny if you did.
Oh, well, this first story is very interesting, but not funny. We go to my hometown of Mansfield. They have opened up an HEB. I've never been in one before.
Me neither.
You really?
Sarah goes all the time. She goes all the time. The new one opened in Heritage Trace in Fort Worth. And, after about a month, she's let the crowds go, disperse. But now, on her way home from work, that's where we get almost all of our chicken there now.
Best tortillas I've ever had.
Oh.
Now, I have to do the long-distance delivery fee if I want to order from there.
Yeah.
When I smoke turkeys, trying to copy like Hurtado or Matt Pittman, I'll get the long-distance delivery from them. But Atolo sent me the video that I think you're about to reference.
Yeah, and Ryan has up on the fan cam just like that. It's the shoppers and the community is waiting outside overnight to be the first people in there. And it's like, if you look, and once the video, you see right here, there's, I think it's Lake Ridge, there's cheerleaders, there's the drum line. I mean, it's a whole event out there that happened overnight last night before the grand opening this morning.
For what? Tolos, tell me. If you're in this line and when they open the doors, what are the first 3 areas that people are running to?
Yeah.
Well, where are you going? This is not a video game sale.
No, they have to be just having like free food that they're giving. Right? There's got to
like
be
a Black Friday shopping. You think where there's deals?
It has to be because there's no other reason to be standing out there overnight. It's 100 degrees outside, guys.
Mansfield is just built different, guys.
The same thing happened.
That's why you moved to Rockwall.
At Heritage Trace. It's the same thing. They were lined up at 6 a.m. Now, if they're giving away. Hey, buy
briskets.
Yeah, they're giving away briskets or whatever they're giving away.
Yeah.
Buy one, get one free USA Prime steaks.
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
If they're not, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
It'll be there that day.
Let us know. 87. It might not be there, but you can go to Kroger. Go get our Tolo hookup over there.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. Where are you running to inside these HEBs?
They're saying they're trying to get their hands on the brisket queso. You guys have clearly never had brownie bites.
Yeah. Are they handed out like free samples? We got Costco free samples at HEBs?
Gift
I
cards
don't know.
or something, that would be worth it.
And look, I'm not intentionally disrespecting. They're just not close to me. They have not opened up one close to me in the East Dallas area.
I'm like a proud dad. I see my old hometown. I haven't lived there for almost 5 years now, and so seeing them grow in the community, man, it's awesome. It's awesome.
People are saying, somebody says the first 300 people got free groceries. There's no way.
300?
There's no way.
That would make sense for the line to be like this.
I mean, it would make sense.
Yeah. I'll stick with my Mexican markets right now, man.
Dude, those are great.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I'll stick with the dye in my meat.
The only problem is that if you get like
my pink fajitas.
The only problem with them is not really a problem, but like if you get like the tortillas, they mold in like 2 days because they don't use like preservatives. It's all fresh.
Have you had the HEB tortillas? Have Sarah bring home the flour tortillas.
They're called Extreme. The Extreme ones.
I have no idea.
The brand.
The Extreme. No, it's just I don't know. It's a clear plastic bag. They're homemade. You can tell.
They're fluffy. We go from Mansfield to South Dallas, where now we all know the storms that hit us, some harshly than others a few weeks ago, maybe close to a month ago.
Yeah, my oak tree's gone.
Gone?
Oak tree is gone. My builder who wanted to charge me $800 to replace it, he was right. I still have it up. I got to come up with a replacement tree.
It died.
Yeah, it's dead.
That's a shame. They're expensive.
Yeah.
And it has to be an oak tree.
I don't know. I haven't asked the HOA. That's another thing I have to do.
I love the.
My boy Ivan said, forget about the oak tree. It produces acorns. Pain in the ass.
It won't produce acorns for 30 years.
Okay.
I love the Italian cypress trees. Those super thin pine trees. I love them. I don't know if that would work there, though.
Have you thought about palm trees? My parents have the palm trees by the pool. I don't know if you're a big fan of the palm trees.
Well, I have the one palm tree. Like I have 2 oak trees in my front yard and then the one palm tree.
In the back?
No, it's in the front.
It's in the front?
Yeah, the tree's in the front. Otherwise, I wouldn't care. I have no trees in the back, but I don't think the HOA would be cool with one palm tree in the whole neighborhood sticking up. I don't know.
This is a feel-good story here. This woman, she's 90 years old, lives alone at her house in South Dallas. She was struck by the storms. Her roof was damaged completely, and she didn't have the right insurance to get the roof repaired. So the community came together and helped her rebuild it by hand.
Awesome.
So it's a very good moment out there in South Dallas. You love to see when the community gets together like that, because it's so easy now to get a group together. You send out a Facebook message, something like that. You just say, hey guys, we need 10, 12 people, to come over and help, rebuild this house. Or
easy. This is so simple.
Yep.
Everyone come over and just rebuild a roof.
It seems like every city now, every town has a Facebook community group message. Rockwall has Rockwallian, Flower Mound, Irving all has this stuff. You just send out a mass message out there and everyone comes together. So awesome moment here. We go from Dallas to Fort Worth, guys. This is a neighborhood watch every Thursday at this time during the expressway.
A feel-good story folled by a smooth reset. I like it.
Baby, we go to RJ's side of town, Fort Worth. There is more parking, RJ, in the stockyards.
Oh, thank
No
God.
more complaining, although it won't be done till about the year 2031.
Oh, perfect. So I'll be 50.
You'll almost be retired.
Just like a Spurs draft pick.
Yep.
But this is a 9-figure stockyard development happening right now, where they're basically adding underground garages now in Fort Worth in the stockyard. Stockyard, you love the stockyards, right?
Love the stockyards.
It's a great place.
It doesn't help the parking situation downtown in Sundance Square. Thanks, Sasha. Doesn't help that at all. Okay, you still can't park anywhere. You got companies moving out.
Be careful who you call out. I got a COO hospital voicemail the other day.
Oh no!
And I was like, oh my gosh, what's going on? It was radio related from a 5:30 hospital segment that I was talking about.
Was this hospital the?
I was giving props to Scottish Rite. I may have complained about how long I was there for the day, which I think may have piqued their ears.
Their ears
got relayed to them. But fantastic facilities and communication to Scottish Rite. Now we can get the same thing at Children's Medical. We'll see. And Baylor, you're on the yes list.
You're on the list. The parking in the stockyards is it's not great. You got to ideally you want to find street parking, or you're going to park way behind, like on is it Exchange, whatever that main drag is by the Mule Alley. You got to park way back there.
I usually park at Joe T. Garcia's and just walk by the hotels.
Yeah. When's the last time you've driven Deep Ellum? Either of you?
We had a wedding to a rehearsrsal dinner or something like that last year. So it was about a year ago, almost this time.
The last time it was Sandler's event, and it was during the daytime though. I've not been at night.
Okay, well, I'm kind of asking for the day. For those of you who have parked downtown Fort Worth or Deep Ellum at lunchtime, which one is worse? I don't know Fort Worth afternoon parking. I know Deep Ellum, and it's a nightmare. So I'm wondering if it's as bad and congested as Deep Ellum is to find a parking spot as what you're talking about.
Lunchtime should be okay in Fort Worth.
Okay. Well, at night, fine. Take both nights.
The problem with Fort Worth is that they've gotten rid of like all these garage. A lot of the times, like if you parked at these garages and you went to a few handful of restaurants, it was free. Now it's like they're making you pay for parking everywhere, or they're making the restaurants pay for parking. That's why all these restaurants are leaving Sundance Square because it's just too expensive for them, and no one parks there.
That in places blowing up, right?
And blowing up, yeah, right. But like people are
not the right type of blowing up.
No, but so a restaurant is now losing business because no one's going down there because parking is $20.
Now, RJ, how far? Because I'm thinking about the Uber situation here. Is it worth it just to, instead of trying to fight the parking situation or the traffic there, is it better just to pay the charge to Uber there? I mean, are you within the 25, 30-minute range where, it's not too far to Uber? Because I find when I lived in Mansfield, we always Ubered to downtown Fort Worth or the Stockyards. Like, that's just what we would do. It was worth for me and my friends to put some money in the pot and just Uber there for the day and then come back at night.
I'm 20-ish, 25 miles from downtown.
Ooh. 20 miles?
Yeah, from downtown.
How many minutes is that going to be?
It depends on the time of day. If it's
45?
at 5 o'clock, it's an hour. I don't know if it's worth the trouble.
The answer is it depends on how messed up you're going to get.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you have no chance of parking, how many? That's a question for everyone. Ooh. How many circles do you take before you bite the valet or garage bullet? That is a manhood stubbornness question. How many circles are you taking before you bite the bullet and pay for it?
If I'm by myself, I take
endless.
I take a half a loop. If I'm by myself, I'll take a half a loop. To me,
a half a loop.
To me, it's time value of money. That's what it is. It's all about the money efficiency. If I'm with Sarah, we are driving around. We are missing reservations. We are driving around for 6 hours. That girl, bless her heart, she will not. She refuses to pay for parking. She's like, with a little effort, you get it for free.
Okay, but she wants to pay a delivery fee for like groceries or something versus just going down the street to Walgreens or CVS. That's why I was shocked you said she goes to the HEB versus getting everything delivered.
Yeah, we do not ever do delivery groceries. We've not done that. We've talked about it.
We've talked about it.
We've talked about it because she's brought it up. She's like, "Why don't we ever do this?" And I'm like, "I don't know."
Yeah,
I was like, "Because you go into the grocery store. I like to go up and down every aisle. I don't know what's out there. I don't know what I need."
So I'm the guy when back to Sean's question about when do you go from finding a parking spot to just valeting. I'm the guy that if people are walking out from the establishment, restaurant, wherever, I will not creepily, but I will follow them.
Yeah.
And wait us. And I'll be the guy with the blinker on that says, "Hey, this is my spot." I'm waiting for them to back out and go.
That blinker's on an hour early.
Yeah.
It's so much more stressful though when she's in the car with you versus just going around. Well, RJ says he gives up on it early, but otherwise it's a principle thing. It's not the money thing, it's the principle.
Yeah, for me, I don't mind. If I know it's gonna be busy, I'll just park as far away as I possibly can, just to get a spot.
Ugh.
I don't mind walking. I'll park super far away, and sometimes super far away is free or cheaper. Those garages where you got to pay $20, I ain't going in one of those.
And there will be more hotels as well near the Stockyards in Fort Worth. So Fort Worth, starting to blow up there. They want to really put the pressure on in the Stockyards to do some work. Okay. If you want a job that doesn't require a resume of any sorts, you just go to the DFW airport, because in the year 2023, DFW airport reported that they collected more than $57,000 in loose change at just TSA checkpoints.
No.
Not even just left on the flights, just people leaving their change, loose change all over the place. If it goes through the security checkpoint, it's just left there in the box, the cart there. So $57,000 just by finding loose change. Were you ever that person that as a kid, because that's what I would do. When my parents took me to the grocery store, I would be going around the self checkout and finding the loose change. I found $10 one time just sitting there.
Wow.
In the little pocket below.
You talk about showing age. When I was a kid, I'd go to the self checkout. We didn't have that.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
We had no self checkout.
This was maybe the first year self checkout.
So you could go and clean up and find loose change at the self checkout. Interesting.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
You go Kroger or Walmart. There's people because change will pop out and they don't care about loose change. But you go around, there's 6 or 7 open places. You get $5 or $6 there.
Yeah. When I have coins in that air, now I do pick it up because I'm like that. I'll pick up my own change, but I still am do I want to dig in the corners and crevices of this gray box for 4 pennies and a dime, or do I just want to go ahead and just leave it there? But imagine how many people are just I forgot. it dropped out,
Yeah.
or I'm not going to go dig back in to get these sticky coins.
I don't know if this is the case today because we don't use change the way we used to, but there was a time where they would say that there was like almost $1 billion in pennies in parking lots across the country at any given time. So people they drop it. They get 1 penny back. They throw it on the ground. They don't want it.
I get great satisfaction out of going into my cup holder and getting rid of some of the change at a parking meter or like at a fast food place when I can tally up 78 cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When I can just get rid of some of it and hand it over and be like, here, now it's yours. Get this out of my car.
Get it out. I want no part of it. Oh, I got to wash the car today. Let's go to one of those $1.25 quarter only. They give you the pressure washer places to wash the car. That's the only reason I keep changing my car.
But by the way, this one here at the McDonald's won't accept my credit card. I have to buy gas if I want to get a car wash.
It won't?
To get it's a pain in the butt. Come on, y'all.
I'm a quarters guy, you know. Dimes, nickels, pennies, you know.
Those times.
No, I don't need that.
Where's your 50-cent piece?
Exactly. Guys, July 4th.
When's the last time you've held a 50-cent piece, by the way? Do kids even know what those are? 50-cent piece or a $2 bill? The last one you've had in your hand. I would say $2.
I've got a bunch of $2 bills at home, but I haven't taken them out of the piggy bank that they're in. It's got to be years.
$2 bill for me. My grandma does this thing ever since I was a kid. She will give us, for Christmas, as with her gifts as well. She'll throw in $2 bills. She just collects them, thinks they're unique, and
That's cool.
She'll throw them in there. So I have 15 or 20 at home. That I've just kept and never spent. Never had a need for. But guys, July 4th is next week. This time next week it will be July 4th. There's so much going around the community. There's the right here around town. Addison Kaboom Town is going on. Arlington, Light Up Arlington, where they're actually having fireworks June 29th this Saturday and July 4th. So a lot going around the community. Are you guys thinking about going out and about July 4th, or you stay inside there?
Oh, I can't. Well, first I'm going to stay inside. If it was just Ollie at 4 years of age, I would consider taking him somewhere, but not with Ava at 2 months. But the first year where I won't have to worry, I don't think about staying up until 3 a.m. with the gunshots mixed with the fireworks. I can't wait. We would consider sometimes going and getting a hotel. We never did it.
Yeah.
But like New Year's Eve, July 4th in my old neighborhood, like let's just go get a hotel so that we don't have to deal with guns being fired.
Right. Yeah, we haven't talked about it.
Like you do going to get groceries.
We haven't done. Yeah. We'll probably do something. I know we could July whatever day it is. Sometimes
4th.
I think Roanoke does it on the 3rd.
Oh.
We could generally see it from the house, so we could just go on the driveway. We could generally see it. So
yeah, I'm looking to see with Sunnyvale what type of show they put on. Let's see. Look up a community page. We got some Sunnyvale fireworks.
I'm looking right here. Roanoke, July 3rd. Roanoke's 3rd of July. Fireworks, live music, and family fun. So there you go.
It's at the big park, down the about a mile away, but you could generally see it from our house, and we may do that. I don't know. We haven't talked about it. We'll do something, I'm sure.
Sean, you have something going on in Sunnyvale June 28th.
Awesome.
There you go. I think that's a Friday.
Wait,
very timely.
They have fireworks June 28th?
That's what it says. Sunny Fest celebration. Fireworks, drone show, food, family fun, and live music.
Very timely. Very timely. Well done. Peyton Russell crushing it in the neighborhood watch in place of Bobby Roberto Bell. Let's talk to the reporter that the entire world is discussing. The Texas A&M reporter himself, Richard Zayn, next on Sean and RJ. But let me take care of
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a Thursday here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy, and I think you could argue this has been the sports story of the entire week. We have it right here in the great state of Texas, and this guy was on the other end of Jim Schlossnagle and what we thought was a rude, unnecessary, bullying type answer and approach after Texas A&M lost to RJ's Volunteers, and the reporter who was on the other side of it is Richard Zayn from Tex Ags. And Richard is joining us now live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
I'm good, gentlemen. Yeah. How are y'all?
What has your life been like the last 48 hours?
My life has been pretty normal. My Twitter mentions and Twitter notifications and stuff like that has not. Other than just asking a question that was part of my job as a reporter that covers Texas A&M athletics and college baseball, and the response that we got. Everything's been pretty normal and business as usual.
Was it a tough, internal decision? We're all sitting there in those press conferences, or we're sitting here interviewing someone, and you're like, all right, should I do this? Is now the right time? How should I phrase it? Just from that standpoint, Richard, because a lot of journalists have given you credit, including us, for asking it basically the perfect way. What was it a tough internal decision to even ask it in that moment after A&M lost?
So with respect to the moment itself, right, because Texas A&M is, a couple runs away from winning its first national championship ever in the program's history. They ultimately lost 6-5 in Game 3 the day before. They were 7 outs away. Tennessee obviously came back. And it was a really, really good series between two really, really good college baseball teams. And there's a lot of emotions that go into that for both players and coaches. So I've tried my best to be as respectful as possible to whatever emotions Coach Schlossnagle might be feeling, but at the same time had to understand that this is college baseball. There's no NFL-like post-season press conference where the media gets to debrief with the coaches.
Yeah.
If we had intel, and this is a story that our team at Texags had been chasing for a few weeks at that point, they had intel that might have been and ultimately was the last chance we'd be speaking to Jim Schlossnagle as the head coach of Texas A&M baseball. So it was a pertinent question and an important question at the time because, it wasn't just an answer that the Texas A&M fan base and our audience at Texags wanted to hear. This was something that was being discussed by the national media that covers college baseball in Omaha since Texas had ultimately fired its head coach, David Pierce, of 8 years earlier in the day. So it was something that was on the minds of a lot of people. And I just wanted to be as respectful as possible because that's a tough loss for Coach Schlossnagle. I know how much he wanted to win that game and how much that team wanted to win that game and how much those players wanted to win that game. It's the first time he'd ever been to a championship series in his lengthy coaching career. 7 times. It was his 7th trip as a head coach to Omaha, and he was so close. So I knew there was some heartbreak. He probably had his heart ripped out of his chest with the loss, but it was also a question that needed to be answered.
Richard, when did you really know and believe that the Longhorn deal was done?
Know and believe, I'm not so sure. I personally thought that his answer Monday night was, you could have taken it one of two ways, and I think a lot of people on social media did. If you were an Aggie and you were an optimist, you were saying that the quote where he says, "I took the A&M job to never take another job," was definitive enough for you to think that he was staying at Texas A&M. But there's also the other end of that where he was speaking in past tense, and the pessimists of the group probably thought, oh, he might be gone. So you could have looked at that quote and taken it either way, and I wouldn't have faulted you. I thought that I didn't know until probably Tuesday morning for sure that he was going to be leaving College Station.
Okay, so you didn't ask the question absolutely knowing that he was already going.
Here was my mindset in asking that question because, as I said, it was something that it was a story that our team at Texags had been chasing for a few weeks, right? This wasn't just something we were jumping on because of internet rumors after Texas fired the head coach earlier in the day. It's not something that's going to be asked about while Texas still had a coach and that position wasn't open. But it was something that we felt he was either going to take that job or stay at Texas A&M. So that question and the way I framed it with respect to the emotions and the outcome of the game, it was intended to be one of two things: either a softball where the head coach of Texas A&M knocks it out of the park and lets everybody know that he's staying in Aggieland for good, or the other end where he leaves the door open. And he could have, given the answer of I'd rather not speak about that right now. I'm focused on my team and the tough loss we would have taken, and that would have been a fine answer in my opinion, but it also would have been the one that left the door open.
Richard Zayn, Texags, joining us here at 105.3 The Fan. Do you believe this deal was done weeks ago? Do you believe that, or do you think it just got done and finalized after the title game?
I don't believe it was something that was done just after the title game. I think this is something that had been in the works for a couple of weeks.
Do you believe the rumors that he was recruiting players to Texas on a burner phone? I don't know if you've seen this. A former player said that the other day.
I have seen those rumors. I don't know if I want to say whether or not I believe that or not. I'll wait for more reporting and more stuff to come out before I formulate a definitive opinion on that. That seems like it's currently just on social media, but who knows? There could be credence to that as well. We'll find out more as we move down the line and get further and further away from this thing.
So why leave? That's the next one. Why is Texas is it's a bigger historic program, worse facilities, worse roster right now than A&M. A&M's got the better roster, they have the better facilities. Why would he choose to leave? Was there problems? Was there kind of tension with A&M, or was it just the chance to go coach Texas?
That's the question for Coach Schlossnagle himself, right? But as far as I see it, and of course I cover Texas A&M on the daily basis, I don't see there being any problems over here. I know there are a lot of people that have wanted to jump on Texas A&M's new athletic director, Trev Alberts, but I don't think Trev Alberts deserves any of the blame for this. I think Trev Alberts had told Coach Schlossnagle he was on the same page with the baseball coach and wanting this program to be as big and as successful as Coach Schlossnagle did. And that you could see that in a May approval of an $80 million renovation to Bluebell Park, Olsen Field at Bluebell Park, which I think is already houses one of the best atmospheres in all of college baseball and is only poised to get even better. So I don't think there were issues at Texas A&M. I think this is just ultimately a Coach Schlossnagle decision that he wanted to go coach the Texas Longhorns and perhaps work again with Chris Del Conte, who he had a prior and existing relationship with from their time in Fort Worth.
Do you know if he went back to A&M with the offer, the chance to match or beat it?
I have no idea. I do not know the answer to that question.
Richard Zayn from Texags on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. And then, of course, the question that everyone wants to ask you now is how you react and how did you take Schlossnagle's apology yesterday?
When the game ended, I want to publicly apologize to Richard Zayn from Texags. He's a young reporter. He asked the question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after the last pitch, all I could think about was our players. And I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself or the future. So I apologize for that to Richard.
How did you receive that, Richard?
So I've told this to a few people, and in that moment on Monday night when he gave that emotional response, I didn't really think I needed or was owed an apology. I don't think that Coach Schlossnagle did anything wrong. I took it as him calling my question selfish rather than me, an individual, selfish. So I thought it was an emotional response at an emotional time from an emotional coach who had just lost the third game of the national championship series and was dealing with all sorts of emotions. So in that moment, I didn't take any offense from Coach Schlossnagle whatsoever. I know a lot of people online said that I was owed an apology. To hear him say my name during his introductory press conference at the University of Texas was extremely surreal and not something I think any of us at Texags had on our bingo cards this year. But for him to do that, it shows that he felt like he needed and wanted to do that, and I can certainly appreciate that. Jim Schlossnagle was fantastic to me during his 3 years in College Station, provided me plenty of access to his program that I didn't have prior. And, I understand that I've been covering college baseball at Texas A&M for a few years now, but it was, he was always thoughtful in his post-game and pre-game press conferences and media availabilities with me. And, I didn't feel like I needed an apology. I certainly wouldn't have held that question against Coach Schlossnagle if he hadn't apologized, but for him to do so says a lot, and I do appreciate that.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
27. Listen to the maturity right there, Chop. He could teach us
27.
a thing or two.
Peyton's 27. He can't figure out anything.
Richard, what reaction did you get from Aggie fans?
It's been, both sides of the coin, right? Monday night was not very fun. I stayed up far too late Monday night. I only got about an hour and a half of sleep because I was probably foolishly reading everything on our message boards at TexAgs and also in my Twitter mentions. And, a lot of people have said that it seemed like 50-50 in support and also criticizing the timing of the question, which I can understand, but obviously we had information that the rest of the fan base didn't, and that's why the question got asked.
Yeah.
But there's some pretty mean things said about me, about my, where my job standing at TexAgs was and my professionalism and my credibility, and also getting called all sorts of mean names in the book. And for every person that had my support, I felt I don't know if I gave them enough credit because the bad stuff was so obvious to me. But in that moment, Monday night, the number of media people that had my back, not only in Omaha, but also virtually, people I look up to, told me then that I did the right thing as a journalist by asking that question at that time. So I could have lived with it even if Coach Schlossnagle stayed in College Station and I had to be the bad guy. I would have lived with that 100%. But since then, and since the reporting on Tuesday started to come out, things have changed completely. And some people on message boards have said I deserve hero status, which I completely disagree with. I'm just a reporter doing my job. And if I had it all over to do again, I'd ask the question regardless if he was leaving or staying at Texas A&M.
Richard Zayn from TexAgs on the D&M Leasing Hotline. How have the players reacted to this, and who are the possible or probable replacements?
So that's the big question, right? I've seen that Kendall Rogers of D1 Baseball's put out a hot board right now. I think that the head coaching search is in full swing right now for everybody across the street at Texas A&M. And then as far as players go, there have been some comments made on social media from a handful of guys reiterating their loyalty to Texas A&M. Obviously, a few of them have gone into the transfer portal as well. And to be completely honest with you, I don't fault those kids one bit. That's why the transfer portal exists. If coaches can move freely, then players deserve the freedom to do so as well. Just because those players, and some of them are stars, have entered the transfer portal doesn't mean that they can't come back to Texas A&M. It'll all depend on who Texas A&M hires as their next head baseball coach. And I think that there is the desire to get this thing done quickly and to attempt to hold this extremely talented roster together, because it was a club that was so talented they fought through injuries and apparently other distractions to be within one win of a national championship. And for that, those players and those college baseball players, those kids deserve to be commended and deserve all the love and respect that Aggieland has to offer.
Hey, man, great question, great composure, and I think a great interview with us. Thank you so much for the time this morning, and keep crushing it. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you guys. I thank you for the time, and look forward to hopefully doing it again one day.
Well, piss off more coaches, and you'll be back anytime. You're welcome anytime you want. Thank you, Richard. Well done. Richard Zayn, TexAgs on the D&M Leasing Hotline. All right, even if you didn't care about the NBA draft prospects, what about KD, PG, and Jimmy maybe changing the balance of power in the NBA and how it could affect the Mavericks? We'll bring you all the rumors next.
Let's get you over to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Hit that request a nutritionist callback button, and they will be on the horn with you real quick to help you lose some weight. I'm down 30 pounds. That's right. I am down 30 pounds on the Soda Weight Loss program. So happy, so thankful, so grateful for their plan, their coaching, their science that they have used, the structure they've given me with being able to lose the weight and then maintain the lost weight. That's the key, right? Anybody can lose weight on any diet. The moment you get off that diet and the moment you feel like you've hit your weight loss goal, you are right back to where you started. And it happens every single time. You know it's true. That's why Soda and their coaching and their nutritionists will help you. You go from the weight loss portion, and then you go into maintenance. When you're in maintenance,
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by State of the Our Weight Loss, That's Soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333. With Frankel. Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And with the 17th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Dalton Knecht from the University of Tennessee.
Was that the flashy selection after Edey?
Edey was the I think Edey was the big surprise.
Memphis top 10 pick.
Yeah, him going in the top 10. There was a time, a month ago, he was in the 30s, or late 20s, and now he goes number 9 to Memphis. But yeah, I think that was because that's the one that's on SportsCenter all over the place is the Knecht pick. Now, how much of that is because it's A, the Lakers, or B, that he was pretty much a presumptive top 10 pick throughout the draft process. And according to the people on the show last night on the draft, that he dropped because he's 23, and they believe that there's not a whole lot of upside there. He is what he is, and I get it because there's questions like when you're 23 in basketball, like how much of your dominance is because you're just physically stronger and older and bigger than everybody else.
Yeah, and Billis kept referring to him as Roy Hobbs because he came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
Right?
Yeah.
He wasn't balling at your school before last year.
He wasn't at my school before last year.
Exactly.
He was a JUCO kid. Now he grew. Apparently he grew like a few inches. And then he went to Northern Colorado, and he was like a Division II All-American, Conference Player of the Year, Big Sky Player of the Year. And then he goes to Tennessee. And then he becomes the SEC Player of the Year, and he was the runner-up for National Player of the Year. That's pretty much coming out of nowhere.
Look, man, he can score. I loved watching him in the tournament. He's a flat-out baller. Do the Lakers need more offense and no defense? I don't know. They definitely need more shooting, but this kid can ball. But that's going to be a high-profile discussion point from round one. Bronny will own today.
Yeah.
And I was looking at all the rumors yesterday. That's part of the reason I stuck around way, way too long to watch this, even though I don't know any of these players. Mavs will pick at 58 today as it stands right now. And the big rumors yesterday had to do with Paul George and Kevin Durant. Brian Windhorst says the Warriors are prepared to trade for Paul George and offer him a full 4-year max deal. Other teams are prepared to give him the max. Other teams are prepared to trade, but one of them potentially is right there in Golden State. And then Stephen A. Smith dropped this on ESPN.
I am reporting here. Pay no attention to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now. That's number one.
Wait, say that one more time?
They want to
Pay
trade
no
Durant.
attention
Yeah.
to what Phoenix is saying. They want out of Kevin Durant right now.
Wow.
That's number one.
Again,
Number
why
two.
do the Rockets do the deal, Molly?
That's
do
why
it
I
now?
asked you. I was like,
Number
wow.
two.
Okay, go ahead.
Number two, also, Houston doesn't want Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka may want him. But organizationally, they know that they are not there yet. So their plans are more long range. And they would prefer a Devin Booker, who they know it's a slim chance they'll get, but that would be their preference.
Wow. So just to recap, Warriors down to trade for Paul George. I'm more interested in the leftovers for the Mavs purposes. Not that they could go and get them, but just to see what the fallout would be with Klay Thompson, the man who was the X factor. I thought, well, there were two X factors. Kevon Looney did us in a couple years ago.
Kuminga.
Playing like, I thought it was Looney and Wiggins.
Well, Wiggins for sure.
Well, and so what would be the fallout with, I think Wiggins would be available. Klay may feel disrespected and want more money. Would he take 20 a year? But that would be Golden State fallout. And then, of course, the question of what would the Warriors be with Paul George? The Phoenix Suns done with Kevin Durant. Ime Udoka and Durant have a very close relationship, according to the Hoops Collective, Windhorst, McMahon, and those guys. But the Rockets don't view themselves as that close, which I know, think is smart based upon our conversation yesterday. And if they were looking to capitalize and take advantage of Phoenix blowing it up, they would want Devin Booker over KD.
Yeah, I mean, Booker's going to have probably more value just because there's of the age.
8-year difference.
KD he's been around, man. We're not quite at 20 years, but we're getting close. That he's been in the league, it seems like. It's like he's been in this league forever. That's what happens when you get in the league at 19.
Yeah.
I mean, the Sonics were still around when he got in the league.
Yeah.
So it's just a different animal when you're talking about those two guys. Obviously, like, I don't know what KD is. I still think he's a 1. Is he the number 1? Is he still a top 3 player in the league? I don't know anybody that puts him as a top 3 player in the league anymore. Top 5 even. I mean, go down the list. I mean, the top 5 guys. I mean, pretty much everyone says some combination of Joker, Luka, and Giannis.
Yep.
And then fill in the blanks from there. If you want to put LeBron in still, whatever.
Embiid,
yeah. It's a while before you get to Kevin Durant. That doesn't mean that he can't still be a great player. He can't still put 25 in a night. And it doesn't mean he can't win a championship, but is he going to be the top guy on a championship team? I mean, they better have a good team around him.
How about Shams? Well, like we thought they had in Brooklyn and Phoenix.
Yeah.
Both failed. Shams reports that Jimmy Butler is not going to sign an extension with Miami. He's got a player option for about $50 million, and that Jimmy will play out this year, not exercise the player option, and go out into the market. So when you throw Jimmy Butler into the Paul George and Kevin Durant fray, how do you look at that?
In terms of my order of who I would want?
Got to factor everything in. Age, injury, chemistry, all of it.
Man, I love Jimmy. But I don't know. I don't trust Jimmy to care for 6 months. KD, Jimmy, George.
In that order? KD, Jimmy, George?
If I was looking for
Yeah.
If I was a team, KD, Jimmy, George. You?
I think I agree with you.
Yeah, George is clearly 3. I don't think that's close. My Jimmy thing, like in the playoffs, would I rather have Jimmy or KD? I could talk myself into Jimmy.
Yeah,
but
gamer.
He's a gamer. No doubt about that.
All right, let's talk about the Fort Worth story that has gone viral and taken over.
So this happened. I looked to see if this was a fake story, and I could not find anything that said that this was fake.
Right.
So,
I mean, there's video.
Yeah, there's video. Now, was it staged? That's the other thing. I found nothing to suggest this was staged.
So apparently this girl, she's sitting at the airport bar, and she notices this guy and girl
talking.
chumming it up.
Yep. So fast forward to they're on the airplane, and they're sitting, ironically, close enough to where she is in the foreground, and 2 rows behind is this guy on the aisle and this girl in the middle seat. And she is just filming selfie mode, and you see her playing with her eye. And she says she keeps playing with her eye to justify having the camera up so they don't notice anything.
She's recording over her right shoulder.
Yeah. And the caption reads, "If this man is your husband flying United Airlines Flight 2140 from Houston to New York."
Damn, she put the flight number.
Yeah. "He's probably going to be staying with Katie tonight." Him and Katie met at the airport bar and haven't left each other's side since then. He convinced her to change her seat so she could sit next to him and they could drink. I don't know his name, but I know hers because he keeps saying it. He's also said his 8-year-old daughter danced for the Astros opening night.
Oh.
He's from Fort Worth.
Oh!
Says he's a surfer and just got a new surfboard.
If you're a Tolo, call in 877-881-1053. I'm talking about this guy on the hotline. It's reserved for you.
But we know his name. We know his name now.
Okay.
Supposedly, president of the company he works for, flying to New York City for business.
Nothing like a Fort Worth surf company.
Absolutely. Very strange, right? Maybe it's a wake surf. You don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known he was married if he hadn't been wearing his wedding ring. Excuse me rubbing my eye. I didn't know what else to do to self-record. Do your thing, TikTok. Hashtag cheating husbands. Hashtag find the wife.
Wow.
You like that?
You like that?
Now, does she have 24 million TikTok followers?
No,
That's how many views. Okay.
Yes. Woo! And the women on TikTok are applauding her like crazy. This is being, they have discovered this guy.
What's his name?
Let me give the name.
Oh, hell yeah.
Apparently his name is Lynn Stacy.
L-Y?
Uh-huh. It's Lynn Stacy.
S-T-A-C-Y?
S-T-A-C-Y, and his wife's name is Tanya, depending on how much of a 90s country fan she is. So that's the discovering of...
God, please follow me. Please follow me. Twitter, search.
Of this
Twitter
guy.
search.
Now, the question arises, was this the right thing to do? Because two sides. One, she had no proof of cheating. They were talking. They were in a bar, talking, chatting, having fun. No proof of cheating. Or is this girl code? Got to look out for your girl. Or guy code if it was if the situations were reversed.
Wow. 877-881-1053. Pay. Do you have an instant ruling on this?
I mean, like TikTok was made for dances. You know, it seemed like a few years ago. Now it's made.
Yeah,
for,
that
it's
NBA
TMZ.
player who's got like 2.5 million followers who got drafted last night. I can't remember where he went.
Look, I will put my hand up. I'm a loyal guy. So if you're gonna catch someone cheating, do it this way. Put them out there on blast and let them know.
Well, look, I love that she did it for my entertainment.
This is fantastic.
Sorry for the couple. Sorry for the family. That sucks if true. But yeah, I love it for my entertainment. I would never do it unless it's like someone I know. If you're cheating on my friend, I'd get the video evidence. But
and then I'd hold it for ransom.
I'm gonna hold it for ransom. But I sell it to Dallas, Texas TV. But I would not do this myself.
I wouldn't do it myself just because
we're not part of a girl code.
We're not. I try to mind my own business. I don't know. Do they have an open relationship? Is it are they having problems? Is he wearing the ring and he's not married and wearing the ring to get a girl? I wouldn't know.
His name is Lynn Stacy?
That's what the internet, that's what TikTok has discovered.
Okay.
That's what they have discovered.
I'm not seeing a name. I'm not seeing a Twitter account, unfortunately.
And people on the internet are also bringing up from this girl's perspective, like, is this fair to do to the 8-year-old girl? Like this, hey, how'd your parents split up? Well, my dad was cheating on my mom on an airplane, and it got busted up because Caroline got some clicks out of it.
Right.
So, like, there's that side of it. But I think, you got to look out for your fellow man or woman. There's a girl code aspect here. Guy code, girl code. I am a fan of minding my own business. I generally mind my own business. But, I get the codes. I understand the codes.
Yeah. I mean, he was in the wrong. If he was doing
He's in the wrong.
He's in the wrong.
You're going to get caught either. You'll get caught eventually anyway.
All right. I think we have proven that Bobby's segments can be handled by other people. I think Peyton proved that 1 hour ago. Ryan is nodding. Wow, surprisingly in the background. Let's see if we can prove it again as RJ takes over. Below the belt, is Dak in the clear, and will Miami matter to him at all? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Does Tua Tagovailoa have anything to do with Dak Prescott?
What a tease. Already as good as Bobby's.
All right, look at this. The Miami Dolphins do not have a contract yet for Tua. They're in a similar situation. By the way, his nickname has to 100% be Hawk at this point. You can't.
He would not like. Gardner Minshew would laugh at that. I don't think Tua would.
No, he's a religious man. I don't think he'd buy that.
Maybe, but this is. I think they're going to be missing. Someone will have a Miami Dolphin. Is he wear number 1 or 2? He wears number 2, right? Whatever. Someone will have a Tua jersey, and they will change the name on the back and say Hawk.
Oh, no doubt. He's number 1.
Number 1. Or they'll put Hawk Tua with no H.
No doubt.
Someone will make that jersey. Their offer to him, according to reports, is not, I repeat, not in the same ballpark as Trevor Lawrence or Jared Goff. Lawrence signed a 5-year, $275 million deal this month. The Lions gave Goff a 4-year, $212 million deal in May. So 53 and 55. That is what those two guys are going to be making.
Tua threw for 600 more yards than Trevor. Yards per attempt, 8.3 to 7.1. Advantage Tua. Touchdowns, 29 to 21. Tua. Same amount of interceptions.
He said on June 4th, I'm not blind to people in my position that are getting paid. Now, look, he's not on Joe Burrow's level. Joe Burrow's making $55 million. Whose level you're on has never mattered in this league.
Yep.
At least not in the last decade, right? It's been a leapfrog. So, does this impact Dak Prescott at all? The answer is probably no. But Miami seems to be drawing a line in the sand here. And they are not going to be given in. And I wonder if Jerry's leaves he was looking to fall were more Tua than Lawrence or Goff or Burrow or Allen or Mahomes.
I don't think it affects Dak. I don't think anyone saw the Lawrence figure coming. I didn't. I thought Jacksonville would win more of that deal. This is fast. Tua is maybe the most fascinating quarterback in the league to try and figure out. You could throw Lamar into that. Maybe you can throw Hurts into that, but Tua is right at the top for me. Where do you think he should slot in? Behind Goff and ahead of Lawrence? How do you slot those three?
In
money.
Tua? Well, Goff's making less than Lawrence. Right? Goff got 53, Lawrence 55.
Yeah, but how it should be.
Oh, how it should be. Yeah, I think.
Would you go Goff, Lawrence, Tua? See, based upon what they've done, I'm taking Tua. Now, what about
over Lawrence or both?
I'm taking Tua over Lawrence. I'm not sure about Goff yet. I'm having to backtrack on my Jared Goff hate, but how much of it is, again, it's system, it's talent surrounding, it's coaching. Tua has all those advantages over Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
And it's like, will Trevor realize it, get the help? Tua's got an all-world cast.
All-world cast.
He's I told you, he's the point guard in Mike D'Antoni's offense.
All-world cast. I could easily make the case that, Tua's got the best weapons at wide receiver, running back in the NFL, and coach.
Yep.
He's got great weapons.
Yes.
You can throw San Francisco in the mix too. Look, if you were to tell me that Trevor Lawrence is top 3 upside player in the league, I'll totally buy it. He's got size, speed, arm. He's got everything. There's a reason he was picked number 1, but he hasn't realized it. Sooner or later you got to realize it. He has not. And then Goff, it took him a while to figure things out. But he seems to have figured things out.
So who's reporting that they're doing this, where they are with Tua?
Schefter was on this. This is populated by an aggregator.
Yeah.
But they're all on this.
Pepe, how do you feel about Tua? Fantasy monster versus reality what?
I'm more higher on him than I think the other two, Lawrence and Goff. But I mean, it's close because I still hold Lawrence to a high standard. I think what he did his first year, maybe his second year, they're getting Jacksonville to the playoffs, winning a playoff game. I still hold him accountable for that. But Tua, I mean, man, that offense is lethal out there. And it might be because of the weapons he has, but his arm strength, I mean, he can dominate out there.
Not because of his arm strength. You know that the arm strength is his knock, right?
Okay, maybe. Sure, maybe it's not Lawrence or Herbert, but I don't think it's terrible.
We're talking about Tua here still, right?
Tua, yeah.
Yeah,
He checked out.
He's
Thursday after his segment, he bailed 7:40.
I think we sometimes confuse him. Like he throws a lot of touch. Like I think that's by design. But I mean, when he tries to throw deep, I mean he's throwing change-ups a lot of times out there. That's tough to do in Buffalo.
And by the way, big legal win for Dak yesterday. A judge dismissed the lawsuit claiming sexual assault against him in Collin County. So they had tried to move the accuser, trying to move counties on Dak, and the judge is like, nope, get it out of here as well. And now we're going to see how much she possibly has to pay him back for what the legal system is saying were BS claims.
Yes, and if these are truly BS claims, I think that we do not punish people for false claims and false accusations enough. I think we need to have much harsher punishments, be that for any kind of violence, assault, anything. If you're making false claims to somebody, who was that actor that said they did the false claim?
Jesse?
Smollett?
Yeah.
Anything like that. If you're making false, because there are real problems out there. People are really being victims of domestic violence or sexual abuse, victims of racism. And then when you fake it, it diminishes the people who are actually getting hurt that need us to believe it.
Because this is what we fought with a lot of Cowboy fans when we're like, we're not going to judge it. It seems like it's BS, but then you go and say that on the radio and it gets proven and you diminish someone who's the victim of sexual assault. But now basically, not because of this case, any woman who brings this up, we're like, money grab. You're targeting an athlete. You're after the finances. Unless we have a P. Diddy video to go along with it or a Ray Rice video, we're like, nah, you're after it. You're after the money.
Right.
That's the way the overall general reaction usually is. Especially from men.
A lot of times it can. Yes.
And a lot of women.
A lot of times. There's no doubt about it. So I think that, you definitely need to pay for false accusations far more harshly than we do. Franklin, Injured Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053 on the Goff Lawrence Tua. Lawrence has the least amount of help, put him in Miami, and my gosh. Tua reminds me of Kurt Warner. No one pays attention to him, and then the end of the season, he's got the best stats. The problem with Tua is on any given time, he's one play away from being done for the year. A lot of guys you could say that about.
Well, Tua with the concussion stuff.
Tua's concussion. Aaron Rodgers. Peyton Russell. Who is Sean King?
Well, he's a political guy, isn't he?
Wow. Impressive. What a trick question by you.
What a trick question.
One of your favorites.
Sean King, not the guy who tried to take down Peyton Manning unsuccessfully, but
man, there was a 2 or 3 month rage fest of choppy towards Sean King.
Yep.
What happened to him?
He was at the Daily News, and I think he left and he went on his own thing. He's still out there. He still's got a prominent social media account. Sean King, the football player, the former Tampa Bay Buccaneer quarterback, Tulane. He was the quarterback at Tulane back in 1998 when they went undefeated. He said this to Ty Dunn. Remember Ty Dunn? He did the Mike McCarthy Fed Up piece.
Oh.
So whatever Ty Dunn's website is, Go Long, his articles, he wrote, he called Aaron Rodgers one of the most talented throwers we've ever seen but one of the most selfish and self-centered quarterbacks of my generation. He says, I can understand. I got something to do on OTAs week 2. I'm going to have to miss week 3 of OTAs. I'll be there for the 4th day. Or I got to come and I got to leave. But being so selfish that you can't reschedule that other thing to be at the mandatory minicamp where there's going to be a lot of media and you're going to be, you're going to put your head coach in a difficult spot because of how they got to answer the questions when you aren't here, you are selfish. Guys got to email that schedule right after the last game. Wow, I didn't know that.
After the last game?
That schedule's been out since the Jets finished the season. Guys get emailed the schedule of minicamp right after the last game. So it's not like he hasn't known when mandatory minicamp is. Wow, I had no idea. I thought minicamps and OTAs were scheduled, in the offseason.
After the Super Bowl, at least?
Yeah, not after the last game. Okay, that changes a lot. Look, I think Johnny Manziel. I think Jamarcus Russell. I think guys who are who are picked highly and then don't study. That's selfish. Aaron Rodgers missing a minicamp not only won't cost the Jets a single game, won't even cost them a snap. I don't believe. I think minicamps and OTAs are a complete waste of time. Now, are they more important for the quarterback? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. I mean, guys seem to do fine without minicamps and OTAs in 1976.
I'm looking at Bobby's honorary Texan plaque, and I'm thinking about what he would say right here during his segment about the guy he hates so much.
I know.
And he would kind of relate it to Micah Parsons and say, you're supposed to be the leader. You talk about culture all the time, and you're going to skip part of that. I got more of a problem with him than you do. I'm back to hating Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I'm interested. You're really smart. I want to listen to what smart people have to say when he goes on McAfee, but now I'm back to hating him.
Oh, look, I think he definitely was in the wrong. You have to go to, you're the quarterback, you're a leader, you've got to go to minicamp. But like selfish, I think of selfish as a player like that, and I'm just going to harp too much on that one word, but I think it's a player that just doesn't study and leaves their players out hanging, the organization hanging.
The NBA has taught me why the rest of the world hates the Dallas Cowboys. Day 2 of the draft and some Cowboy bitter pills for me to swallow. Final hour, Thursday edition starts with that.
Let's get you over to A.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France, and France's JL Boron-Bresse.
The French takeover last night. Final hour, fist bump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Bobby out on vacation. We got Peyton and Rai in the back.
All right, I want you to just take your radio hat off here for a second. Put yourself in Adam Silver's 6'3", 140-pound body.
Okay.
You're the commissioner of the NBA. You've known for a year that the draft is going to be on this day. Don't you figure out how to pronounce Zachary Rizache's name a little bit better?
What did he say? Let's play it. Rizache.
The first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon.
It's pretty evident it's Zachary.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I know they're doing the same thing. Well, I can't remember where that college was, where they butchered everybody's name because they had the people spell their name phonetically, right? And like it made people screw up. It made whoever was orating the thing screw up.
Rizache.
Yeah.
Rizache,
right? It's just, I don't know. But he just was very slow to go through it. You would think you would, this guy's going to be the number one pick, or at least the top two. You would practice the name.
You would think so. Well, this week and last night finally let me know why the rest of the country, some of the rest of the country, hates the Dallas Cowboys. It's the New York Knicks that gave me the sobering reality. The Knicks are being covered like the Dallas Cowboys this entire week. And Stephen A. Smith is a common focal point because he's got to do his fake cowboy hatred thing and his diehard, I'm the number one fan of the New York Knicks thing.
105 the fan.
105 the fan.
The New York Knicks behind the Mavericks were my favorite team to watch in the NBA playoffs because of the games at the Garden. I loved watching the games at the Garden. It warmed my heart to see Latrell Sprewell and John Starks and Patrick Ewing and all the former Knicks there. It felt like a big family.
Yeah.
I love the atmosphere. I love the electricity. I did not want to miss a Knicks home game, even though I wasn't necessarily rooting for them because I don't want to continue to be all-time wrong about Jalen Brunson. But RJ, my God, the discussion and the topics over non-all-stars like Mikal Bridges and OJ Imamumi,
it's OG, not OG.
It is so cowboy-esque.
Oh, I know.
It's making me sick, and now I get it with the rest of people outside of DFW of being hit and hammered over the head over and over and over by a team who didn't even make it to the NBA Finals. It is suffocating me. And it's insufferable. They're the number one topic over adding two non-all-stars. It's sickening. And now I get it from everyone else's perspective on our football team. I can't take it. I can't take it.
They're talking about the Knicks like they're actually the Yankees.
Yeah.
Like the Knicks.
The World Series winning Yankees.
Yeah. Like the Knicks are an irrelevant franchise in nationally. They have
not anymore.
They have an appeal because people like to see the Garden, which that gets old after about 2 weeks. And they've never been. But the problem is that you're in all these shows are based out of New York City, and that has captivated the town, and they think, oh my God, we got to talk about this because this is the biggest thing going. When in reality, nobody cares.
They must care, otherwise they wouldn't be covering them like this. It's like I told you about the WNBA stuff. I do think they're pressured because of some female hires that they have made. to talk about the WNBA, and they have WNBA games, so they're trying to protect broadcast rights as well. But they're talking about the Knicks not just because they're Stephen A's fake favorite team. It's New York City, number one.
It's New York City.
You always tell me it is a basketball town, I hear that all the time. I know people talk about baseball town, but I hear deep down ingrained it's a basketball town. But from Josh Hart and Julius Randle on the NBA Finals set, adding nothing with commentary, to now I know how people felt when Michael Gallup was a topic on First Take. It's like, Michael, this is not being discussed anywhere else if it's not on the Cowboys.
Right, but I think the Knicks thing has always been overrated, like the New York City point guard. The Knicks Pacers series, which went 7 games, right? Was out.
This Knicks Pacers didn't go 7.
Yeah, did it not? Knicks Pacers went 7.
No,
it was 2, and then the Pacers won 3 straight, and then they.
What?
Yeah, it was 2-3-2. Knicks Pacers.
Yeah, I think this one went 7. I'll look it up. But real quick, the TV ratings, they got less. First of all, New York City accounts for 6% of all TVs in the country. All TVs. That's by far the largest. 7.
Did it go 7?
Yeah, their 7-game series against Indiana had less viewers per game.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. I was thinking Boston, Indiana.
Oh yeah, that was 4. Yeah,
my
4.
bad.
But the Knicks 7-game series with Indiana was beat by Minnesota Denver. Now, this is the Knicks. I mean, again, 6% of all TVs in the whole country are in New York City. At any one point, they have like 30 million people in the general market that could be watching games or whatever. I think it's 15 million households or something like that, but 30.
Man.
And it got beat by Denver and Minnesota and only got 5 million people to watch it. So it got a NBA playoff series that you got have to talk about this team, only doubled a regular season Caitlin Clark Angel Reese game. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
I can't take it. Mikal Bridges and OJ Anunoby getting treated like Dallas Cowboys superstars, and Stephen A is at fault for both of them.
Yeah.
Bad with the Cowboys and celebrating New York. So I had to get that off my chest. I can't take any more Knicks coverage. And I love watching their games. Love watching their games at Madison Square Garden. But now they're Celtics 2.0 and everything. Let's talk about Bronny. And I may be guilty of what I just criticized, but I've always been fascinated by this. You know that I've been fascinated by the Bronny topic. From doing him a disservice to LeBron wanting to play with him to a team trying to steal him from the Lakers. Does it lock up LeBron in LA if the Lakers take him today with the second round starting at 3 p.m.? Does it infuriate him and make him want to leave if they pass on him and let him go undrafted? Would LeBron leave the Lakers to go play in Dallas or somewhere else, or someone else who could maybe leapfrog to get in front of the Lakers? All these are my Bronny topics that I've been fascinated by.
We'll find out today where he goes.
We'll find out.
We should know by about 5 p.m.
Is this a joke that he is this much of a topic?
What? Yeah, I mean, what other second-round pick has ever been this much of a topic?
But like, if you're Bronny, are you sitting there? And I know you might not care, but are you sitting there like, man, I'm only being discussed because of my dad?
Maybe. Yeah, he probably thinks that. But I also think that he might think he's entitled to that. Like, I'm LeBron James's kid. Of course they're going to talk about me. Why wouldn't they? Be insulted if they didn't.
And is he only getting drafted because he's LeBron's kid?
I think so. I think if he wasn't LeBron's kid, he's still back at USC. He's not even trying to go to the league.
Yeah.
But
what did you think of Rich Paul and his strategy of not letting him talk to any other teams? And Rich Paul came out and said, this is what I do with everyone. I try to target who's interested, and we're not going to waste our time with other people. He tried to say, this is what I do with other people.
Yeah, I mean, I buy it. Like, from an agent standpoint, you don't, like, your number one goal is to get the kid drafted, but your number two goal, or really 1A, is to get them to the best position possible to succeed.
Yeah.
And if you're Rich Paul, okay, that's obviously the Lakers for one, because you get to be around his father every day. And then two is you want to have him in another place where...
He mentioned the Lakers, Minnesota at 37, and the Mavs at 58 because of Uncle Nico.
Yeah, and then...
And Toronto. Masai loves Bronny. He said that Toronto at 31.
And Phoenix was the other team, right? That was another team, but I don't think Toronto's going to take him at 31.
He said, quote, if the Lakers don't take him at 55, Dallas would take him at 58 and give him a guaranteed deal.
That's the other thing. He's like, no two-way deal. You're not going to be sending us to the G League. It's going to be a guaranteed deal. Now, if you send us G League, fine, but we're not going to be on G League money. Yeah, I don't have a problem with him wanting to do that for his client. I think that's what a smart GM would do. Is it realistic? It's realistic from the Lakers' perspective. I don't know. The Mavs really going to give him a guaranteed deal? They going to take a roster spot up? Really? I don't know.
And Mark Stein had said the Mavs would have interest in selecting Bronny at 58. Also realize it's extremely unlikely that James will still be available for selection. What are you rooting for more on the fan text? That someone leapfrogs the Lakers to steal him, or that the Lakers pass on him?
The better story.
What's better drama? What's juicier?
The Lakers passing on him is juicy. That's really, really
Or does
juicy.
someone to come up the pick before?
Or
the
trade
Mavs,
up.
The Mavs trade up the pick before and take him.
If the Mavs trade up and take him, that's phenomenal. That's so juicy.
I can see Cuban doing it.
Well, Cuban's not charging anymore, Sean.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That has to be by Patrick Dumont.
My bad.
Yeah, I could see it. That'd be great. That would be so good if they did that. But I think the juicy one is the Lakers passing on him, because what kind of tension would that bring between LeBron and the Lakers? Would that mean LeBron is going to go to whatever team drafted him? And then what if he gets to 58 and the Mavs say no? Would the Lakers sign him as an undrafted free agent?
And Rich Paul has also come out and said, forget about this package deal. They tried to throw cold water on that real quick.
Yeah.
He said, LeBron isn't going to take a minimum deal in Phoenix if the Suns draft Bronny. And that would probably have to apply here.
LeBron is in a situation...
Although we don't have a big three, we got a big two.
Right.
They're paying Beal as well.
Yes. LeBron is in a situation where he has aspirations of owning a team. He's not going to take $1 million deal. He wants his $50 million. He wants his $150 million. He wants that money to grow his empire. This is about more than just basketball at this point for him.
Do you want the Mavericks to end up with Bronny James today? My answer is yes.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Shoot ya.
Pepe?
As Dawson would say.
Draft a legit prospect at 58 or jump into the circus?
Give me all the content in the world. I want Bronny, baby. I might have to pay $500 for a Tuesday night game or whatever, but you know what? I'm going to do it.
$500 for
a ticket.
Yeah, but for what? Why?
Because Bronny James is in there. On the team.
Bronny
He's
James.
on the team.
Oh, I thought you were saying because of LeBron. And what percentage do you think, if the Mavs draft Bronny, what percentage would you give them at adding LeBron? Because it's Dallas, not a scrub market.
Nope.
Luka and Kyrie.
Oh, I think though to add LeBron,
because we have a different percentage than like Toronto. We should have a higher percentage than the Raptors if the Raptors drafted him.
You would think so. I guess my question would be, and I'm not.
I'll say it's go ahead.
I'm not versed in the cap enough, but I do know they have no money.
Right.
So in order to get LeBron, my assumption is that they can't do it without paying a super penalty or trade. They would have to trade Kyrie or everybody else in the roster. And just do nothing but rookie deal guys.
Let us know, y'all, and we'll ask the KMC Masterpiece during Crosstalk as well. Day 2 of the draft, all Bronny at 3 p.m. our time today. We have a brand new article out. You got Calvin Watkins' number?
I do. I'm sure.
Ask Calvin if he's available in 5 minutes.
Hey, Calvin, you available in 5 minutes?
Fed up Not quite. But the relationship between Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys isn't perfect. That just came out. Let's update you on it next.
But if you want Hawk Tua, you better get Blue Chewa. Chewables from Blue Chew. Same active ingredients as those other pills, like the blue pill, only in a chewable form at a fraction of the cost, and you can get a mint flavor now. Head on over to BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We try to bring you the news as quickly as possible, even though others say that they do. We actually try to live up to it. Here on the home of the Rangers and Cowboys, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40, and this just dropped from the Dallas Morning News and Calvin Watkins. Fed up? Not quite, but relationship between Mike McCarthy and Cowboy executives is not perfect. Did you send Calvin a text message?
Yep, he's good to go. Give him a call right now.
Oh, wow. Excellent. Some very interesting notes here. Here are the headlines I wrote down in the commercial break. Mike McCarthy, and this is in response to that Tyler Dunn, Mike McCarthy is fed up. Mike McCarthy isn't too worried about the Cowboys because he believes they will definitely be better in 2024. Is that delusional? He was a little bit irked by Joe Witt not being promoted to defensive coordinator, his guy, instead going to Dan Quinn in D.C. Had a similar close relationship with Rob Davis, who left here after some years. McCarthy was not happy with the timing of the Zeke signing. Not because they signed him. He wanted Zeke signed during the draft process, so he didn't lose him to someone else. Is that delusional? Improvement. Oh, that Mike McCarthy may not view the Cowboys' lack of moves as negatively as the rest of us because of moves like Cooks and Gilmore, and he believes in draft and develop. So some very interesting nuggets here from Calvin Watkins, our guy from the Dallas Morning News on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Calvin. Thanks for joining us. How are you, man?
I'm good. What's going on?
You tell us. You're the one that's going and doing some digging here. Obviously, this article that came out, McCarthy fed up, created headlines. What did you find out that kind of countered that?
It really wasn't so much a counter. It was more about, is he fed up with everything? And I think every coach in the league can probably complain about something, with their owner or their general manager. And Mike is no different. Did he want Joe Witt as a defensive coordinator over Mike before they ventured down the path of Mike Zimmer? Yes. But he accepted it and said, okay, I love Mike Zimmer and he's cool. Does he want Dak re-signed and CeeDee Lamb re-signed? Of course he does. What coach who's coaching the Cowboys wouldn't want that?
Right.
Is he understanding that the salary cap has been a detriment to the Cowboys because they've paid so many veterans big money and they haven't really signed, guys like Dak and CD sooner, and that has affected the cap in future years so they could get some veterans? Yes. However, last year, two of the most prominent players on their team they acquired by trade, right? Did he want Zeke Elliott signed a little bit quicker during the draft process? Yes. But they got it done. So there are little things that bother McCarthy. Does he want a contract extension? Well, hell yeah, he does. He likes living here. His daughters are playing volleyball. He lives in Allen. He's enjoying Texas better than what he thought. His wife loves it here. Yeah, who wouldn't want to secure security in their job? So, yes, those are a lot of things that he wants. But is he fed up and he says, I hate Jerry and Steven, they're cheapskates? From people I've talked to, that is false. But like I said, every coach in the league can complain about their owner.
Calvin, the first thing that jumped out to me is the main reason he's not worried is his belief the Cowboys will improve in 2024. Now, you know this, covering this team as closely as you do. No fan basically would agree with that assessment and thought. Does Mike McCarthy really believe that they're better compared to last year, for real? He might be right, but right now all of us think that's crazy.
I would agree with you that that's crazy. I don't think this team is as good as it was last year, as it's currently constructed. I think everyone got better in the division, but the Cowboys. The biggest thing they did was get Eric Kendrick inside linebacker, and they replaced the left tackle and they replaced the center with rookies in the draft. You're going to expect Mozzie Smith, who was last year's first-round pick, to play better. Anything's better than what we saw last year. Yeah. So, but I don't think this team is as good as it was last year. But McCarthy he has to believe that we will be better next year. He thinks Dak will be even better this upcoming season. And Dak was like in the MVP conversation. I think he finished second to Lamar Jackson. So I'm not saying McCarthy's crazy, but I'm like, hey, I don't know what he's saying, but hey, but he's the expert. I'm not. So yeah, but we'll find out.
Calvin, do you think Mike has less of a problem with the way they haven't signed people because of the whole draft, develop, and re-sign philosophy that Steven always preaches? Do you think Mike has much less of a problem with the lack of big splash offseason move than the rest of us?
Yeah, I think so, because he looks at it as if draft and develop, CeeDee Lamb, Deron Bland, Trayvon Diggs, Micah Parsons. Those are 4 Pro Bowl players right there. Tyler Smith, forgot about my man Tyler Smith at guard. Those 5 players that you drafted in the last 6-7 years, that have been productive players. So draft and develop does work. Now, the downside to that is when you have players who you've drafted that become excellent players or elite players, it means you got to pay them big money. And the problem is the Cowboys have to work a little bit quicker in getting these deals done than what they've had in the past. Dak Prescott's agent, Todd France, was smart. The Cowboys waited a year too late to get Dak taken care of, and then Todd France said, okay, let's get a deal done. Let's get a 4-year deal instead of a 5-year deal.
Yeah.
Because Todd France we go back to the table. Now they're going back to the table, and the price has gone up, where Dak might get $55 or $60 million on the average salary, which is among the highest in the league, which is what he was getting before. And then now, as you know, other guys get their money. CeeDee Lamb's going to get one of the highest contracts for a wide receiver in the history of the game. Micah Parsons has told us, I'm waiting till next year to get my money because he knows the price is going up.
Yeah.
Micah wants to get one of the highest contracts for a non-quarterback in the history of the game. So the Cowboys can go to his agent, David Mugoleta, and say, hey, we'll give you all this money. And David's going to be like, oh, we'll wait. We're going to wait. We're going to wait.
Yeah.
So you're like, unless you overpay him now, but if I'm Micah Parsons' agent, why would I take the money now? I want to see what CD's going to get. I want to see what Dak's going to get. I want to see what Tua in Miami's going to get. I want to, your guy in Buffalo, he might go back to the table himself because his average salary has dropped because everybody else's contracts have gone up at his position. So the Cowboys are kind of stuck in a tough situation. But at the same time, sometimes you got to say, you know what, the hell with it. Let's just give him what he wants and keep it moving, and let's do it right now.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, joins here 105 through the Fan. Why are they so hell-bent on Zeke? And
that's a good question. No, I don't know.
Because it just doesn't make sense. Like the organization went away from paying running backs, and they went away from prioritizing the position. And I'm not saying they're doing that now because they're obviously not. He's not making he's not making $14 million anymore. But they're bringing him back, and he keeps declining in yards per carry.
Yeah, I think the problem with them is everyone talked about the Zeke contract a couple of years ago, that they should never have paid him, but that's revisionist history. Zeke was holding out. He was still in his prime, and they had to pay him. So now you could talk about the length of the contract and those kinds of things, but they were forced to pay him because he held out. Same thing with Zach Martin. He held out last year. He's going to hold out this year. They're going to pay these guys, right? So my problem with Zeke coming back is there's all kinds of running backs. They're running around out here. You could have found someone younger and maybe for the same price, maybe a little bit higher, and they'd be on your football team. And they didn't do that. In the draft, there were all kinds of running backs running around. We're just waiting to get drafted. Cowboys had a particular round where they thought the running backs would be there in the third and fourth round. They weren't there. They still could have drafted a running back in the sixth or seventh round. They didn't do it. So they were going to bring Zeke back. And I watched Zeke the last 5 or 6 games in New England last year. He did look a lot better. He is healthy. Now is he Zeke Elliott from when you first drafted him 6, 7 years ago? No, he's not. He'll never get back to that. But it's almost like Moneyball. So what I mean is, at that position, you want to run the ball 200 times, right?
Yeah.
So we'll divide 200 times among 3 running backs: Zeke, Rico Dow, and Malik Davis. And then CD will get an end around. Dak will do a direct snap or whatever, run the ball. So we'll get out 200 carries from 4 or 5 different guys. The average, we hope, will get to be 4. If you get 4 yards a carry, then you're good. So that's how they're looking at that position. So don't look at Zeke as a 200 carry back. Look at Zeke as he's going to get 170, 175 yards. I'm going to see 170 carries in a season. And everybody else will pick up the difference to get to 200.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News, taking us inside the Mike McCarthy front office dynamic. One of the other things you wrote, Calvin, is some of McCarthy's issues are a byproduct of dealing with today's players. What does that mean?
Micah Parsons. We love Micah Parsons. He's a cool young kid from PA, Pennsylvania. He wants Micah Parsons in for the off-season camp from day one. That's not how Mike operates. Micah operates how he operates. So, and it irked McCarthy that Parsons wasn't in the voluntary workout at the start of the off-season program. It bothered him. But he understood, hey, this is one of our best players. He's going to be here for the next 5 to 10 years, or however long it's going to be. So I got to manage this. But he was not happy with Parsons not being here. But he increased the communication with Parsons because he knows he needs Micah Parsons on his side. A happy Micah Parsons is a happy football player and a happy football team. So while Mike didn't like the fact that Parsons wasn't there, and Micah works on his own, and he's wrestling sumo wrestlers in Japan, and boxers. Like there was a situation where Micah showed up at the facility for a promo shoot for the team and left and didn't work out. So it's like, well, you can't work out. You're here. Nah, I'm gonna do these photos and pictures and videos, and I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna work out at McKinney and do some boxing and all that, but I can't come here to the Stars. It's right there, not that far. McKinney and Frisco, not that far. Last I checked. So I think those types of things bothers him, but he's got to learn to manage it because these are today's players. Players today are using their voices more and more. Mike, as you know, does a podcast or a live stream, whatever they're calling it. So back in the old days, you would tell a player, hey, shut up, stop doing that, be quiet. And the player would go, yes, sir. Not today. You can't do that anymore. So he's got to manage that. As you know, Mike grew up old school. He grew up under Marty Schottenheimer. And they were old school Jets with Kansas City back in the 90s. So So he's had to learn to live with how players have a voice or using their voices more than ever before.
Calvin, one side topic, final one for you. Do they want to re-sign Dak, or is this a wait-and-see season again?
I think they want to re-sign Dak. I really do. But it's funny, like when you talk to Dak's people, they go, yeah, we want to be here forever. And even Dak will say that. But they also say, if they don't re-sign us, someone's going to pay us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So if I'm Dak Prescott, I got a beautiful house in Prosper. I'm good. I got all the money a man could ever want. But if you don't want me here long term, New Orleans will pay me. Vegas will pay me. Maybe the Giants will pay me. There are all kinds of teams that are going to need quarterbacks next year. And the draft's going to have another good crop of quarterbacks coming out. So I think the Cowboys do want to re-sign Dak. But the problem is they're going to have to pay Dak a lot of money. And Jerry Jones is one of the owners in the league that is trying to get the league to say the quarterback position needs his own salary cap because this money is going astronomically high. Like the NBA has got all these different bird rights and mid-level exemptions and all that kind of stuff, and you can re-sign your own guy at a max.
Yeah.
I think the NFL needs to get something to that. They need that in a sense, because like wide receiver, that price is going up. And I've read reports from other people that will say the wide receiver position, that's going to get devalued now because the receivers coming out of college that are ready to go right now. So now receivers, you better cash in now because that's going to be turning into a running back position where they're not going to pay you guys anymore because that price is going up and up and up, and the college receivers are ready to go. So, and I think Jerry sees all that and he's trying to manage all this money. And with the quarterback, he does not want to go back to QB purgatory. And you guys remember when Aikman retired, they had nobody at quarterback. They had nobody. Drew Henson and Quincy Carter and, Ryan Leaf and all these guys. And they had Drew Bledsoe and Tony Romo saved the day, and that wasn't even guaranteed. They didn't even know. And then he saved the day. So Jerry does not want to go back to not having a quarterback. And you could say, well, what about Trey Lance? Well, if I'm Trey Lance, I got to beat out Cooper Rush to be the number 2 guy, right?
Yeah.
I got to ball out in the preseason, in the 3 preseason games. I got to ball out, be the number 2 guy. And if Dak doesn't have his contract, I have to at least convince the front office that I could be your guy going forward. I don't know if he can do that. That's the problem, is that there's no one on the horizon they believe in that can replace Dak.
Great article. Thank you for making the time on short notice, and we'll see you on the beach in a few weeks.
Hey, you guys have a great day. Thank you for thinking of me.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving us content.
Absolutely.
The great Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Let's see who Kevin Hagelin thinks the Mavs could draft today. Crosstalk with the fellows next. But Jay Ochoa, one of our top Tolos, always show up to the firehouse.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
As you can see on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, the fellas are out on the road. Good morning, Corey Majors. Where are you?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, right off of 114 and Main Street. Come see us. We are, and this is a nice drive. It's nice and beautiful. I got some trees right here around the location.
I will tell you, the drive here did not irritate me as much as a frequent morning drive.
I'm with you.
We are on the indoor patio, right to the left. So as soon as you walk in, you can come see us and say hi. And we already got a couple Tolos hanging out with us right now.
Do you ever get worried when you see the garage doors that, like, all of a sudden it's going to open and a car is going to pull in?
No, because there's a whole gate right in front of the door.
Just a question.
Kevin. I do get concerned with garage doors, though, that they'll fall on me. I'm always concerned about that they'll fall and I won't be able to stop
That's
it.
interesting.
Yeah.
Tolbert garage door.
There you go.
That would never happen.
Oh, Tony Tolbert. Yeah.
No.
I don't believe it's
Not
Tony.
Jalen Tolbert either.
Kevin,
Yeah, nobody cares about Jalen. He ain't that good.
Kevin, what jumped out to you last night, if anything, with round one?
I was pretty shocked that, look, I'm proud of you, Mike, for getting this done. I was pretty shocked that Ron Holland went number 5. In fact, the odds of that, I believe, were 3,300 to 1 that he was going to go in the top 5.
Oh.
So,
And why does Mike get credit?
because he's from Duncanville.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he beat his teammate Anthony Black, who was the 6th pick last year.
Oh, y'all got in the top 5 then. That's
yeah, we're
nice.
in the top 5 for the first time, Corey.
Yeah.
Top 5 for Duncanville.
Still, Brian Adams has a #1 overall pick, and y'all don't. So,
Did he just
that'd be
absolutely?
awesome.
Did you know, Mike, watching him? You're like, this is NBA.
Yes. Yeah. When
And he's definitely belongs in the NBA.
Yeah,
I just didn't think he would go that high.
Yeah, watching him and Anthony Black, and at the time, Penny Hardaway's kid was there at one point. He left, and he's at Memphis now. But, you knew the athleticism and everything was there, that he was going to be an NBA player. And we'll see how he turns out. He went to a really bad franchise who needs a lot of help.
Kevin, was there a pick you were just shaking your head like, what are you guys doing?
I mean, that
one.
Sorry, Mike. That one might have been the one. I could see that. I was really surprised Filipowski didn't go in the first round. I know there's some issues now that come along with that. And then I was also surprised. I'm not saying it's going to be bad, but just I'm surprised how far up in the draft Zach Edey went.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I know his stock had really gone up. I thought he was going to be, 17-ish. So to see him go in the top 10 when there was so much concern about his athleticism, I know he's huge and he has a gigantic wingspan. He feels like potentially a center of bygone era. But maybe it'll work out. Obviously, he was great in college.
50 years ago, he's not only the #1 pick,
God.
he's the he'll be rookie of the year and the MVP.
And
in his
people would have
first
been
year.
scrambling to watch this draft, or the draft lottery,
Yeah.
like, oh my God, who's going to get Zach Edey?
Right.
Who's going to get Zach Edey?
But he doesn't even have a Patrick Ewing mid-range jumper. He's got nothing. He's got a hook shot. That's it.
I'm curious how that's going to work out. Although the most shocking thing I learned all day is that as an American, I had been mispronouncing the #1 draft pick's last name. I heard so many people say it was Risaker, and I thought that was his last name. And so when Adam Silver announced it, I was like, what? So that was pretty stunning, too.
You're not very global, so we knew right away
That's true.
because he was
That's
from
fair.
France.
Wait,
That
do we
is
think
fair.
that Silver sang it correctly?
Well, it's weird, right? Because
is that Givney or Givney? Speaking of mispronouncing, that's not the way he's been. Drop it.
Zachary Rizache.
Okay.
Risache?
Yeah.
I've heard Risache.
And then you get to the second pick from France, and they're like, no, it's Alex Sarr. You would have thought it was like Alex Sarr, but it's just Alex Sarr.
Dude, people still mispronounce or don't get Dirk the same 20
there are
years
people
later.
still call him Dunkich.
Chance to Reef.
Mike, have you scouted anyone at 58?
No.
Kevin,
I knew that was going to be.
Who could they look at 58?
Trent Flowers from Australia.
Yeah, somebody from foreign lands that you hold the rights to.
Look, I was going to say Trent
Draft and
Flowers
stash.
from Australia has Dallas Mavericks draft pick all over it. There's actually another kid from Australia who I'm drawing a blank on. KJ Simpson from Colorado is another consideration. AJ Mitchell from UC Santa Barbara. Look, it's tough because, I mean, you have the last pick in the draft, and, you know, Bronny's probably going to be gone.
Are the Australian players qualified for the job?
Oh. Corey,
They have koala bears.
Corey, you have to pick one.
Qualified.
You gotta pick one to root for. Someone jumps one spot ahead of the Lakers to steal Bronny,
I root for that.
or the Lakers pass on Bronny, like he goes by and maybe infuriates LeBron. And would you want the Dallas Mavericks to end the day with Bronny James on their team? Which one of those scenarios?
Okay, first off, Boston still has their pick right in front of LA, right? So I definitely would love to see Boston be like, double middle fingers, we're taking this pick from you, and now you're screwed, LeBron. Do you want to come to Boston or not? But I mean, they're still part of this dream. It's like, hey, would LeBron just...
Because you think LeBron is
would he
coming
jet
with
and go
Bronny?
be a Maverick
How's that
and
going to work
hang out with
financially?
Kyrie and love Luka and hang out with his son in Dallas for a while? So, yeah, I would totally take that. If he was just sitting there at 58, he's the last pick. I mean, what else are you going to get? Something...
I think at 58, he's not a bad value.
Not at all.
No, I mean, I guess if he
can
wants
dribble.
if he wants a Jaden Hardy contract, that's a little tough, but that's okay. I guess I was watching Paul Pierce this morning. I was flipping channels, just seeing what the morning shows were talking about. He has to be the stupidest person in the history of mornings to have a microphone.
Man,
like,
hell
he
yeah.
is-
I'm not at the bottom anymore.
You know what? I wasn't flipping channels. I was on YouTube, and so it was before yesterday's draft. He's like, I think LA should take Bronny at 17. There's usually not the best players at 17, so what's the point? And I'm like,
Giannis.
you're a moron. And then I was just like, I'm turning this off. You're the stupidest person to ever have a microphone. You're doing no research at all. And I was just like, I know that Skip doesn't get ratings anyways, but I was like, putting on this moron is not helping.
Yeah.
The other morning show has Tim Hardaway Sr. on and Plaxico Burress.
That's horrible.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Wow.
That's pretty bad.
They're
Like,
just
could-
good combination.
Could Tim Sr. or Paul Pierce basketball talk? Mike, you have to pick.
I'll lean towards Tim Sr. because I don't think he's higher on alcohol.
Yeah, and at least Tim Sr. wasn't overrated.
Oh, here we go.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, Paul Pierce just a guy, man.
Just a guy.
Just a guy.
You think when Reed Shepard went third, Tim Hardaway Sr.'s like, nah, my kid's better.
Oh, 100%.
He's a better
I
shooter.
really liked Paul Pierce for a long time while he played. And then he
what
stopped
happened?
playing and started saying things, and I was like, not so, as much of a fan. But I guess the guy thing is because he had to have the other two guys shipped in onto his team for him to win a championship. Is that
He couldn't do it otherwise.
Yeah,
Mike, what would you prefer to see with Bronny today?
It doesn't
No
concern
sick,
me
no,
too
no, no,
much.
no sick motivation. You want to see something for your own sick Laker hate, LeBron satisfaction?
I don't know Bronny at all. I do feel a little
us.
bit bad for him. Like I look, there's never been whoever it is, whoever you want to say, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, whoever. They never had a son who pursued basketball. This is the first
Magic's
ever,
definitely didn't.
Right. He's the first
Do you
ever
care to expand on that?
of a great player in basketball
Yeah.
to pursue the dream of playing in the NBA. I mean, maybe I'm missing somebody, but like Moses Malone, Akeem Olajuwon, whoever. I don't know who had sons and who didn't, but he's the first one ever. And he's not really close to being an NBA product.
Yeah.
But his dad is, I'm assuming his dad is kind of forcing him to go into this draft. And so somebody's going to be forced to take him.
And the fact that they were like, we're not doing a G League two-way deal either.
It just seems
That's a
so
decision.
forced.
Yeah.
So I feel bad for him, but I don't know him. Maybe he's the one doing all this, and maybe LeBron has nothing to do with it, but I don't think that's the case.
If you had that kind of power, would you force things for your own kid? Would you, or would there be a different type of path
I
you
would
want him to follow.
If I have, first of all, he's obviously not LeBron James, but if I was a billionaire baseball player and my son is high school or college, I'd be like, hey, you never have to worry about money the rest of your life. I want you to, if you want to pursue this dream, let's pursue it by playing baseball. I don't know how we're going to get any better by not playing baseball.
Yeah.
And so LeBron is saying, don't play basketball. Somehow your dream is going to come true by having a great NBA career by not playing basketball. It's weird to me because no team, even the Detroit Pistons, I don't think have 10 minutes a night in 2024-25 for Bronny James. He's not prepared to play at this level at all yet. Maybe he will be at 21, 22, 23. Maybe his development will happen that he can play in the league for a really nice time
Good athlete.
and be a role player in the NBA. But LeBron's trying to force this, and he's not a top, I mean, he probably's not a top 100 player. If his name's not Bronny James, he's not a top 100 player in this draft and would need to either go overseas or go to the G League. Or the easiest thing is a lot of colleges think he's a really nice player.
Oh, he could pick up a college like that.
And he's refusing to develop in, I guess, the most traditional sense. The Lakers took a dude who was 23 years old last night, and everybody's slobbering over a 23-year-old. So that dude had no D1 scholarships, I believe, at 18, 19, or 20 years old. Like, nobody cared about that kid. And now he's 23 years old, and it took him time at 6'6" to develop into the 17th overall pick. That could have happened for Bronny.
Draft day 2 starts at 3. The KMC masterpiece from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine next on The Fan.
How about some commercials? From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. I know it says they're not open until 11 o'clock. They are open now because the Tolos, Cholos, and YouTubers demanded it. And you know what else? See? You already heard that, and that wasn't Mike. So we're already making people happy this morning. But Corey, I believe you have Stars news that my prediction is will make Stars fans very pleased as well.
The Stars are buying out the remainder of Ryan Suter's contract with 1 year remaining on Suter's deal. This move will add about $1.4 million to the Stars cap. The Stars will save $1.4 million with the buyout.
That makes sense. Thank you for giving us.
I read the whole tweet.
It's good.
So,
you made sure we heard it twice.
Yeah. Oh, for the next two seasons. So 1.4 for the next two. I don't know if that's two in a row or if that's just a total of 1.4. Yeah. Well, if it's 1.4 and then 1.4 or 2.8
I got what
total.
you're saying. But
yeah, so Kevin, next year it won't be effing Suter like we always say in the playoffs.
He's become the most agitating player for a lot of Stars
fans. I think
fans.
Edmonton should sign him. He made some really nice passes to them.
He did. He was like soft puck over that guy right there.
Like, man, I was like, dude, if you play for Edmonton, you are a superstar.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. He was one of those guys that you were like, hey, nice sturdy play there, and then whatever he did, it would give up a goal. And you're like, that's the worst one. Like, all the good things that you've done today, the worst part was giving up that pass that went across the middle that turned into a goal.
Man, you know what? This might be a segment, maybe not for today, hell, maybe for tomorrow. What's the player on each one of the Metroplex teams to most like you say effing and then that person's name? It doesn't mean that they're the worst player. It just means they're most likely to make a play that you're like, what the crap in hell was that?
You're going to face palm at some point
Yes.
because of that guy?
The competition is between Dwight Powell and Tim Hardaway Jr. on the Mavs.
I think you need to include Maxey in there just because he'll be open by 20 actual feet, and then he'll be like, who can I pass it to? Then I'm like, what the crap?
All right, so there's your top three for the Mavs.
All right,
Okay.
Leote for the Rangers.
I think
right
at
now.
times, Leote, you're like, what in the world?
Or maybe even Nate Lowe's defense.
I do
right
think
now.
at times when Leclerc has come into games late in games and
Ooh, yeah.
now maybe trumping him would be at times Jonathan Hernandez when he
Topical.
comes into the game.
Okay.
Did you say that because of the debate tonight?
Do you know what you're doing right now?
Keep
With
going, Mike.
Leote Tavares?
No, you said trumping.
Yeah, no,
Oh!
Mike, just
going,
keep
Mike.
moving on, please.
So you better say somebody Biden.
I think like Tavares' outfield play lately. Yesterday, I felt like Nate. I don't know. I was listening, so I didn't see the throw from Yates to Nate Lowe. Was it just a miserable?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give Lowe the.
But then he
benefit
got
the
out
doubt.
of it.
And Lowe did take one off the chest, right? Though, and he had to deal with that. Couldn't find the ball. For the Cowboys, it's definitely.
Dak is one of them. Look, I know you were hesitating. He's one of them, but like I do appreciate the fact that they like have started to move on from players that you would have thought like the crap in hell was that.
Wait till Zeke gets the ball this year.
Oh man,
And we're going to be like, what in the world were the Cowboys thinking?
I'm trying to think who the other ones were.
I feel like
almost
you
feel
don't
like-
love Jordan Lewis that much, and you feel like am I wrong about this?
Who's the guy who we did like interviewing in Oxnard? Sam Williams?
Sam Williams. Sam Williams
Sam
is on
Williams.
that list.
It is Sam Williams.
And right on cue from the 817, Sam Williams is on that list. Look, and again, this doesn't have to mean they're the worst player.
No.
I'm not saying that by any means. They're the most likely to do something in a game that you're like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Why did you? Because
And it's Sam Williams.
Yeah, it used to be like the Randy Gregory Award, but obviously you moved on from him. All right, so you're going Sam Williams, Dak. You think mine might be Jordan Lewis.
Most people are cussing at Dak because he's the quarterback.
And the reason why I sometimes get really frustrated with Jordan Lewis is because he's in the right place. He just doesn't see the ball. Like, if you watch his coverage so often, and maybe that's the secret to his coverage because he doesn't look at the ball so frequently, he's right there. I'm like, ugh, you were in the right spot. Just put your hand up or turn around or whatever. You could have batted that down. You could have picked it up. Certainly it wouldn't have been a completion, but more often than not, they're like, oh, snug coverage, and he made the catch. And I'm like, yeah, because he's not looking.
I still consider it the most difficult position on the defensive side of the ball, and I get
In
it.
the slot corner.
It's a tough spot to be in because you got to go both ways. You got to be able to be one of those guys that can make a decision on you're already guarding a fly. You're already guarding a guy in the slot who's going to run both ways, quick direction, speed, and now you have to match that. But I agree with you on some of those. But it's easily Sam Williams because he's the one.
I could see
he's
that.
the one.
On the Mavericks, a couple people have brought this up. Is there any chance Luka gets into the conversation? Because when he sits on the floor and pouts, and you're like, what the F, dude?
Yeah, but he's always going to make up the play. Suter didn't have the opportunity.
Oh,
like,
my
he
God.
didn't make
I'm
up
not
the play.
comparing them as players, just in terms of agitation.
Luka's going to do something more often. I'm going to get 60 plays of Luka thumbs up, and I'm going to get like 5 plays of thumbs down.
Yeah, I'm with you with that because then I wanted to say Luka and Dak are in the same category because they're so important and they can be so good, but then Dak's never won anything important in his professional life.
Oh, you too, Chris. Come on.
And so it's kind of like, well, I can't compare him because you have Luka who's been to a conference finals and an NBA final. So there's so much good. And you're like, yeah, I get it. I was mad about this or mad about that. But yet that guy has the talent and ability to take you to a championship. And you're like, with Dak, you get mad because, my opinion, I know he's not good enough to ever get you to a destination like that. I think he's good enough to get you to the playoffs. And so that's where it's kind of tough to compare those guys. But Dak is good. I think the tough thing is I don't think Suter was ever really that good. Like, he's just an average player who
like I
makes
said, with
bad
Luka,
decisions.
it's like lots of thumbs up. With Suter, it's just a lot of thumbs and then thumbs down. So he's all thumbs.
I like that.
Yeah.
Suter, just a lot of thumbs. It looks like the leading vote getters thus far are Dak, THJ and Leody Taveras.
And
At
Jerry
least,
Jones.
yeah. Look, Jerry Jones is the winner if we qualified for him for that. The trouble is, I have a segment later in the show that says besides Jerry, and so I don't want to have a second one that's like besides Jerry because that's the obvious answer. Yeah. Where else would you go with that?
I don't know if I was going to talk about this in baseball nuggets or not because it's a future thing, but with people bringing up Leody Taveras, I'm going to be very interested if Evan Carter gets healthy the rest of this season, and I'm assuming it'll be, and I know it will be, at least after the All-Star break, if he gets healthy, is if Leody's out as an everyday player.
Yeah.
I don't know if he is or isn't. Nobody's told me, but to everybody texting in, to yesterday, Derek Hill coming up, to him not playing, to Wyatt Langford playing center field, I'm wondering with the record they have and the future of Wyatt Langford and the future of Evan Carter and maybe the non-future of Leody, if we see a big change in the outfield in the second half if you're healthy, and Leody is now a fourth or fifth outfielder for this organization.
I continue to think back about something that you asked, something Corey asked Bruce Bochy yesterday. And it was a question that had to be asked, but I could also see how it's a question that you were afraid would get smashed right back in your face.
I did.
In terms of,
I did fear that.
So do you get to the point where you're like, we've done all we can do? And I thought he answered it great when he's like, I mean, you'll see. We're still trying to do stuff. And that's when they told us about, obviously, the moves that they made yesterday with Ezekiel Duran. And so they're still trying to do stuff. And I appreciated that question. And I appreciated his answer, too, because you could tell his frustration, not at you and the question. I like that he didn't call it a selfish question. And I like that he gave a real answer that was the truth.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little concerned that, hey, have you guys got anything left? And he's like, guys, we're not even to the midseason yet. Like, we're still trying to figure this out.
Tomorrow.
I mean, here we are.
It's game 81.
Yep.
He does. I like this. He gives this answer, and he gave it a lot last year too. And it was, we're meeting today to figure this out. And they are like I do not doubt that managers are walking in there trying to figure it out, trying to come up with a solution, looking at each one of their pieces on the board, going, is this good enough for us to get over the top, or is this good enough for this? Trying to figure out what kind of team they are, because that's another question that I didn't get to yesterday that I kind of wanted to ask, but we moved on with Go Get Rangers, and so
Go Get Rangers.
But it was a question, Kevin,
I regret that.
Of hey,
Dana Larson was listening yesterday, and she thought that was very funny.
Go Get Rangers.
Did you please tell her that, like, usually he says coherent things, but
I said he always leaves out words and it doesn't make sense. We get where he's going.
But the question was like something along the lines of, what are you learning about your team this year that you didn't learn about them last year while you were winning?
Yeah.
And like, what are you seeing in this team? Are you seeing the same kind of spirit in these guys, or are you going, oh, they were just hot last year and this is what they really are? I'm very curious what he feels about that, but I also felt like it's still too early for that kind of question right now.
Yeah.
But maybe he does have an answer that's like, no, actually I'm learning that some of these guys are a bunch of losers and they happened to win last year.
Look,
I don't think he'd say that.
He answers the question the best he should in public, right?
Yeah.
Because it feels like the answer to some of these questions would obviously then be, well, what the hell do you want me to do, Corey? Do you want me to bring up Josh Young? Oh, wait, he's hurt. What about Evan Carter? Oh, wait, he's hurt. What about Corey Seager? Well, he's already here. He's been struggling. What do you want me to do with Adolis? I don't know. We're trying to figure it out.
You know what, Kevin? I do want to hear him be like, you know what? We left, I don't know. Give me a player. Name a player.
Adolis Garcia.
We left Adolis Garcia back at the hotel, and he missed the bus today because he wasn't playing well enough, so he had to walk to the stadium today.
Yeah, and then
I'd love to hear him say that.
Then the next thing Bochy would say is, how do you think that's going to go over? Like, if he was really, really being honest all of the way.
How do you think
because,
that's
spoiler
go?
alert,
I mean,
not very well.
We're going to have to deal with his personality today. He's all moping around the clubhouse.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine if you want to come see us. Coming up next, from the locals to the trades to the fashion to a high school debate that I think might also break out here. All things NBA draft. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
With the first pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Zachary Rizache from Lyon, France.
And with
Francis
that, you're done talking, Adam Silver. With that, the NBA draft began. We are the KNC Masterpiece live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. We were talking about this before the show. How much of the NBA draft did you guys actually stick with? Because clearly from a name perspective, this was not a big draft.
About at pick 7 or 8. That last night was my only night this week that I was going to be home. So once Sue got home from her work, I said, hey, we can watch a show.
Okay.
And then on Twitter, I would just occasionally look and see if the Mavs have made any trades. I didn't think the Mavs were trying to trade up and get a draft pick. I didn't think that, but I thought, is there a possibility that they announce when you get to pick 20 that possibly the Mavs have made a trade of Tim Hardaway Jr. for something or other, but that didn't happen. So I really wasn't interested that much at all. Ron Holland, I was happy with that he went 5th overall for him. I don't know him at all, but just cool. A Duncanville kid went 5th overall.
Yeah, the Mavs have a pick. I'm far more interested and far more connected to it if they have an ability to move that close up to get something special.
Sure.
Obviously a lot more, but Kevin, I was about 6 or 7 picks in, and that's whenever I was like, all right, I'm going to watch The Bear. And I moved because you were like, hey, by the way, they're releasing The Bear.
They dropped it a day early.
They did drop it a day early. So I saw episode 1 of The Bear, and I loved it.
How many episodes are out?
All of them. They dropped all 10,
And
I
there's
believe.
10 this year as opposed to 8?
So I saw the first one. It's beautiful. It's
Is it?
just as, like, it's perfect. But
That's a damn fine show.
Then, Kevin, guess what happened?
You got back into the draft?
I looked on Twitter at stuff that was going on.
You saw Cody Williams go 10, and you were like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Pass.
everybody was going crazy about the Lakers pick, but my son got home from work, and then my other son woke up from a late evening nap, and then Lucy came into the living room, and our whole family was just sitting there talking in the living room. I did have the bear paws still, so I was like waiting. I was like, all right, everybody get out of here so I can finish this.
Did you say you had the bear paused? Okay, I'm just I thought he was doing a bit.
Hey, it wasn't it was a clause in the sentence. But yeah, and then we just sat there and chatted as a family. It hasn't happened in forever. It was so awesome. It was the best, man. So yeah, thanks a lot, NBA Draft, for bringing my family
together. So the weak name value of the NBA Draft brought your family closer together?
Because Kevin, I would never do that to the NFL Draft. I would never do that if the Mavericks were picking and there was a lot of intrigue and interest to the NBA Draft either. I would be locked in on it. But I was like, and so I'll spend time with my family tonight. Just like Mike said, he spent time with his wife.
What'd you guys watch instead?
Clipped.
Ooh. By the way, tomorrow at noon, the executive producer of whom her podcast this is based on will have Ramona Shelburne.
I think it's okay. My wife actually really likes it. She knows very little about the story. She can remember a part of it because I'm like, I really don't know this girl, V. Stiviano, I think, who is the real person.
Is she the person who said, like, right hand
She's the right hand arm man. Yeah, she's the right hand arm man.
I was like, I don't think this worked out well for her because after this happened, she thought she'd be famous for a long time or become a Kardashian or something, and I don't think any of that happened for her.
Whoops.
Yeah, where is she now?
Now, I don't know.
Is she in prison? I don't know.
Oh, man.
I have no idea.
Let's go look it up.
You mentioned that Ron Holland went number 5 in the NBA draft. I was surprised he went that high. What level of Duncanville pride did you have off of that?
I was really happy. The thing that was cool was when they showed his highlights, it wasn't just highlights of him in the G League. They showed highlights of him at Duncanville.
Yeah.
So Duncanville got, props on. I was watching it on ESPN when I was watching. Was it on ABC too?
Yes.
So I think there are different telecasts because I did not have Stephen A. Smith and the former GM or whoever of the Golden State Warriors. I saw that this morning. I was like, oh, I guess they were on that broadcast. But it was just cool seeing highlights of him at Duncanville High School. And, I knew he was really good at Duncanville. I did think, my opinion, I thought Anthony Black was better. They weren't in the same draft, but if you're, now he was also a year younger than Anthony Black. But I also will say this, I thought Cason Wallace, when I watched him play against Richardson, I thought Cason Wallace was a better overall basketball player than Ron Holland.
Also deeper drafts, yeah.
Yeah, but now also Ron Holland was a year younger than Cason Wallace. So I did get to go see, when you think about it, and you went and saw Richardson versus Duncanville. Now, Anthony Black didn't play the last 5 minutes of the game because of UIL or something, but I watched a game where 3 players in the top 10 of their draft class played a high school basketball game here in our Metroplex. That's pretty stinking amazing on what our Metroplex is developing and putting out into the NBA world.
Now, Corey, it feels like Mike has local bragging rights because Duncanville had the number 5 pick in the draft, and I do not believe Bryan Adams or North Garland had a pick in the draft.
That is true. We still have a former number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft, Kenyon Martin, who saved my life once.
Good point.
And
how did he save your life?
I punched a guy in the chest, and everybody was about to destroy my whole life by punching me back.
Wow.
And he stood up and he put his arms out and he goes, "Nah, he's cool. He's with me." And I was like, "Hell yeah, Ken, I am with you today. Thanks, man." Because I almost died. There were a lot of people. They were flipping people in the chest. When you walk by, they just thump you right in the chest. And I told my buddy, I said, anybody does that to me, I'm going to whoop their ass today. And so I did. The dude thumped me in the chest, and he was like our 6'5" linebacker and everything. I didn't care. I said, "Ha!" right in the chest, and everybody stood up around him. He's no longer with us, by the way.
Because of that punch?
No, he passed away.
Oh.
All back.
Okay. From the 325, a lot of people are saying ESPN's coverage was awful. Apparently, Stephen A. Smith knew absolutely nothing about the players. Now, it's not only him. If you want to single out him, that's totally fine. But the pick that he loved so much, Dalton Connect from Tennessee.
Why is everybody going nuts about this? Is there a reason?
He's a good shooter. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I could see that. But the other thing is, he was originally misidentified as a totally different player of, there was a lot of differences between them. And then you showed the picture of, hey, here's Dalton. And you're like,
Is that him?
What's
the biggest difference?
The height.
Okay.
I think probably the height.
All right.
And there was other misidentifications along the way from the ESPN broadcast.
Really?
And they were like, hey, look, it's this guy. And you're like, no.
They're carrying the coverage, and that's happening?
Yeah.
They're the only ones doing it.
Yeah,
that's where they should be getting it right the most.
That is unfortunate, but also I think this was the first draft in NBA history in which a country besides the United States had 3 players taken in the top 10. So perhaps you didn't get as much, like college film, or you just didn't get to know these people as well, which is why the TV broadcast misidentified it as well.
Did you think? Okay, so here's another thing, Klingon.
Yes.
Did you think that was a great place for him?
Yeah, I actually thought he might go a little bit higher. We talked about it yesterday. There were rumblings about Houston might try to do all this crazy stuff, and maybe they would take Klingon to keep and then ship out Sengun as part of a Durant trade or something like that. None of that happened. I thought Klingon was a good pick. I thought Stephon Castle was a really good pick. I mean, I know he was number 4, so you're like, wow, way to go out on a limb there.
But they needed a point guard, right? They needed a shooting guard that they could go along next to Wemby.
And
Somebody
he's a
that can
really good defender. He's a really, really good defender. He could turn into an amazing perimeter defender. And obviously, you have to feel pretty good about your interior defense since your rookie finished second for Defensive Player of the Year. So San Antonio is, grabbing some defensive players that are pretty damn good.
Now, when it comes to what Pop's trying to rebuild here, I mean, are you starting to see the pieces of it come together? Because, Mike, you've been on this. Look, Wemby, he can be all what he is and everything, but winning is going to be a key factor for him for sure. Is Pop building that thing the right way right now with adding a point guard to the group?
For sure, but it's a 3 to 5 year build. I think.
I agree.
By the time Wemby becomes, I think, relevant in the Western Conference, is in his 4th or maybe 5th year in the league. The West is so tough. Next year, they're going to be a lottery team again. And let me tell you something. That's not a bad thing. If you think about the Mavs, I'm not saying they did it wrong, but after year 1 of Luka, to trade your draft picks and just go, let's just go all in now and not use the draft anymore, that became a little bit problematic. Now the Mavericks have overcome it, but the Spurs are looking at it more of like Oklahoma City did when they drafted Kevin Durant. They're like, that's great. We're still not going to be good next year. Then they get Russell Westbrook. We're still not going to be good. And then they get James Harden. We're still not going to be that great. And then they became great. So it wasn't until 4th, 5th year of Durant, who was a super stud in the draft and immediately showed how good he was. It wasn't until year 4 and 5 that they became a relevant team in the Western Conference.
Have you seen that San Antonio is actually trying to go the exact opposite direction with the draft picks? They also had the number 8 pick, and they traded it off to Minnesota. Well, they were forced to take Rob Dillingham, and they traded him off for a 2031 unprotected first-round pick and a 2030 only top 1 protected first-round pick. So they went out and got 2 future first-round picks that are both essentially
that are down the road.
Unprotected. Yeah. And so when Mike was talking about the Mavs are like pushed all in straight away and traded off draft assets, the Spurs had the opportunity to maybe trade up to number 1, and they're like, that's too rich for us. So instead, we're going to trade pick number 8 for 2 future first-round picks, and so hopefully we can keep the machine going.
I will say I'm surprised at when I did watch the last few picks I watched, the Rob Dillingham pick to San Antonio that got traded to Minnesota. And they're like, Minnesota did it. And I'm like, you think a 19 – I mean, I get it. I know what Derek Lively did for us. You think a 19-year-old point guard is going to be the one that puts Minnesota over the top?
Yeah.
Like, I think it was a great future pick. It was a great pick that 2-3 years down the road, Anthony Edwards and this young guy can help out. But I'm like,
he's small too.
Yeah, 6'1". I just was like, I just don't know about a 6'1" dude at 19 years old is going to push Minnesota into the NBA Finals. But I understand that they saw something very valuable in him. They think that he can be a very valuable player in the future. But I was a little bit surprised on the praise of that pick.
Yeah, no, I see where you're coming. Now, I know Sean was asking earlier, what is y'all's interest level in this second round? Because I want to see where Filipowski goes. But other than that, when people are asking who might the Mavs take, I mean...
you guys have convinced me that I want to trade up to wherever I can to get Filipowski.
I think at this rate, it wouldn't cost you that much. I like Kyle Filipowski. Here's some of the reasons he's fallen. I mean...
That's why you like him?
Well, I like a lot of players at a second round value. Okay. But if you would have told me, yeah, you got to go in the top 10, I'd be like, I don't know about all that. But a lot of people are concerned that he might be a little mentally fragile because some of the events of last year. And then the other thing that we talked about yesterday before the show, Mike, he has what is called a negative wingspan. In terms of his wingspan is a little bit smaller than his actual height. And you don't see that a lot in bigger players. And so when you add on to people are concerned that he's slow and doesn't have a big wingspan, there is concern about where he'll fit in this NBA.
I watched him this morning while we were waiting to go on the show here because I'm like, this is just so surprising to me. And I saw Duke play, 4 or 5 times last year. For some reason, I caught a few of their games. And I was always somewhat impressed. I do see the negatives on him, but I thought, yeah, the negatives might push him out of the top 10 picks, not the top 30 picks. And I watched him again this morning, and I'm like, he has a really nice shot. Like, he can shoot the NBA 3 when you watch him shoot the ball. It looks right. And he makes some, too. And then you watch him in his passing ability at 6'10", 6'11". His passing ability is superior to Maxi Kleber today. Like, I'm looking at Maxi Kleber, a player that we can say can play 10 to 20 minutes a night on a playoff team and play playoff minutes at times. And I'm like, to me, he looks superior, not even close offensively to Maxi Kleber. And then watching him on defense, I see some Maxi Kleber attributes where off the ball blocking the shot, protecting the paint a little bit. Not a lot, not Derek Lively, but like protects the paint a little bit. You see him switched in college and you're like, it doesn't look that good, but it's not pathetic. And so I'm like, I just don't see how a dude who can shoot, pass, dribble, score at 20 years old and at 6'10" is such a bad basketball player.
Yeah, and I mean, certainly worth a shot in the second round.
Yeah, well, maybe it is what you said, living in the moment of what happened on that one day.
And I do get that.
And going, you know what? I'm going to make myself an Instagram star from this or whatever. A lot of people will do that. Hawk to a Girl has said, I'm going to stay out of the limelight on this.
Isn't she selling like a whole bunch of merchandise, though?
I haven't heard any of that. I heard there was a moment where she was arguing with the school district because she got fired and stuff. And
I don't know.
She did?
I don't know this Hawk Tua thing. I'm totally confused on people saying this.
We'll catch you up here in
We
just a
might
moment,
tell you
Mike.
off air. It's maybe not totally fit for on-air conversation. Yeah, kind of. We're the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Coming up next, the fallout from Mike learning about the Hawk Tua Girl, as well as baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, the Rangers aren't far away from the number 1 overall pick. Next.
Yeah.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Counts 1-1. That's offers home. Monasterio lines on the left center field. It's down for a base hit, and that's going to end the ball game. Andrew Monasterio, a walk-off single.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The good news, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. I know it says they're not technically open yet. There damn sure are people here. So only one enthusiastic. But there are other people who are here who are less enthusiastic about it.
They also have Wi-Fi, so you can work while you're here. We
Yeah,
got Tolo
see?
working.
That's
like,
what
"You
I'm
know
talking about."
I'm working remotely today. I'm hanging out with the fellas.
Now, the bad news, and it's nothing against the segment. It's
Mike's fault.
But we have to do Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick, and times are hard for the Rangers. It's not a reflection on you. It's a reflection on the Rangers.
They are. Real quick, we have TVs obviously here at Buffalo Wild Wings. There is breaking news on the Boston Celtics. It's not that breaking, but there's going to be a surgery performed on Porzingis, and he will not play till December or January of next year.
Wow. Doesn't that make it all the crazier that he played in Game 5 to begin with?
Yeah.
It's just
I guess they
KP.
felt like you can't hurt it worse is what I would think. It needs surgery, but you can't hurt it worse. But yeah, they're saying will return to play in 5 to 6 months, and we know how fast of a healer Porzingis is. So
sure,
yeah, good luck with that. It did. You know, it's great. They didn't even need him. They didn't even need him for any playoffs.
And now there's a lot of buzz about what the Knicks have been doing and how close they are to Boston, and I appreciate all that, but I'm still like, no, I think Boston's still the lead dog for sure.
That's the champions. The Rangers are the champions.
That's right.
But they're not playing like a championship team. They get swept. We just heard the call from Jared Sandler here on 105.3 The Fan, a walk-off in the 10th for Milwaukee to sweep the Rangers.
Can I ask you a question about that? Like a sweep is a sweep, and I get that as you go along, you don't get extra points for that or anything. But Is it more frustrating knowing that the Rangers had a shot in every single one of these games? They had the lead in the first 2 games. Then obviously they lose in extra innings. I'm not saying they should have swept, but it feels like the outcome of this series should not have been a sweep.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you have to play 9 innings of baseball.
Yeah,
and
if not, we'd be great.
And the Rangers struggled for the 9 innings. Yesterday, I thought the big blow was bases loaded, nobody out, 1-0 against Dallas Keuchel, and you don't score a run.
Yeah.
You did score a run in the inning, but you had bases loaded, nobody out, and you had a base hit, and I get what Tony Beasley was thinking. The ball was hit off Willie Adames at shortstop for a base hit, and you had Wyatt Langford who can fly on second base. And when that happened, I'm like, that's a run. And Beasley played it conservative because there was nobody out. And then you had a pop out, a strikeout, and a ground out, and you didn't score. And I thought,
can I ask you another question about that then?
Yeah.
Sorry to jump in there, but I understand baseball theoretical strategy versus your offense is struggling. Are you not more aggressive in that case?
I can't right now with the way that this lineup's hitting. I can't be conservative. I have to take. I have to push and push and push.
Yeah, I would say there's no way I know I hate saying this. It feels like there's no way you're going to get 2 or 3 hits in one inning, and that inning you did get 4, and you only scored 1 run because the next 3 guys. If I have the lineup right, I know Simeon made the last out when Zell popped out into shallow outfield, which wasn't able to tag. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the other person off the top of my head, but it's just like, son of a gun.
Simeon's in a funk, too.
Yeah, I know.
Can I add one other thing? And this is a compliment to Jared. So if you're not okay with that, Mike, I thought he did a really good job yesterday during the Kirby Yates inning, explaining almost pitch by pitch why he could attack here or why he had to back off a little bit, like what he was trying to set up. And I don't know if that's a lot of conversations with you or just Jared over time knows the things, but he did a really good job on the broadcast yesterday of that. So you're still getting quality broadcasting right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And, I don't know if the Rangers are this bad. I keep saying they're not, but then they keep playing in a way that is like, no, Mike, like maybe we're not going to have a really nice stretch. The Houston Astros started off this season 7-19, and they are now 40-40. Like, they have Kyle Tucker out for a while. He's missed a while, and he ain't coming back anytime soon. And Justin Verlander got re-hurt, and they have missed multiple pitchers. They are pitching, at times, nobodies, but they've won 7 in a row. They actually swept the Baltimore Orioles just a few days ago, and so I don't know. I don't know if the Rangers are going to really engage in this season and start winning games. Obviously, yesterday they showed a little bit of, we're going to try to make some not drastic moves, but moves that maybe shake up the clubhouse a little bit. Hey, Ezekiel Duran.
Which is maybe what you need.
World champ. Great player last year for you for the first half of the season. You're going to go down the minor leagues and work on your game. And if you get better, you can come back up to the major leagues. And Leody Taveras, I think there's signs pointing towards you're not going to be the center fielder every day. And when you get your opportunity again, maybe you will be. But this is not a given anymore. I get that you were our center fielder for our champs, but we're 80 games into the season, and it's not working out. We got to make major changes here. And unfortunately, Derek Hill came in, and he dove for a soft line drive that he missed, and it ended up being an inside-the-park home run.
Yeah.
So that wasn't like the best, like, hey,
was that from Churios?
Yes. Yeah, and that's, and Leody would have kept that ball in front of him. I'm not trying to take a shot at Leody here, but Leody cannot dive head first. Like, he literally can't.
Yeah.
So you'll never see him do it. So Leody would have kept that ball in front of him because he would have never attempted to dive head first because he literally can't dive head first. In the gaps, he can't do it. In front of him, he can't do it. It's just something that he can't do. So then I get to the NBA draft last night. I move over to Tankathon MLB. Because Tankathon, they have all of the lottery chances, all of where teams are at. The Rangers right now are tied for the 6th worst record in Major League Baseball in the lottery. Because people say, no, they're not. Well, here's the great news. If the Rangers keep losing.
This is fascinating.
All right.
This is fascinating.
If the Rangers keep losing, I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying they want to. The Chicago White Sox are 21-61. They are locked into the 10th pick and cannot do any better than that. They are ineligible to pick better than 10th due to previous lotteries, market size, and revenue sharing rules.
Oh.
They do not allow a team to tank for as long as, let's say, the Houston Astros did.
Yeah.
So they are out. They cannot pick better than 10th. The Oakland Athletics have the same rule.
That's not surprising.
They are 29 and 54. So the White Sox in Oakland will be picking 10th and 11th, and they cannot do any better. They are out of the lottery, which means the Colorado Rockies right now in the lottery, 27 and 53, are the worst record in the picking in the 2025 draft. Here's the interesting thing. The Rangers are tied for the 6th worst record when it comes to the 2025 draft. With the 4th overall pick right now, before lottery, the Toronto Blue Jays are 36 and 43. That's just a half game difference. And I'll tell you right now, the Rangers will not be favored in any game in Baltimore. They are going to be the underdog and a strong underdog in Baltimore. If they lose all 4, I'm not saying they are. If they lose all 4, they are going to be just barely behind the Los Angeles Angels at 33 and 46. I'm using the NBA draft. I couldn't believe this when I clicked on it last night to be like, where are the Rangers in baseball when it comes to, the new lottery? Remember, you wouldn't have Wyatt Langford if it wasn't for the lottery because you either had the 7th or 9th pick and you moved up to the 4th pick. Well, right now the Rangers have the 8th pick in the draft. And if you don't play well in Baltimore, you're going to go to the 4th pick in the draft. And I'm not saying the Rangers are any type of tanking or trying for the 1st overall pick. But you just start looking at where the Rangers are at, where their schedule is at, where they're playing, how they're playing, and you start having to look at Tankathon and MLB and going, wow, the Rangers aren't far away from possibly having, in lottery terms, because you have to eliminate the White Sox in Oakland, they could possibly have the 3rd overall odds of getting the 1st overall pick at the end of this season.
That's staggering.
Because here's where I tie it all into earlier in the week. If the Rangers decide to be sellers because they can't get out of this funk by the time you get past the All-Star break, well, you saw what David Robertson and you saw what Kirby Yates did yesterday. They held the game at 5.
Yeah.
If you don't
They'll be valuable, yeah.
If you don't have them in August and September, if closing out games is Jonathan Hernandez and Jacob Latz, then are you closing out games?
No.
So now it gets worse, not better. So I just look at it and it gets scary for the Rangers, but in a way, because the Rangers won the World Series, they obviously fall into, they would be part of the lottery system, is in 2025, you might have a top 5 pick.
Kevin, a chance to get Jack Caglianone.
He's in this year's draft.
Oh, that would be next year's draft.
So you're talking. So this year the Rangers have the last pick.
I like the positive spin that you're
trying to get us Braden
I'll tell you
Montgomery.
what, just for fun, because we're out of time, go to pick 30 and see who the Mavericks are picking in this year's draft.
The Mavericks?
No, the Rangers.
Oh,
Sorry.
the Rangers.
are,
Tommy White, 3rd baseman, LSU.
Sure. Let's do it.
Let's. Can we just swap? We can't swap.
You can trade. It gets confusing. Teams have decided not really to trade much in MLB yet.
Well,
even though
Kevin,
they've
there's
changed
no
the rules.
chance for us to do it this year, but next year we'll go look.
You can look at the
those
2025 prospects if you want, and if the Rangers don't get better, then the Rangers will have, because of the White Sox in Oakland, they will have decent odds of picking in the top 5.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. If you want to come see us, coming up next, this could be about baseball, could be about a whole lot of stuff. Does fan voting ruin the All-Star game? 877-881-1053. Corey has decided this is your opportunity to rebut him. Next, right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine.
I can't tell, Kevin.
Oh, no, we definitely are.
No, I mean, yes, I know we're here.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I feel the presence here. I feel the cool air blowing through that doorway.
Man.
Thanks to the Tolos. Y'all are amazing.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I see Bobby Belt's wife and his two daughters. And but I don't see Bobby Belt. He's on vacation right now. Like he went on vacation. Did he leave the family behind and go on a vacation by himself? Is that what happened?
Or do you think he'll be here soon?
I think it's more likely he left the family, went on vacation. She's like, I'm a Tolo, so she's up here supporting us.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's maybe vacationing with Dak right now.
Yeah.
How did I?
He loves him.
How did I not see that coming? By the way,
you're assuming Dak's vacationing and not working really hard on his throwing motion, or
no? I think
routes.
He's a hard worker. I just don't think he's good enough to win a championship.
Okay, well, I was going to say great news for
girl.
Dak Prescott yesterday, as he did have the civil lawsuit against him dismissed, the sexual assault lawsuit from, it got filed last year, but it goes all the way back to, I think, 2017. That got dismissed, and actually there's going to be a follow-up trial in September to determine what the consequences will be for the person who filed the suit and her attorneys, because the judge believed it was reckless prosecution.
I have a question about that.
Because Dak's suing them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so Dak's lawyer, Levi, is it McCatherine? He said yesterday, this just furthers our point of why we thought this was a money grab, and
Okay, so when it comes to that, Kevin, I know how you feel like we underpunish for DUIs and those things.
Fair.
For sure. And so I heard Choppy talking about this morning. Do you think there should be a much harsher punishment, and what should that be for people who have false claims like that?
Yeah, that's that is a really good question.
Because it does hurt people.
You're right.
Man.
No, you're so right, and I definitely do think there should be harsher punishments. Here's my only concern. So, let's use the example that you just said about DUI, and I hope people are in on this conversation because I care about this a lot. If you don't, I apologize. We'll get back to fun in just a second. I don't think there's a negative if you make the DUI the punishment harsher, right? I don't think anyone's going to go, well, now I'm going to drink more. My concern is that you might disincentivize some people who something really did happen to them. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
And obviously the way the system is built, it is such a murky place to tread into anyway.
Yes.
So it's very difficult. So I understand what you're saying there.
And you're 100% right. There have been people whose lives have been ruined by this, by a false accusation, and that is not okay. I just don't know what the balance is between, like, if the harsher punishment is there for the DUI, you're like, okay, well, then don't do that.
Yeah.
But if there's a harsher punishment for this, I wonder if there are women or men or whoever that's like, if they don't believe me, I could also go to jail. So you're right. I just don't know how to balance that out.
Okay. All right.
So
that's why we have a government, because they're built for this, right?
They always know the right thing to do. Man. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes from here. But I thought you bring up a very good point right there, Corey. Now, this conversation we've had off the air, man, it kind of feels like people still want to talk about this. We've had this conversation off the air quite a bit. Do you ever feel like fan voting ruins an all-star game? And here's why I ask that, is because the end of the first round of MLB all-star voting is today. And you already see it on social media. Every time there's a update out there about voting, it's a crime if so-and-so doesn't get in. It's a robbery if so-and-so doesn't get in. And the reason why I thought about this is because I totally understand, like, all-stars for the fans, or at least it feels like it used to be the fans. But now you hear more and more people, like, looking at all-star appearances as, like, legacy discussion. And so that's why I'm kind of curious is, this is probably not fair for Josh Smith, but, like, I'm just going to use him as an example. It looks like he should be an all-star. Numbers say, in terms of voting, he probably won't make it. I know we're not trying to build the all-time Josh Smith legacy, but it does feel like you should have a season where he was an all-star, and you might not. And you see that in contract negotiations. You see that in legacy talk. I'm just wondering, do we need to reevaluate this at all?
This is interesting because all pros are what for NFL players, that's what it is. But the Pro Bowls are nothing, right? And I don't know that there is. I mean, All-Stars for MLB are legitimately something that they can put on. I mean, we talk about that all the time. MVP is obviously greatest category. But when it comes to All-Stars, man, was he an All-Star multiple times or not? Whenever we're discussing, I don't think legacy is as important as whatever's happening that year.
Okay,
I really do. But that being said, legacy also means if there's a guy that's going to be a 7-time All-Star in his career and he missed out on the Josh Smith season, like that is part of what he was an All-Star. For his entire career, he was an all-star. And this one guy just kind of popped up out of nowhere. Was he a true all-star of the game, or did he just have a weird season like that? I don't think – I would prefer the player in that season that's having a great opportunity to get his shot. But sometimes that name brand, that name value isn't enough.
Specifically to the MLB All-Star Game, it's weird because it's only about 95 games into the year.
Sure.
Where everybody's picked. Obviously, we're going to get real close here where it's just going to be 85 games and the starters are picked. I'm going to give you where it's really tough because there'll be people that win the MVP or finish top 3 in the MVP who didn't make the All-Star team.
That is bizarre to me.
Because they weren't having a great April, May, and June. They weren't bad, but they weren't All-Star worthy at their position, and then had a July, August, and September that put them in the MVP race. Last year, Michael Lorenzen made the All-Star game. At the end of the year, his numbers were 153 innings pitched, 111 strikeouts. He was 9-9 with a 4.18 ERA.
That's not an all-star.
But he was at July 4th or whatever when they had to pick. He was an all-star. And so this is the tough thing about this situation is last year, I remember CJ Nikowski, and he had a valid point. He's like, dude, Leody Taveras and Ezekiel Duran are better than Julio Rodriguez at the time where they had to pick a replacement for, guess who, Mike Trout. They were like, he's there. Look at the numbers of Leody Taveras, look at the numbers of Ezekiel Duran, and look at the numbers of Julio Rodriguez on that kind of about, let's say, July 7th or 8th date where they had to pick a replacement for Mike Trout. But we all know that Julio Rodriguez is better than Leody Taveras and better than Ezekiel Duran. Like, it's not even close.
And then he showed it over the second half of the season.
Yeah, and over the second half of the season, it makes sense that Julio Rodriguez was an all-star. So I think it becomes very tough, Kevin, because I do think Corey Seager's name, his legacy, says Corey Seager should be in Arlington as an all-star. If you look at Gunnar Henderson and you look at Bobby Witt Jr. and you look at Anthony Volpe, you say he shouldn't be an all-star. Those three guys so far are having a better year than him.
And maybe Volpe is different just in my mind because not to your point. Your point is dead on.
Right.
But I was thinking in my mind, what if they're like, here comes Anthony Volpe and Josh Smith. Maybe it's different because at least Volpe is a Yankee, but I don't know if people would be like as stoked about that as bigger name guys, even though you're like, no, but they're the best right now.
Here's my thought process. Josh Smith is not going to make the All-Star team. In fact, he's not even going to come close to making the All-Star team.
Wow.
But you know who is going to make the All-Star team who might not deserve it? Corey Seager. Because of what he did last year in the playoffs, because he was second in MVP voting last year. And I think Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr. are going to make it for sure. And the third shortstop is going to be Corey Seager based off of legacy, based off of what he did last year, based off of what he means to the game, like Julio Rodriguez made it over our two guys last year because the game was in Seattle. He's a much better player than the two guys that the Rangers had, even though they had a better year. And I think a guy like Volpe, they're going to go, I can't believe it. If we start comparing what they do and compare defense of Volpe, who's a Gold Glover, versus Corey Seager, who at times struggles at shortstop defensively. But it's in Texas. He won the freaking MVP of the World Series. He led a team to a championship last year. He's not having a bad year. He's just not having a good year, and as good as definitely Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr. So I always think this is tough. Do you put the guy in who over 3 months is better than the guy who we know is better? Nothing against Josh Smith here. Rafael Devers. If somebody said, hey, you want to trade Josh Smith for Rafael Devers today? I think we'd all go, I think we're going to make that trade.
100 times out of 100.
Right.
Yeah.
But if we're picking, hey, who should be the backup third baseman to Jose Ramirez in the All-Star game, we'd all go, Josh Smith should. Look at what Josh Smith has done. He's a really good backup. But we all know Rafael Devers, 100 out of 100 times, we're going to pick him over Josh Smith. So it becomes the debate of, well, if I want Josh Smith in bad, then Corey Seager should definitely be out of the All-Star game this year.
I was.
Would you make that trade, Corey?
Rafael Devers for Josh Smith?
Josh Smith for no Corey Seager All-Star.
Who do you want? I would rather see Corey Seager hitting in the All-Star game in the 7th inning.
I get what you're saying.
Than Josh Smith hitting in the All-Star game.
Can you imagine not seeing Bo Jackson in the All-Star game, dude? Like, no.
He hit the ball 400 miles off of Rick Russell, man. It was awesome.
It was amazing. No standard.
David Holtz is going to step in there and do something like that.
I saw David Holtz this weekend.
Did you really?
Yeah.
How's he doing?
He's doing good, man.
Well, that's good for him.
He was an awesome center fielder.
Yeah. I am famous.
I was thinking about this yesterday when we asked Boach. You asked him about Mark Kotze, and I thought this was I liked the line of I'm putting him to work.
Yeah.
You know, and Mike, I was kind of curious. I don't know how many All-Star games you've been around, but what work?
The one in Arlington.
There you go. All right. What work will Kotze have to do?
That's
and
in the upper deck is awesome.
What load does that take off of Bochy? Like when he says I'm putting him to work, is he drawing up the lineup? I'm kind of curious on that.
No, but I think their job is they have to tell Boch one, to remember what organizations told them.
Okay.
Because sometimes a guy is like, I'm going to play in it. It's important to me. I'm just going to use Jose Ramirez again. Jose Ramirez, I think, is 100% healthy. But the Cleveland might have said, hey, he's dealing with a little bit of a hamstring thing. Just give him one at bat in 3 innings and then get him out of the game. He has to be reminded of kind of that. And then he has to be reminded of, at times, Mason Miller, I think, is going to be the only representative for the Oakland Athletics. Now, that's going to be easy for Kotze because it's his guy. He's going to be like, hey, make sure for Oakland fans, this is the last time Oakland's ever going to be in an All-Star game because they're moving. Make sure Mason Miller.
I didn't even think about that.
So there's a lot of these little things of make sure they get in the game or make sure that this or that happens pitching-wise, that we have this available if we do have to go to the 10th, 11th, and 12th. These guys said, Kirby Yates, for an example, well, let's say he makes the All-Star team. Boch might go, hey, is it okay if I don't pitch you? And maybe Yates is like, dude, I really want to pitch 1 inning in the All-Star game.
Yeah, maybe so.
I don't know. See, all of those things.
It feels like a tough balancing act between.
You can't remember all of these things with all of your reserves and who gets in and who doesn't get in. Maybe Corey Seager would be like, I only want to pinch hit. I don't want to play shortstop.
Gotcha.
And so he's like, all right, I'm going to use you in an inning where there's a righty up and you can benefit. I'm going to use you in that inning to pinch hit, and then your day is going to be over.
I know, Kevin, there's a lot of stuff for both. Like, he's going to have a lot of interviews and a lot of these other things that he has to do. So it's, having his staff and, like he said yesterday, everything being right there, beneficial to them because they don't have to go travel too far for anything, and they can just go drive home whenever they're done and everything. So I was just kind of curious all those responsibilities on that. I don't think that fan voting's ruining it though, Kevin.
Okay.
Because the fans need to be involved. I really do. Like you have the involvement. Now, do I agree with you should be able to vote 500 times a day? No.
The voting system
I don't like
is
that.
interesting, right?
Yeah, that's a little weird to me, and I think they're just trying to pump up their numbers, like on their websites and stuff. I think that's what that's for.
Do you know All-Star voting has increased 6,000 times over 20 years?
Yeah.
We're like, yeah, I can see that.
But a vote, I think, is important for each one of those individuals. Then again, when it comes to can you hack into that and change that up a little bit? But
and it just ended too, by the way. You can't vote anymore. Phase one.
Phase one is
But we saw how you could take advantage of it last
thing
year.
in the world.
We took advantage of it last year for sure, and we loved it. It was a blast for us. But there were other people that were like, "Hey, where's my starter?"
Yeah, this isn't fair, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because the Rangers infiltrated the All-Star voting and got too many guys in as starters, and it's like, well, too bad.
We worked with Tampa to make sure that.
Yes, that's right. In the Reddit campaign, that's right.
To hurt Toronto, right?
Yeah,
that is true.
This year, we're just going to have Simeon versus Altuve. That's the only one we'll have in phase two.
Simeon will make it either way because
Altuve
will be like, I can't play.
He's going to refuse to play in it.
And
so
I'm scared of people.
Simeon will be the starting second baseman. You don't really have to worry about it. I'm not telling you not to vote. Vote and make sure he gets it, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. Altuve doesn't do All-Star games anymore.
Do you think this All-Star election is the most important one of our lifetime?
Just call it. What
Not at all.
Okay.
An All-Star election?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they once say don't draft Dirk? We'll talk about it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Harris, it opens up on the drive. Luka swings it to Dirk. The heave on the three. The assist from Luka on a Dirk three-pointer. It's a special day. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. I think maybe you've heard part of this, My Buddy's an Idiot, before, but if you haven't, this is going to blow your freaking mind.
Can I give you an update on one of our friendly people who work here?
Yes.
Bobby Belt's family is here.
Okay.
But Bobby Belt's sleeping
He is sleeping.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I did ask. I was like, I figured that he went on vacation and left y'all behind, and his oldest daughter said he would do something like that. So that is confirmed.
You ruined the morning show.
Well, that too.
Yeah. And also in the break, one of the things I really love about doing these remotes and everything is you get to have conversations with somebody. We just had a couple of conversations, but one of them is with somebody who's about to start school to become a talking doctor. And I just think that that's super cool if that's like what you decide to devote your life to. That's amazing.
She has to listen to everybody's problems and
man,
trying to help people.
When I've talked to my person before, he says like every counselor or therapist that he knows also has their own.
Oh, okay, so they have a
therapist.
place to go to also.
Yeah, and
That's
I
smart.
always envision them as like the best of them because they're like, where do those people go? You have to go to the super therapist, or I don't know. I don't know how that part works exactly.
Do you get a plaque for that? Like, do you? Or
I think
is
you
it
should.
Just a cape. Like,
I'm
you get
the
to wear the
therapist
cape.
to the therapist.
Yeah, I think that's your best credential. All
I
right.
think that person should wear a cape.
Right now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? 877-881-1053. Let us know. You can also hit us up on Twitch and the YouTube. I'm going to use this because it springboards into something I want to talk about from the 469. My buddy's an idiot. He said, quote, that Luka was trash and those who think he's going to be good in the NBA are stupid and should never pick up a basketball again. He said that in 2018. We remind him every time Luka gets a new accolade. We also screenshotted the message, and it's the profile picture in our group chat.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes?
Does he still did he double down on this? And he's like, yeah, but he'll never win a championship. Or like, because Kevin, a lot of people, they'll make a big claim, and then they'll sit back and be like, oh man, I got to come up with another one.
Yes.
I'm not gonna back down on this one like I did before. So I'm gonna keep going after
It's
him.
kind of like I was listening. I saw the clip circulating of Stephen A. Smith yesterday. It's like, we're building this Knicks team up, and then you see the clip of him like, there's not one single NBA player on this Villanova team.
Yeah.
And you got four of them.
You saw it?
Yes, I did. I did.
Now he's like, they're the greatest.
So,
but he won't admit he was wrong. Like,
which is
we've done this before. We've been wrong on takes before.
absolutely.
What you have to do, I think, but I guess you don't, is you just say, I was wrong. That Villanova team had four very good players. They all ended up being better than I thought, and I'm very happy they're on the New York Knicks. But he just ignores that he ever said that.
And I think Eddie Sefko is a great example who's like, whoops, missed on that one. I take you to the June 25th, 1998 Houston Chronicle. This is his recap.
This is a long time ago.
This is a great receipt to keep.
Okay, all right.
This is his breakdown of the Mavericks draft. Quote, the Mavericks had an infatuation with Dirk Nowitzki from the start, but they basically gave up the number 6 pick and an almost certain lottery pick next season to get Phoenix's Steve Nash and the German big man. Europeans are such a risky bet, especially in the lottery. So many bust, so few bloom, and Nash is a gamble. The Dallas Mavericks get an F.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay.
Whoops.
All right.
For
Kevin.
freaking awesome.
Yes. Let's reshape our franchise in 2 days.
So I was...
But he's joked about that before. He's like, yeah, whoops.
I was watching a video, and it was Josh Richardson talking about he was nobody was at practice, nobody was at the facility, and he's just shooting around and doing some stuff at the Miami Heat practice facility. And then Spoelstra comes in, and he says, he's like, hey, are you going to compete or not? And he's like, what do you mean? And he's like, you need to make 73 pointers. And so he works with me. He says the first time I made 60, and then coach was like, go run, give me 10. And it's the 10 back and forth and everything. And then he said, and then I made 65. And he said, do it again. And then I made 69 of them. He said, do it again. And he said, I had to make 70. Spoelstra pushed me that hard. With Dirk, nobody knew the work ethic that Dirk was going to have in his career, that he already had that mindset of, I didn't make 70.
That's fair.
I got to keep pushing myself even harder. I agree. Sefco definitely missed on that for sure.
But I think Efco is right in this.
No, I like Eddie. I think he's a good guy.
I do too.
But nobody knew that Dirk Nowitzki was going to be the hardest worker that we've ever seen around here, and that was going to culminate in the type of career that he was going to have.
One person knew.
Who's that?
Holger
definitely knew, and maybe Donnie. Maybe Donnie knew. Well, Holger knew what his work ethic was for sure. But that's probably the hardest thing to try and figure out. Kevin, Mike said it yesterday. These guys overcome their weaknesses from being picks like Giannis and Jokic and everything to be where they are. But that weakness is a lot of times they put that work in, and nobody can predict that guy's going to be that kind of worker.
Here's what I wonder. I love everything you said. I just wonder, a person like Adam Morrison, drafted 3rd overall.
Yeah.
Was it his work ethic, or was it his lack of talent at an NBA level?
Probably both. I mean,
you got to factor in both, right? Don't you think?
I have no.
I didn't see him work behind the scenes, so I don't know.
To your point, I have no. What if Adam Morrison worked that hard? And I'm sure there are some people that worked as hard as Dirk and just could not figure out how to be a productive player in the NBA. Because I'd like to say, not that I was a high pick, but I was like, I don't know if I could have worked any harder.
Yeah.
Like, that's you know what I'm saying? Like,
you were talking about your kid, and you said that your kid has premium. Because you've seen what it takes.
Yeah.
But you said he has premium work ethic.
Yeah, he has a premium work ethic when it comes to the one thing that he doesn't do, and he is horrible at stretching.
Okay.
But like if it comes to like your putting everything in, he refuses to do the stretching. But his work ethic in the weight room, his work ethic on the field, his work ethic in extra practice, it's all there except for stretching. But it doesn't mean Jim Schlossnagle is going to call him from the University of Texas next week or next year and be like, here's your scholarship, and all the other schools are going to call. I don't know, but I do know that he does have the right work ethic, attitude as a teammate, and all that stuff.
Can you hear Schloss?
Oh, I heard it's right that. Yeah.
Schloss calls him up, Kevin. He's like, I've heard about your work ethic, and I need you at Texas.
Yeah.
Or wherever I end up. Wherever I go to not win the College World Series.
What if 3 years from now he goes back to A&M?
I could see that. And he's a hell of a coach. He really is.
I kind of, now that you just brought that up, I want to go to Texas versus Texas A&M baseball next year.
So bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. How insane will that game be now?
It's going to be wild. You're absolutely right about that.
Will you go to the one on the turf field, or you want to go to the one at College Station?
I'd rather go to College Station because it is a better environment, and it will be.
They will be so mad.
The hate will be.
Oh my God! Yeah, there'll definitely be some people who make the trip either way.
They're just throwing free birds at the dugout.
Yeah. Do you think they'll just be chanting like "right that," or just something along those lines the entire time?
I think they will be doing trader, like
or burner phone. Yeah, read into that story a little bit more. There's a lot there. From the
because he has an A&M phone, right? So he had to not use it.
Yes. So he could be recruiting for Texas.
Yeah.
Or the deal all magically came together in like 8 hours, including when people slept. From the 214, guys, can y'all tell me I'm not an idiot? My wife constantly calls me one. I'm starting to believe I am. Ooh, Corey, this is uncharted territory. Would you
shouldn't
consider
call your spouse an idiot?
No, I don't know if that is the solution, Mike.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay. I thought you said as like a retort.
No,
you're an idiot.
No. I'm saying that's probably not the best relationship if you're. Now, I guess if you're goofing off, like you do something funny, like, you're an idiot.
Like you're an idiot.
But.
Yeah, I could see that. Corey, would you be willing to give out the first ever "You were not an idiot"?
Ooh, here's the thing, Kevin.
Oh, no.
I was told by a guy back when I worked in the computer world that I was a tree. And he was like, you know what, I need to stop saying that to you. And I was like, why? And he said, well, because if you tell somebody they're a tree long enough, they become a tree. They don't move. They stand still. You tell them they're an idiot, they're going to just be an idiot. I've never done the "you're not an idiot" before.
Is that the
and
same?
So I don't know this person well enough to know what their idiosyncrasies are. Is that the right usage of
It
that?
is not, but I'll accept it.
But
you made it sound like it was.
Yeah, I mean, what if they do have a lot of idiot tendencies? And I don't know. So I want to be nice.
You want to follow up from him?
I want to follow up. What
her?
does she call you an idiot? Oh, yeah. What does your significant other call you an idiot for?
Oh, that's a painful segment, I'm sure. Hey, was that the job where you were working where somebody was drinking coffee and looked at you and said, "Hey, Corey, I'm installing Java"? Because I think that is so freaking funny, and I could see how
the same place.
Well, our audience right here does not think it's funny at all. I thought it was hilarious, but that's a good question.
Yeah. Well, because Kevin, are we still doing Java? Is Java still a thing? I don't know that I've seen it.
Definitely
in a long time.
the good decision to ask me about the latest technological advances.
From the 214, I think they will chant "selfish question," so that'll be one for sure.
That's a good one.
And then from the 469 follow-up, he loves Luka now. So that guy, he's a big Luka fan.
Okay, all right.
So we're waiting on more follow-ups from the person who's asking.
As he should. And so, yeah, I get that. Hey, to be fair, Schlossnagle gave a very emotional apology. Try not to choke up. It's just, there's gonna be a lot of feelings in this. You can tell he feels really, really bad.
Really, really bad.
Quote.
Let's write that.
Also, quote, he asked a question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better. But in the moment, 30 minutes after that last pitch, all I could think about was our players. Which players? That's for you to decide. I added that part. I wasn't really in the mood to talk about myself for the future. It really does hit you in the heart how emotional that is.
All I could think about at that time was the kids.
Yeah.
At UT
now,
that he was
did he
getting ready to
already
coach.
cut the deal to become the UT head coach before the playoffs even started?
Probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Which kids was he talking about? The kids he was going to go see the next day?
The kids he was convincing to transfer?
Yeah, I don't know, because that has been very effective as A&M's lost like 2/3 of their starters,
I know.
which
I was
I'm
trying to
laughing
look it
because
up.
it's so sad.
Because I was trying to see, there was a list that I saw, like most of their starting players that were coming back that are not in the draft all have hit the transfer portal. And I'm like, are all of them going to UT? That would be so weird because you're like, Giga Maggies, we hate UT, that's our rival, everything. And then the next day you're like, UT, and all the UT people are going to accept them. And I get it because they're good. And it just goes to show, like, you really don't hate Vince Young if you're an A&M fan. If you would have just transferred to A&M,
oh my God, I would have, and I'm no different. I would have loved it if Vince Young played quarterback for A&M. I'd be like, hell yeah, let's do this.
I don't think you guys actually hate the players that beat you. You just wish they were on your team.
Now, I want to know what you guys think. I have one more question for you. What do you think about what about NBC? Not the NBC, just NBC, saying that they're going to use artificial intelligence to recreate Al Michaels' voice for custom recaps each day during the 2024 Olympics?
Human Al Michaels is still alive.
Human Al Michaels is still alive.
He's still kicking.
And that's a
we
great
saw him in
point.
Oxnard or in Malibu last year.
That is a great point.
He still eats food.
Does it weird you out?
He ate a Brussels sprout once. We know that.
He did. He told us about that. Yeah. Does it weird you out that they're like, hey, we're just going to AI this thing?
Yes.
Or do you think Al Michaels is like, hell no, I'm not going to do that every day?
And they're like, hey, if we buy your voice, your AI voice, we'll pay you this much.
Corey,
he was like, thumbs up, you got it.
What would you sell your AI voice rights for?
$1 billion.
That feels high, man.
$1 billion Buffalo Wild Wings wings. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right, which you can get for way cheaper than $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's okay, that's a high price. We'll see if anybody comes in.
You never
Mike
know.
supports that price.
Down there, if they're offering, if they're like,
make
name
your voice
price.
do terrible
for
things.
I guess $1 billion for the rest of your life and when you're not here.
Yes.
I think that's a little high, but it's not a bad offer.
But not a little high.
It's a good place to start.
I would say this.
If we're negotiating.
I'll answer it. I think for the rest of my life, I think for under $1 million is too low.
Okay.
Because they're going to be able to use it in so many ways that I'm not going to like.
That's true.
Does that make sense?
Hey, everybody. the debates tonight. But when it comes to voting, and Mike's going to be like, no,
hold on. That was not the right use of that.
Man,
man.
I see your point.
Yeah. Our president has done a great job. Like, you could use that for a whole bunch of different presidents.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think so.
You can use it 10 years from now. You can use it, whenever.
So, I think Mike's onto something here. You're looking down the road and, like, how they use it for what. But I do think it's interesting that they want to use it for these recaps. And maybe did he say he didn't want to do them? Like, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it?
See, I've been trying to figure that out. I also have a follow-up about that guy who wants to not be called an idiot. From the 214, if I'm being honest, it's usually when she's drunk, which is often. I have no idiotic tendencies or habits, though. That's tough. I was on your side until the last part when you say you have no idiotic thoughts or tendencies
We're all
or habits.
idiots somewhere.
We all do some dumb
Here's my
thing.
boobs, Van Halen. Yeah. We all did that.
Yeah, they did. Do you think they still do?
Maybe not for Van Halen.
Okay. Who do you think they do that for?
Well, Bon Jovi just released a new album, so
great!
Just because he could.
I don't know. I mean, then the question becomes: at what point do women want to stop showing their boobs because they're not as proud of them?
Sure.
I don't know. That's not a question for me.
It's just a question.
People that went to Van Halen concerts, I'm assuming, were in their early 20s to early 30s in the 80s, and they're like, yeah, boob flash.
Now they're 60.
I don't know. Right. They're probably like,
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I wonder why.
Not as so I'm just assuming. I don't know. I don't know I don't know who rock stars are in today's world, and I don't know if the boob flashing is still a thing like it was in the 80s.
You think it's a distraction when you're on the stage? When you're up on the stage?
I'm sure
and
a
you're just
little
like,
bit.
I bet by the mid 80s to the late 80s, no chance. They're like, great. I've seen
all of them.
68 million boobs.
I remember
by
her
now.
from last year.
Yeah, exactly. And from the 214, this is hurtful. I'm not an idiot because I got tickets to go see the Rangers on Tuesday. Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers, baby.
I would like to see that monetized into a slogan for Texas.
Sounds like Chris Young thinks Go Get Rangers is really a time right now, too, because he says it's time to get after it right now.
See,
So
he gets it.
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here.
Go get Rangers.
Shut up, Chris. I know what I said.
That was you, not Chris.
Oh, yeah, boy.
He played it live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the most important Cowboys in 2024. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Polaris Ranger XP 1000 Texas Edition.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
2nd and 10, back to throw. Tyron Smith locks a guy up. Right side of the end zone, Lamb. Hello, CD. Touchdown, CD Lamb.
Y'all turned that into a promo? I know what I said was stupid yesterday.
That was awesome timing, too, man. That was phenomenal. I loved it. Dude, listen, Go Get Rangers is going to live with us for a long time, all right? Especially whenever Chris Young decides to go get Rangers, you know? And he's like, you know what? This team needs some injection. They need some fire. Go get Rangers.
If next week, I doubt it would happen. He's a busy guy, talks to a lot of people. If Boach goes, hey, go get Rangers, I might die like of embarrassment. That would be terrible. All right.
It'd be awesome.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dude.
Love that. And let's start in the series zone real quick. If you missed the discussion about it earlier, Dak Prescott got a big win in court yesterday, and we talked about that aspect of it. That suit has been dismissed. Here is part of the statement from Levi McCathern. Despite Mrs. Shores and her legal team's relentless efforts to extort money and damage Dak's reputation, justice has consistently prevailed and will continue to do so. The original lies by the accuser, her team, and their recent failed attempt to sue him civilly are all just a continuation of their extortion plot against Dak. These ploys distract from the trauma of legitimate sexual assault sexual assault survivors and undermine the progress that our society has made in supporting them. So I thought that was a very well thought out statement from Mr. McCathern. And like I said, there is going to be another hearing in September. I believe it's September 13th to answer the question about whether the accuser and or her lawyers should be sanctioned for making a frivolous claim.
Okay, all right.
So that will be if you're following this and you want to continue to follow and see what the next outcome is, this will be the next part. And then obviously Dak's extortion suit is still going.
Yeah, and so there, and as we see in courts, things take a long time. They can spawn into completely different new things.
Well, hell,
too.
we're still waiting for the 3 Jerry Jones things, I think.
Kevin will probably never see that.
Yeah.
I mean, like, even you just keep the richer you are, the more you can push it off, right? The longer you can make it not exist.
I do agree with that. I don't think that should be the case, but obviously it is tough to argue against that. All right. The most important Dallas Cowboys. Now, I know, obviously, Mike's thought is all of them. But if you had to narrow it down to 10, I'm going to give you the list. But, Mike, I need you to not listen to number 10 because I know how you feel, and you're going to think that this one is stupid.
It's Zeke. No, it's not Zeke.
Not Zeke. But John Machota put together a top 10 most important Cowboys list.
Jalen Tolbert?
Jalen Tolbert is, in fact.
But why is Jalen Tolbert number 10? Because
great.
they're hinging
they
a lot
need a
of
number
the
3
success.
wide receiver.
Yeah, and they didn't pursue that. They didn't pursue that enough to say we solidified that. And that comes from that line that we heard this morning about Mike McCarthy doesn't believe that he does believe in draft and develop, and so that's part of it. But they need to see the fruits of the labor on that by now.
So that's number 10. Hopefully you'll think the list gets better from there, Mike.
I mean, he's going to be awesome.
No.
I was wrong about him. I will admit I was wrong about him. Everything I saw on film said that by year 2 he would be a very good player, and he's done nothing.
Even if he's not, we got Turpentine.
Number 9. I do think this is a player that you like, and we all think is legitimately good. Jake Ferguson.
Yeah, solid player.
Yeah, Jake Ferguson is an excellent player. Number 8, I know the quote's coming. DeMarcus Lawrence is the number 8 most important player for the Cowboys this season.
Until he gets burnt out.
Yeah.
Dude, can you imagine getting burnt out after 17 football games?
I mean, me
as a baseball player,
but
like a baseball player, they play 162 baseball games. I would be burnt out from that at some point. But maybe that's enough time to get burnt out and then come back. You know?
Work so hard to get the number 2 seed and then just be like, I don't care about football anymore.
It seemed like that's the time when you would be like, wow, everything just kind of fell in our lap. Let's go get it.
Like, I mean,
go get Cowboy.
This is an excuse, and all it is an excuse. It's not right. Maybe the Rangers are burnt out from winning the championship last year.
But they did it.
I don't think it's right. I don't think they should be, but maybe it is what it is.
Number 7 on the list, Trayvon Diggs. This feels fairly self-explanatory. And these aren't the 10 best players, obviously, but the most important, because number 7 is Trayvon Diggs.
I would have him higher.
Number 6 is Mozzie Smith.
Okay,
I heard Broadus say that Diggs might not be ready for the season.
For the season?
That's why they picked up whoever they picked up. He was suggesting if they're doing that, then they're doing that going, we don't know if he's going to be ready for the start of the season.
Well, I mean, that would, and even if he is, how long is it going to take for him to
be back to what he is?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're also, preparing for if he gets hurt again, if he re-injures it in the process of rehabbing.
I don't know.
We've seen
the Cowboys have never prepared for injuries.
All they got to do is go in there.
That's for damn sure.
All they got to do
I
is
agree
go
with
in there
that.
with just give another surgery and check it out and see if he's okay.
Number 5 most important player on the list, Eric Kendricks.
Agree.
The linebacker. All right, tell me why that is. Because he fits in Zimmer's system,
but not just because he fits in Zimmer's system, but because he knows it so well, and he's going to be the one that's trying to tell everybody where to be. Like he's going to be responsible for a lot in this defense because he understands the system so well. Micah didn't have a clue where he was supposed to be the other day because he hadn't shown up and talked to Zimmer yet.
Right.
And so this is going to be a guy who I think still has something left. He's a very physical player. Hopefully the team will follow up on that. Hopefully he doesn't fall into the trap that we see the Cowboys players typically fall into, which is, it's okay, it's good enough. Hopefully he has more passion for what he wants to accomplish, and he takes on a leadership role because he's going to have it immediately walking in because of his tenure in the league.
Number 4 on the list, Tyler Guyton. Again, you're putting a lot on a rookie, but obviously if he's going to be playing a premium position, or at least that's what I assume.
I'd have him flop with Diggs. That's what I would do. I would have those two flop.
You have Diggs 4 and Guyton 7?
Yeah.
If Guyton flops, and I'm not saying for his career.
Yeah.
Just for this year.
You get 3 weeks into the season, and you're like, oh, my God. He is not ready for this. I think that you're an OU fan, and a lot of people have said he might not be ready to start the season in the NFL. What do you feel like you have a good option until he has the ability to play at this level?
You have Awesome, you have Chuma, and that's it. And we know what those guys are.
And you don't have a center that you really like either?
Yeah, unless they make big leaps.
So they seem to have glowing things to say consistently about Brock Hoffman. Take that for what it is. I'm not saying that means he's going to be great. And then Cooper Beebe, high expectations. So they'll tell you the right things behind the scenes. I have no idea.
When it comes to playing offensive line, Mike, for me, though, it's still a big factor of, you've been playing against college guys. And now you have to go up against even bigger, stronger NFL guys that are stronger than you. It takes some time to become strong like that. I really do think it takes some time to go, you know what? Here, I got to speed up my footwork. I got to be even stronger than those guys across from me.
And then the last 3, you probably could predict. Maybe they shift in some people's minds.
Zeke.
Zeke did not make the top 10.
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Do you know how good he was in 2016?
Okay, I do. He was amazing. And
he hasn't lost a step, according to people who don't watch football.
Yes, and according to the Cowboys, who also cut him. It's really confusing. Yeah. CeeDee Lamb, number 3. Micah Parsons, number 2. And, of course, Dak Prescott, number 1. That is a very logical 1, 2, 3.
I'll tell you what. They're going all the way this year.
I knew as soon as you said, I tell you what, and I was like, there's no way this isn't sarcastic.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, today's game is the midpoint of the Rangers season. So what midterm grade would you give them? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
What's up, Tolos? Zach Wolchuk wanting to show some love to Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst. They're Tolos just like
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and that is a lie today, Big Voice Man, as we're actually live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, and we have a lot of great fans here today, but we have, yeah, girl, we have one particularly special guest today. It is Alexander, who is celebrating his 5th birthday today at Buffalo Wild Wings, hanging out with the KNC Masterpiece. He wasn't too good for us like Bobby is, just at home sleeping. Alexander made the commitment to come and see us today. I like it.
Yeah, I do like that too. Get that kid a cake or
I think
a
it's
piece
Derek
of cake.
Jeter's birthday too. He shares Derek Jeter's birthday.
Yeah.
So guess what, Alexander? Are you responsible for the most overrated play in baseball history? No? Then guess what? You are better.
Alexander, are you just a guy on a really good team?
Okay, I won't go that far. It's just the one particular play when I was like, the ball was going to get there in time anyway. Like, your little flip didn't add anything.
Michael
to
Young could have been just as good.
Wow. Mike, which
should have got 1,000 more hits.
Well, I mean, if he had protection all up and down the lineup the same way that Derek did. That being said, would you go against Michael Young on that? Would you say that he couldn't do it?
Yeah, I'd tell him right to his face.
No,
I'd say, Michael, great player. You're not Derek Jeter and never were Derek Jeter.
I feel like in that moment he'd probably be like, fair, not screw you. You're dead to me.
He knows Derek Jeter was better than him.
Okay, all right.
What do you think about that, Corey?
I didn't hear it from Michael Young. I only heard it from Michael Bassett.
Fair point.
Who I trust a lot.
We'll have Michael Young on another time in his life. Yeah, you can go. You can ask, say, were you as good as Derek Jeter?
That's the first question, because depending on how he answers it, that could pivot the interview quite a bit. You know what, Corey? I'm glad you asked me that. You're damn right I was as good as Derek Jeter. And then we're like, here we go.
Oh, man.
Then I'll call him Derek.
All right.
Holland. I don't have
Yeah, I don't know if I don't have Jeter's contact yet.
Today's game is game 81 for the Texas Rangers, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan, which means that's the halfway point of the season. I know we're not quite to the All-Star break, but when we do get to the All-Star break, you can hear the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game again right here on 105.3 The Fan. I saw some mid-season grades from CBS Sports, and I wanted to pick y'all's brain about specifically what do you think should be the mid-season grade for the Rangers? Like, what would you give them right now?
Okay, hold on. Am I taking this team as this season alone, or am I taking this team as my expectation was they were a World Series champion? Because right now it's an F compared to being World Series champions. They're not having competitive at bats. They're not scoring. Dude, their runs scored last year were fantastic. You could count on them to pick up runs when they needed to pick up runs. And this year it's flopped where pitching has been their strong suit. So right now they're not living up to being a World Series champion, Kevin. And I want them to. I hope they can. I hope they can turn that around. But right now it is a failure of a season for this season specifically. All right, not the Bruce Bochy era by any means, or the Corey Seager era. This season right now they're failing what they're trying to accomplish.
Corey, I hear what you're saying, but I totally agree.
Oh man,
I'd like to respond in a positive way for what the Rangers have done this year. This year overall, we can get specific on groups, we can get specific on certain players, but overall, the Texas Rangers deserve a failing grade for 80 games into the season.
Their defense is not what it was last year by any means.
That's for damn sure.
Their bats, they aren't doing competitive at bats by any means. And Kevin, there are a lot of question marks.
They're tied for the 8th worst record in all of baseball.
There are a lot of not on. I don't know if it's time for this. When it comes to Corey Seager's bat, I don't have a lot of question marks there, but is the future of him still at the position that he's at for the rest of his career, or do we have to start thinking something differently for him in the future?
Look, I love Corey Seager. I'm so glad he's here. I'm so glad he won the World Series. But there's no way the rest of his career, I don't know what the exact timeline is, but there's no way I think he should be a shortstop for the rest of this contract. That's just me. People might be like, well, now you're an idiot.
And that being said, Kevin, he's paid. He's paid very handsomely. He's won a World Series here. He can, Mike, we talk about this all the time. He's a hero here for the rest of his life. He'll eat free here forever. But his defense, his body size, his body type, the fact that you're struggling at a certain position across the field from him there a little bit defensively, and maybe you could replace that bat and supplement it, maybe there is a future for that as well somewhere down the road. But that's not for this discussion today. And I don't think you're going to convince Corey Seager today that needs to be happening or that he needs to take a move this year. But that is something we have to start considering for the future and maybe for future building of this team and what you want it to look like. Because our bats, Kevin, his bat's good. But is he going to be that kind of shortstop for the rest of his career? Probably not. Age catches up with you, man. It happens.
Look, I am really surprised by y'all's grades, but I shouldn't be, because I was even trying to be positive, and I said a D+. Well, guess what? CBS Sports handed out 3 Fs. 1 to the White Sox, sure. 1 to the Blue Jays, I get that too.
We're only a half game better than them.
Yes, and they have been colossally disappointed. And then the other one goes to the Texas Rangers.
Wow, really?
Yeah, here's the little blurb. A banged-up rotation and surprisingly middling offense have undermined the defending World Series champions thus far. That rotation is starting to get healthier, and that could prompt a run soon enough. For now, though, the Rangers qualify as a surprising flop in 2024. F.
Wow, first off, the word I created, middling, last year is now starting to really make a surge.
Yeah.
Are you proud of that?
Yes, I am.
It's almost as good as Go Get Rangers. But the secondly,
don't laugh at that.
the fact that nationally they're looking at it the same way. I mean, locally here I'm being tough on them because I expect so much more. But nationally, for the power rankings, Kevin, everybody's kind of been giving them the benefit of the doubt, being like, oh yeah, they'll turn it on at some point. But the fact that they haven't as of yet is, I mean, it's fallen across the country there. You just saw that there.
Here's the tough part that I have with it, Mike. I appreciate all the feedback that we're getting right now. From the 817, with all the injuries to the lineup and the pitching staff, I would say they're at a B-. Here's the issue where I run into with that. The injuries, some of the primary issues that you've had. Wyatt Langford. Well, you can project all you like, but you hadn't seen him do anything at the big league level. Same with Evan Carter. I still think Evan Carter is going to be awesome, but you'd seen him play all of 35 games in his entire big league career? Mm-hmm. And then the other one is Josh Young. It stinks, but Josh Young has gotten hurt a lot. So I don't know if I can give them too much leeway on the offensive side. And the pitching has been fine. With all of the injuries, I can't say that our pitching staff would be so much better to pull you out of this hole, because it's the offense that's been struggling so much. To me, I appreciate what they're saying. A B- is too high. But then you get this from the 469. They get a big old fat F. From the 817, they're not good enough to get a D, maybe not bad enough to get an F, so I'll give them an E. So we'll even add a grade for
D-.
there. Yeah, but there you go. So a D-, and the only positive one you kind of see is the B-, but then there's a D-, D+, F.
If we break it down, do you want to break it down into kind of position categories?
Sure.
Offensively, I give it an F-.
I give them an F for sure.
It's I can't believe the expectation. Now, if you have the Oakland Athletics roster, I'd give the Oakland Athletics, it's an F offense. But I look at their names and I'm like, what did you expect? That's an F offense on a piece of paper, and they're living up to their piece of paper. When you look at the lineup of the Rangers, even without Josh Young, this should not be one of the worst offenses in baseball. This should be still a slightly above average offense. Marcus Semien, his OPS now for the year is almost under 700. It is at now 708. It is just dwindling more and more down as this season progresses. I look at Jonah Heim.
41 slump right now for Semien. 0 for 5 yesterday, like you said.
Yeah, and he had the bases loaded with 2 outs. I know the 8 and 9 hole didn't come through, but then he didn't come through. Jonah Heim right now, he has an OPS of 632. We released Jared Walsh, and he had a 637 OPS. Just to get, now I know different positions and Jonah Heim's history and everything like that, but he went from all-star to now I'm starting to wonder in the future, should he be, and this, I'm not basing this off of just 80 games and I'm going with this, but at the end of this year, do you look at Jonah Heim and go, do we need more of a 50-50 catcher with him?
So that he can have legs? Or
I don't know.
His bat's just, it's not the same right now.
And so he had a career year last year. And then I think, man, and look, Jonah's not trying to do bad. He's trying to do great. But when they left him off the top 10 catchers list and we were mad, we should have been mad, but they were right.
Yeah, the way it looks now, for sure.
This year, for sure, yeah.
And so I know it was based off of last year, but you just look at it. And so I go, offensively, it's an F. That's the easy F. But I'll say this, starting pitching, A-. That's the only reason you have 37 wins.
And we were terrified about our starting
pitching. And they're
pitching
the ones that
coming
have
into
the
this
injuries. That's the injured part.
And I just wanted to throw this out there because I know this is a talking point for people. Look into it a little bit more. It's not as bad as you might think because I continue to see people go, what did you expect? Boch's teams are never good after they win the World Series. That's false. So
they're just saying that without actually looking up any information.
The biggest example from 2012 to 2013, spot on. You went from 94 wins to 76. So you took a huge drop. But look at the other two World Series. 2010, you win 92 games. You win the World Series. What happens next year? You win 86 games. And so in 2014, you win 88 games and you win the World Series. Next year, 84 games. Now, I realize people are going to be like, but they didn't even make the playoffs. And I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is 2 of those 3 years, they were still over 500.
I bet in this category, I bet one of those teams would have made it. I bet they were the first team
with
out.
The expanded playoffs,
Yeah.
absolutely. And you're looking at a Baltimore series that it's not insane to think you could be 11 games under 500 at the end of this. And so you're talking about a team that they don't feel like this Texas Rangers team does not feel like they're moving in the right direction. Now, that could change because you're like, hey, Scherzer's good to go again. Hey, Josh Young got it figured out when he started, doing some at-bats again on the side on Saturday. And all of a sudden, but just at this moment, you got swept by Milwaukee. Now you're going up against a Baltimore team that's awesome.
And guess who wants revenge?
Yes, that's a good
They
point.
were way better than the Rangers last year, without a doubt. I think even Rangers would tell you, yeah, Baltimore's more talented than us and better, but it didn't matter. For 3 games, we played better than them, and we moved on. So it doesn't matter they were better than us. They were. They have more talent. They had more talent last year in every category. But the Rangers played better in the 3 games that mattered, and that's how you move on in the playoffs. It doesn't matter if you're better or not. It matters if you play better on the games that then get you to the next round. They are going to want to kill the Rangers tonight and tomorrow. And Saturday and Sunday are nationally televised games. They are 50-30. Gunnar Henderson is arguably the best player in baseball. They are going to want to destroy the Rangers. If they come out and play like they've played the Rangers and they don't get the ball to Robertson and Yates, it could get really ugly these next 4 games.
Kevin, the other part of it, too, is I was asking Mike this question about those San Francisco teams, and maybe this team specifically. It's a championship roster. Why do I want to change it that much, right? And the loyalty that comes along with you just want a championship with those guys. I do get that. But here, Chris Young is in the mindset. You just heard him yesterday in the dugout. It's time. We have to start proving that we're the same offense here and there because he has decisions to make. Decisions that go from what Mike's been discussing on, hey, am I a seller or a buyer? And also, like, which one of these guys? I'm starting to make a lot of decisions based on the way y'all are playing and the effort y'all are giving out there and the competitive at-bats that we have. When we said at the beginning of the season the standard changed, it doesn't look like the standard changed by any means. It looked like y'all went back to what the standard used to be. Yeah. And so you know how competitive he is. You know how frustrated he is with this. And we've seen Bochy, his emotions this year. Not that they've been wild and outrageous during games, but he sounds sad sometimes when he hops on with us, Kevin. I'm just not used to that.
I get that.
I'm gonna be honest here. I thought Bochy was insane when he was like, I'm taking this job to win now. I was like, you're insane.
Yeah.
And he won the freaking World Series.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, at the end of this year...
This is more what you thought it would look like?
Yeah, I thought they'd be over 5. I thought they'd be better than... This is 8th worst record in baseball right now.
Yikes.
I look at it and I go, I wonder, I'm throwing this out there. There's half a season left. I wonder if Bochy's going to come back for next year.
Huh.
If he came back to compete and win,
Yeah.
And he saw the Rangers in a way that we didn't see them. Most of baseball did not see them as a competitive team. And he said, no, I can win with this group. They're going to win. And he went 40-20 to start the year. And they snuck into the playoffs, and then they played the best in October and won the World Series. If they lose 90 games or close to, I don't know. I don't know what the direction of the Rangers are going to be based off of the money they're going to want to spend in the offseason. Like, I don't know. It's something that Boch probably isn't thinking about at all today. But he might have to think about it in September and go, well, is this team good enough to compete in 2025? If, I'm throwing out ifs, we don't know. If it doesn't compete at all in 2024 and you have to unload talent to try to restock a little bit of the farm system, then does Boch want to come back for a little bit of possibly, I don't know this, possibly of a mini rebuild?
You know, Mike, I had not even considered that until just now.
Thanks a lot.
I appreciate the content, even when the content makes me sad. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, text in things to cheer us up. But also, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, the post-NBA Finals rankings of the top 100 players in the league. How many do the Mavs have, and have they earned the league's respect? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
14 for Luka on the logo. What is going on here? He is on one tonight.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, and what I've learned here today is not only is this the place to be for all the things that we talked about, the brews, the food, the TVs, this is apparently the birthday spot to be, as ladies and gentlemen, we have another birthday turning 13 years old today. Noah, it's his birthday, everybody. Happy birthday for Noah.
And
it's a great name. It's a great name.
There's two things I'd like to say here. A, he's wearing the Lucas mic. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh.
That's what he got for his birthday today.
He just took off his shoe and gave it to me. I like it. It's like a reverse Cinderella kind of thing.
You know what's interesting about those? We just played a Luka highlight, and he has Luka 2s on.
Yeah.
Luka stopped wearing 2s during the season. I don't know. I pay attention to these things. He went back to wearing his 1s quite a bit. In the playoffs, he wasn't wearing 2s. And I was wondering this, and I never brought it up on the show because we were kind of who cares. And I guess who cares now, but since we're in the offseason, I was wondering if Luka didn't really, over time, like the 2s, like the way they felt, and liked the 1s better.
Maybe so.
And then, because he was wearing 1s primarily every playoff game, and I thought, I wonder if he wasn't a fan of the 2s, like, over time, the way they felt.
The other thing I wanted to say about that, Kevin, is it is Thursday. It's not Shout Out Friday.
Oh, did I?
And I've allowed this now twice.
Yeah, you're getting soft.
No.
For
if
kids.
you come see us, we allow.
Okay,
if you come
that's
see
fair.
our faces, we allow shout outs.
And just for the record, this is not my child, because people are like, hold on, how did this kid go from 1 to 13? And can Noah read yet? I'm assuming Noah can read here.
I haven't watched it in decades, but that can happen on soap operas.
Okay.
Where you're like, wait, I thought that kid was 6.
That would be really stunned if that happened.
I also do know that this Noah
sand through the hourglass was going through fast for that kid.
He came to visit us one day at one of the other Buffalo Wild Wings.
Okay.
And his dad helped him skip school. So maybe that's part of the...
Let's go.
Yeah, didn't mean to call you out there, Dad, but... That's good dadding right there. That's really good
person
dadding.
in a different district.
No, I give him a lot of credit for doing that.
All right, on the Mavs front, and I decided to compare them to an obvious team, the Celtics, and that's why I was fascinated by this. Now, Corey, part of the question you asked, and we're going to get to that, but if people want to start weighing in with your opinions, Twitch, YouTube, you can hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. Have the Mavs earn the league's respect? Now, I want to get to that in just a second. But first, top 100 players in the league. So the Ringer kind of does a ever-evolving list of top players in the league, and so they'll do updates throughout the playoffs and everything. And so this is their post-NBA Finals ranking of the top 100 players in the league. How many top 100 players do you think the Mavericks have?
2.
No, I'm going to say 3, maybe 4, but I'm going to go with 3. I think Derek Lively barely makes the top 100.
And I bet PJ probably.
And that's where PJ, I'm wondering with his second half and the playoff run. So I'm leaning towards 3, and PJ just misses it, but I could see 4.
Savvy selection on the Lively front. He is the 3rd Mavericks player on the list at 97.
Okay.
And so they have 3 on the list. Where explain that look to me, Corey.
97?
Yeah.
Well, the look was that means there's not much room for PJ.
He did not. So, he did not make the cut.
There aren't 4. I was getting ready to go 5, 6. I don't know, Kevin. But wow, 97 for the way he played this year. I would expect a little bit higher, but maybe they're looking at him going, "Hey, give him time. It'll grow into something." And being on the top 100 is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, especially for a rookie.
Yeah.
Okay, where would you put Luka, and where would you put the other 2 players, and who are they?
I'm guessing Luka's one of them.
You don't have to worry. You didn't give anything away.
Okay, Mike's going to be like, hold on, Luka.
Yeah.
I listen, man, Luka's performance.
Jaylen Brown's number 1 because he won the MVP.
He was really good.
Of both the Eastern Conference and the Finals.
I would have Luka 1.
Okay.
I know that you disagree with that because you think Jokic still is.
I would have Jokic 1.
Me too.
Because he did win the MVP.
Yeah. We lost to Anthony Edwards.
It's true.
That's true.
Then wouldn't you put a Celtic
But then
number
Jaylen
1?
Brown would have to be 1 in that category.
That's why Mike went with Jaylen Brown.
This is tough.
I would go. I mean, Luka's right. He should be in the top 3, no matter what.
I am going to move Luka to number 2, and I understand there would be a lot of pushback nationally with that because Giannis has struggled recently in the biggest moments. So if I wanted to go Giannis because of more of a complete player defensively and offensively, I also have to look at the lack of success that Giannis had this year in the regular season and in the postseason and move Luka to number 2 behind Jokic.
By the way, from the 817, that has to be a mistake, right? I did not hear you mention Tim Hardaway Jr. or Dwight Powell. No, you did not.
By the way, I'm assuming that Kyrie is the second one.
That is correct.
And I would have him in the top 25.
Okay.
That's interesting because I was going to think right around 20.
Okay. For Luka, Jokic is number 1, Luka is 2, and Giannis is 3.
Okay.
So it played out like y'all said.
Is Embiid in the top 5?
Embiid is not in the top
injuries,
5.
right?
He's number 6.
Okay.
They put Shai Gilgeous-Alexander 4, and then
great.
Tatum 5.
Dude, Shai was
He's
amazing
awesome.
to watch
I
during that
agree.
playoff.
He was better than I thought. Once you played him in 6 games in the playoffs, I was like, man, they're different players, but I was like, there's not much separation between Luka and Shai, which I thought there was.
There were times, like, I thought you know how Patrick Mahomes was laying down sideways to throw passes in the Super Bowl? There were times where Shai was making shots off balance like that.
He's unbelievable.
How did that happen? And then, the Mavericks were able to overcome it. But he really impressed me a lot.
Here's the top 10 if you want to know, and then I'll give you Kyrie.
Yeah.
And then I'll point out what I really wanted to talk about in here. Jokic is 1, Luka's 2, Giannis is 3, Shai 4, Tatum 5, Embiid 6, Curry 7, Anthony Edwards 8, Kevin Durant 9, and Anthony Davis 10.
Where was Jaylen Brown on that
Yeah,
list?
I was like, they did not give him the playoff
top
credit he deserves.
10. Also, no LeBron in the top 10.
LeBron's out of the top 10 now. But he's not out of the top 15, right? He has to be.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You guys were talking about Kyrie, and y'all were pretty spot on. Kyrie is number 25.
Okay.
So, Mike, you said 20. Corey, you said in the top 25. He's 25.
I could have gone anywhere from 25 to 15.
Okay.
Can you name the 5 guys, like 20 through 24?
Yes. Yeah. Let's skip down there just a little bit. I can't remember if I just said this out loud or in my brain. Jaylen Brown is 15, in case you wanted to know.
That's too low.
Jamal Murray is 20.
Okay. Totally get it.
Zion, 21.
Not fair
I
because he
don't
doesn't
know
play
about
enough.
that. De'Aaron Fox is 22. I think people lose sight of De'Aaron Fox is
great.
really good. Paul George is 23, and Bam Adebayo is 24.
Okay.
So, for example,
I think
right
there's
behind
arguments.
Right behind
Yeah.
Kyrie is Domantas Sabonis
Okay.
at 26.
Okay, yeah, they're all like on that. Hey,
I would put him ahead of Zion.
probably all-star, but there could be a guy that takes his spot on an all-star team.
I don't know. I'm probably too much of a Paul George apologist. I know what he does whenever playoff time happens, but I really like the length of the play. I like how he fits in with lots of different teams.
I get that.
That's one of the reasons I'm always more like, I think that Paul George deserves to be above him on that. But that's interesting, the growth and leadership Kyrie showed. I wonder if it's a stay. He's been at 25 this whole time.
I think
He's
he
gonna
has
be there.
upward mobility, and I think if you would have seen more from him in the finals and maybe the beginning of some of these playoff series, I think he could have been higher. Now, here's what I wanted to talk about. Mavericks and the Celtics, because we all love the season that the Mavericks have. We like the talent that they have as well. How many do you think the Celtics have on this list?
5.
You want to name?
I would probably go.
Drew Holiday's going to be on there.
Yes.
Porzingis is going to be on there. Derek White, I think, deserves to be in that 85 to 100 category. No, are we not?
Brown and Tatum are obviously on there. So
Horford's their 6th. So
I was going to say Horford.
Do you think Horford's better than Lively?
I don't.
Agreed.
But I think the NBA has a ton of respect for him.
Yeah, I mean, his longevity and what he is like, the glue and the gel to a championship team. I'll go with 6. I'll go if they put 6 on there.
Al Horford is number 100 on the list to make 6 Boston Celtics. And here is where I want to talk about the discrepancy in talent. Although I know it's not only talent that can get you places. Obviously, this group of players meshes incredibly well together. The Mavericks have Luka at 2, and the Celtics have Tatum at 5. So advantage Mavericks, but not as unbelievable as you might think. The last player on the list is Lively at 97 and Horford at 100. All right, so again, pretty close, right? So pretty close for both. Here's the in-between. Kyrie is 25 for the Mavs. Per the Ringer, and you're going to be shocked by one of these, Derek White is 37, Drew Holiday is 38, KP is 42, and Brown is 15. So that's your that's your comparison to Kyrie. Kyrie's 25, and then you get Brown at 15, White at 37, Holiday at 38, and KP at 42. That's a lot of a discrepancy.
Do you think winning the championship up those guys into the top 50?
I do.
Do you think if the Mavs would have, now we know, pulled a major upset, do you think PJ Washington makes the list if they win the championship?
I mean, if he plays,
because then they're like, you have 4 guys in the top 100. That's why you won.
I think I like Derek White more than you do, but I'm not saying 37 does feel high, but I would have had him at 50.
Okay,
but
and maybe
I think PJ Washington would be in the. I also think there could be a consideration for Gafford because of how much they use those, how much people consider those two with him and Lively together.
They don't really care too much about injuries on this list.
Nope,
because
KP and Zion are
and also kind of Embiid.
Yeah, that's true.
I know he won the MVP a year ago, but I mean, if you're really looking at injury history, you'd be like I would take 10 players to start a franchise. I would take 10 players over Embiid. I know Embiid is going to be better than about 4 or 5 of those guys. I don't want to build a team around Embiid because I don't believe he's going to be available enough to win. So, but if you take injuries out of the category, then I probably would agree with you. KP's 42, but in injury situation, I'd be like, he didn't even play in the playoffs, and they easily won.
And here's some of the feedback that you get, and I would be inclined to agree with this person from the 636. Luka would be number 1 if they would have won the finals. I definitely think there's a strong argument to be made right there.
Because what was real quick?
Yeah.
The day after, everything looked like it was all starting to fall apart, Kevin.
Yeah.
I don't want to throw you under the bus here.
Oh, I said,
but you did
come
in and you
Jokic
were
would never let this happen.
Best player in the world, my
yes,
ass.
That's true, and that's the way I feel. I think there is a discernible level between Jokic and Luka. I think Luka has a great argument to be the second best player on the planet. This doesn't happen to Jokic. They might lose, but they don't get run like this. And so that's just my opinion, and I hope that me saying Luka can be the second best player in the NBA is an acceptable opinion. That's just my opinion. But yes, he's right. I did say best player in the NBA, my ass.
To your point, the one thing that separates those two tremendously is Jokic doesn't get rattled by exterior things he can't control. He does not let a referee
so
make
this
him
must have
quit.
been after Game 3. I was pretty mad after Game 3.
Right, because Luka decided the refereeing was more important than the basketball game. And he's done that a lot in his career, which Jokic, I'm sure if you follow every Denver game, I'm sure it's happened to him a few times. But it's for every 10 times it happens to Luka, it happens once to Jokic.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest difference right there. But and a lot of people are involved in this conversation, and I really...
Can I ask another question? Where was Wemby on this list already?
Where do you think he was?
If you have Derek White at 37, he's over Derek White.
Yep.
So I will go where Kyrie was, and you didn't name him. Okay, I'm going to go too high because I think they're going to look at the expectation of him, and I'll go 18.
17.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if that carried over here. There was an audible gasp.
I don't know if I'd have him in the top 20 after year 1, but I do think he's going to be in the top 20 after year 2.
Yeah.
So I totally get they're kind of giving a little bit. It's kind of like when Shaq made the all 50-year team. He's played 3 years in the NBA. We don't care. We know he's going to be a top 50 player. We're doing it now. We're not going to screw him off of this list because he only has 3 or 4 years of being dominant in this league. So I totally get where they have Wemby after year 1 because he has to be the only player in the top 20 that their team didn't even win 20 games or barely won 20 games
now,
as the best player.
Let me double check, but I think you're right about that. Somebody asked this, where is Brunson on this list?
Jalen Brunson?
Yes, Jalen Brunson.
He should
y'all's
be
reaction to this is going to be
14.
fascinating.
32.
Okay, he is number 11. And so here's the thing about that. I want to compare him to one other player specifically. Do you think Jalen Brunson is better than Jaylen Brown?
No.
And I would be inclined to agree with you there. I would probably swap those two.
Defensively, Jaylen Brown, I mean, he just proved it against one of the best offensive players in the game.
Offensively, Brunson's better.
Yeah.
That's why I struggle with the Giannis Luka at 2, is I'm like, Giannis can shut down another team at times because of his defense. Luka can't do that at all, but Luka's offensive game is superior to Giannis's offensive game.
That being said, Jaylen Brown doesn't carry as much of a load as Brunson does. Brunson carries that team.
That is very
carries
true,
the team.
which has necessitated some of the moves that obviously the Knicks have made in like the last 48 hours. But the big thing that y'all see that I know you guys already knew this, but I just wanted to point out for people, when we just talk about the talent difference, you've got Lively and Horford. Like, I like Lively better, but I think you can live with them in a similar category. I also think Luka is better than Jason Tatum by a good little bit. But in between that, you have Kyrie versus Brown, White, Holiday, KP. Like, damn. Now, when you look at it like that, you're like, I get why.
We lost? Yeah.
And I agree with that. I just don't know if you're leading, and I don't know if you are or not, if you're leading towards the Mavs have to get another player in the top 50. I do think Lively can enter that category. I don't know if in year 2 he can, but he can get to that category. But if you're like this offseason, you need to get a Boston Celtics kind of roster. I don't think it's possible.
I think you're right about that. But then I started to think about and I know like some of these specific players aren't available, but like maybe you're looking in the category of Naz Reid or Colin Sexton.
Naz Reid
yes,
to the team?
I know. Or Colin Sexton or Nick Claxton or something like that. Maybe that's the level of player. And it's a little bit higher than I thought I wanted the Mavericks to get. Like, look, if the Mavericks, like we talked about, you bring back Derrick Jones, you figure it out. Like, I'm going to feel great about this team going into next year. But perhaps if we all know what the end goal is, maybe they do need a little bit of a talent upgrade more than I thought. Not a massive one, but a little bit more. All right,
well,
Corey.
Kevin, the Rangers just taught us, don't take what your championship team was and just try and roll it into next season.
Corey, that's a great point. I'm really tired of you guys ending these chunks of segments with sad news for me to consider.
I will add, if we're going to Mike Likes It, I'll add to this conversation for a second and then go to a different topic. Besides Lively, does Hardy have the biggest growth potential to make does anybody have the potential on the Mavericks to make this list next year?
Okay, you might think my answer is insane. That is exactly what I think, whoever just said that. P.J. Washington.
Okay, I agree with that.
And I understand if you look at years in the league, it's much easier to argue for Hardy. I just think P.J. Washington already has a defined skill set that is very useful, and if he just becomes more consistent with the three, which is not an easy ask, I think he still has potential to go
Max Prosper.
Yeah,
I don't know enough about him, so I think anything that he can add can be dramatic, but
he might be older than Hardy. I think he is older than Hardy. But I just think that, okay, top 100, I hear people yelling out names, fine. Top 100, but like, to me, and now I'm going to give my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know. He is a little bit boom or bust. Not that he can't play in the league, but we might look at Jaden Hardy a couple years from now as a legitimate 6th man of the year candidate. A dude who's coming off the bench, different style. Obviously, he doesn't have the handles of like a Jamal Crawford or something like that. But a dude who can come off the bench and give you 20.
I'm high on Jaden Hardy, and I'm glad that they were able to use him more in the playoffs than I thought. You know, I thought we got to kind of the brick wall of his playing time, but that didn't end up being the case, and so I was really glad we got to see him more in the playoffs.
I think if you get absolutely nothing for Hardaway or can't trade him for some reason, I do think you have to look at Jaden Hardy as he's going to be our 6th man of the year candidate going into 2024-25. Now, he might be already, but you know, you could make a move here and there and add a piece that makes more sense for that. But I'm not opposed to I'm really not opposed to this. I'm not like, oh, I'm pumped up about it. If the Mavericks literally brought back the exact same team as last year, I am pumped about that team. I think they can make a run again to the NBA Finals, maybe even win it. It would be very difficult, but it would be really fun to see the growth of Josh Green. Can he stay healthy? He's a little Josh Youngish when it comes to the injury thing too throughout a season, where he's missing half a season, it feels like all the time. So he's got to figure out how to stay healthy. If he wants to grow as a player, it's tough to grow when you have to miss 2 months in the middle of the season to then reset.
You're right about that. Can I ask you about one more player real quick?
Yeah.
Does Tobias Harris do anything for you guys?
I like him. He makes a lot of money.
He does.
He's an overpaid player, but I do like him. And I think, if you had, I have no clue what you'd have to trade for him, but if you had a starting lineup of Harris and PJ Washington as your wings, that's pretty scary. That's like great.
How much money do you think Tobias Harris makes this year?
32?
39.
Yeah, even more than I thought.
Yeah, but so he's
a $25 million player.
Exactly. Yeah, he's a quality player. But I was just curious because there's been more and more rumblings out there about Tobias Harris. So I just wanted to throw that out there to talk to you about.
Yeah, what's interesting is they can take on more salary.
Yep.
Because they have like $60 million or $50 million of cap space.
They have a max spot, yeah.
So obviously we've heard Paul George possibly taking up all of that money, and I don't know if they'd want to open up more money. It'd be tough for us to open up more money for them. We can take back about 20% more.
Yeah.
I don't know if 20% more. Mark Cuban used to ruin drafts intentionally for 2% more. Thank God he's not running anything anymore that way.
Amen to that.
But let's go to Mike Likes It as I'm running out of time here. Guys, I don't know about you, but I watch a lot of YouTube when I have my free time to watch stuff, which is not much.
Right.
I click on YouTube and watch different things. One of the things that I've been watching is Bryson DeChambeau. And I found out the other day I was saying it wrong when I said DeChambeau. It's DeChambeau. Just the D, not Day.
DeChambeau.
Yeah. So when it comes to DeChambeau, he recently, the last few days, put out a video, and I just recommend going and seeing it. If you're a golf fan, you'll like it more. If you're not a golf fan, I still think it's entertaining because he puts out one of those machines that shows how hard he's hitting a golf ball. And he can get it above 210 miles an hour, which is insane.
Good Lord. Yeah,
insane.
Wow. That's race car driver stuff.
His last one was with Tim Tebow.
Oh, that is weird to think about.
And Tim Tebow has such a muscular swing. You're like, there's no hands, somebody will say, man, especially in the short game with golfers, they'll say, man, his hands are amazing because you're not using as much, let's say, strength because you're not trying to hit it 300 plus yards. You're just trying to, you're within that kind of 150 yard and in where you're really, that the hands come more into play at times. But Tim Tebow is on there and they are both swinging the living, out of the club and seeing how fast you can swing the club. Well, that is really fun to watch. And then afterwards, and then I was wondering about this with DeChambeau because Tiger got a little bit off track on his career, multiple reasons, but one of them was he decided he wanted to be a Navy SEAL while also being the best golfer in the world.
Yeah.
Tim Tebow takes DeChambeau into the weight room after workout, after hitting the golf balls. And I wonder about this about DeChambeau. He's a pretty big dude, and he was not. When he got on to the tour, he was kind of skinny and not very strong, and he's like, I'm going to get strong, and he has. He's become the strongest golfer, the hardest hitter, longest hitter in the game today, and arguably the best in the game today. Oh. I know Scheffler's right there with him. I'm not saying I'm not taking there's not like that Tiger Woods guy right now in the game. There's
I don't know. I heard Scheffler's putting together a season.
He is. I get it. Sorry. DeChambeau stinks. But
I'm just kidding, Mike.
When it comes to Tim Tebow and the workouts, it was really fun to watch. I have no clue why Tim Tebow is working out this hard.
Just to look good.
My gosh, is he working out hard. And DeChambeau is going through this workout with him. So I just recommend – I'm going to open up the floor to you guys. I recommend on YouTube, if you're a little bit bored here and there, DeChambeau will play with the worst golf clubs from Walmart and see if he can beat of semi-pros. He will then take kids clubs and see if he can beat you with kids clubs. He'll take left-handed clubs and see if he can beat you with. So there's a whole bunch. He puts out A+ content on YouTube. The last one is with Tim Tebow. I ask you guys now, Kevin first, then Corey. I'll go in opposite alphabetical order.
You're going to get a better answer from Corey, but I'm ready.
All right, Corey, I'm going to you.
No.
He lost it. It's my segment.
In your
he just
face,
lost
Kevin.
It. Yeah, he said he wasn't giving the A+.
I'll answer the question. You go get Rangers.
Okay. Is there something on YouTube you'd recommend to the audience during this summertime?
On YouTube?
Yeah, on YouTube. On the tube.
I have an answer. See, hold on. He's got to think.
Kevin,
here's my answer.
You're out.
All right.
You're out. You lost.
Okay.
Kevin, you're back in.
Unfortunately, the bong that comes up when the noise.
Did you say bong?
The boom boom. Not like to smoke out of, man. I need to stop responding to people who are here. But like the kind of the noise, the bong that comes up when YouTube comes on. That's a trigger for Noah to be like, it's time to watch what I want to watch. So all we watch on YouTube is Danny Go or Miss Rachel. If you have kids, check them out. Are we going to the Danny Go concert in a couple weeks? Yes, we are.
Nice.
But like, that's the thing. He knows YouTube. He also likes the song Gangnam Style.
Oh, yeah.
But like,
whoa. I have now a new. I like where we're going here.
Damn it. Never mind. I would like to withdraw my
Kevin,
answer.
You're a big budget guy.
Yes.
How much are these tickets costing for something that your kid will not remember anything about, and I don't even know if he's even going to have that good
$150 a piece.
They weren't that much, but the final cost was definitely more than $200.
Were you shocked because you used the wrong app? Game time, you'll
That's
know
true.
the app up front.
Well, no, I didn't order these tickets because you know who's more excited about going is my wife. Because she's like, she ordered a hat for him. She's got like all the
There's going to be zillions of pictures, and I get it.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying don't do this, but I can remember when I was in spring training, we took Mary Grace at the time when she was almost 3.
I'm with you.
To Disney World. She doesn't remember 1 second of Disney World. And I spent over $300. And after a little bit of time, not like the next day.
Yeah.
But I was like, we spent over $300 so we could take pictures that we went to Disney World that she's not going to remember.
I'm with you, but my wife is psyched so much so, Corey, that she's like, I'm frustrated that I can't find their set list ahead of time. Like we're going to see the Grateful Dead or something.
It'll be after when that set list is released.
But yeah, she's pumped.
I get it.
We watch kids stuff on YouTube.
Right. So I end up watching concerts. I go watch old Jimi Hendrix concerts or whatever. Most recently I watched a Counting Crows concert.
Right.
So because there are live shows. I like songs, but I want to see how they do it live compared to the way I hear it on the album.
All right.
And I haven't made it to all these shows in the world because I got stuff to do.
I hear you. Back to me. Okay, so when I watched that 77 Dallas Cowboys NFC Championship game, 78 versus
but then
LA.
you did the 77, right?
I did, but I only got a little more than halfway through against Minnesota. I have so many Dallas Cowboy games that have popped up on my algorithm, I will say.
Okay, because that's what you're watching, yeah.
So I had no clue how many Cowboy games were on YouTube. So obviously if you watch a Bryson DeChambeau, a lot of Bryson DeChambeau stuff or golf stuff will start coming up. Well, I tell you what, if you want to get into the history of the Cowboys and really watch games where Rodgers playing in big time games, or you want to watch the 90s Cowboys and how great they were, there's plenty of that on YouTube too. And so that's Mike Likes It. I was going to get to something else, but you know what? I have so much content inside of me that I couldn't get it all out.
So it's still stuck in you, is what you're saying?
We ran out of time.
Wow.
Do you ever feel like you need help to get the content out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I don't stay on time and I procrastinate. Yeah, and then you're out of time. I don't know. You should be going to break. The corner's next.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine, where I'm almost positive Mike believes Corey's Corner is up next.
It's the C block, but still, who belongs in the home run derby, Mike? And I got some more fun audio not from Schloss, but about Schloss next on the Fan.
The Rangers are back in Baltimore for the first time since last year's American League Division Series. Hello, everyone. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Eric Nadel, Jared Sandler, and me. Coverage of Game 1 of the series in Baltimore begins at 5 o'clock tonight on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Full KNC Masterpiece shows available anytime on the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With so little talent apparently available last night, the very talented Dalton Knecht of Tennessee stayed on the board all the way to the Lakers at number 17. Starting with the Pistons at number 5, multiple teams went young instead of the 23-year-old Knecht. It's that type of decision that gets you in the lottery to begin with. I'm Andrew Bogish.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, we have had a busy day out here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Still time to stop by if you want to see us for the last hour of the show, or if you just want to get some delicious wings, frosty beverages. I've only eaten one wing because we've been busy talking to people.
Okay.
So that's where I'm at.
You're going to
right
have
now.
time to eat some more wings, Kevin, here as this audio that I'm about to throw down
is it
for
time
you.
for the C Block starring Corey Majors?
It absolutely is time for the C Block. And I've loved being out here today. It's been awesome. I know a lot of people are getting excited about the Copas today. We got America versus Panama, and I think it's Uruguay and Bolivia.
But they're not excited about USA losing to Japan in the football tournament.
Don't worry about that, Kevin. Don't worry about that
Mike?
right now.
We got smoked.
The
boys or girls?
Boys.
That's not good.
Not good.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Kevin, this is Mike Moscano.
Okay.
Of 104.5 ESPN in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. All right,
Baton Rouge,
and it has been kind of an interesting back and forth with Broadus during the tournament. Right? Yeah, LSU with you and Broadus and everything. This is Matt Moscano keeping all the receipts from the Aggies fans.
But all y'all spent the last 24 hours flooding my Twitter mentions, calling me names, saying I was wrong, saying I was stupid, saying I was a drug head, saying I look like a thumb.
Which you kind of do.
But all y'all were just dead wrong. Y'all couldn't see through your own blind loyalty, and you took shots at me when I was trying to tell you the damn story. Yeah, I knew Schlossnagle was taking that damn job. I heard the terms of the contract and the terms for his assistants. And if he got cold feet, they were going to hire Skip Johnson from Oklahoma. But guess what? They got across the finish line because apparently Jim Schlossnagle couldn't stand you anymore. You milkmen overall wearing weirdos couldn't stand you anymore.
Oh.
So I'd rather go to a place with a worse roster, with worse facilities that ain't been relevant really here lately. I'm leaving a good roster, a place where they're building me turn that up louder, please. They're building me a $90 million stadium. I got a good roster. I just played for a national championship. I'm going to go to a turf field? A turf field in the middle of Texas? At an old ballpark? I'm going to go there just to get away from you people. That's what Jim Schlossnagle just said.
Kevin, no, you don't get to respond. This is the C Block, Kevin.
No, I just was going to say there's a couple times I had trouble totally understanding Bobby Boucher. At one point, I thought he said Schlossnagle had a deal for his existence, and then I was like, that makes sense. Then you better take the job. But I believe he made assistance.
Dude, all I can say is, can you you yell a lot on this show.
That's true.
Because
in general,
we make you mad.
That's fair.
But can you imagine if we did our show like that the whole time? Where we were just talking like this every time we said anything about anything, and look at how right we were about it. That would be it would probably wear some people out. I think our style's all right.
And just for the record, the thing he said about the milkmen, and they even posted to hammer this home. A&M.
Did he sound like Yosemite Sam a little bit?
He does.
I see, I'm going to fire my guns in the ground and raise up on there.
That's the chicken. You just did the
Foghorn Leghorn, yeah.
You didn't even do the right character.
But he does shoot the guns in the ground and fly them into the air.
You were acting it out right.
You sounded like the chicken, the big chicken.
Like Foghorn Leghorn?
Yeah.
Okay. What does Yosemite Sam sound like then?
Well,
that guy.
Okay, all right.
I feel like if I do it now, I'm just going to sound like Foghorn Leghorn.
Do people know that A&M also has female cheerleaders?
What?
No.
They do. They have female cheerleaders.
I never knew
By
that.
the way, they dress up as painters too?
No, they do not dress up as painters. They
Can you
dress up.
imagine if you are a yell leader, you already have like a job uniform ready to go just in case?
Yeah, white overalls.
I guess you can only paint white though. Because if
you just envision them walking up to a work site and being like, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I think they have to. That's their community service. You already have the outfit.
Well, they do have female cheerleaders, and they did just win the national championship for cheerleading. I just want to throw that out there. Yes.
What?
Yes.
No
That's
way.
a thing. Yes.
I feel like, I'm being serious here. I feel like the girls who do cheerleading, and I know there's guys that do cheerleading too, I feel like they're trying to go to Texas Tech, OU. I feel like they're trying to go. Those
USC.
I don't know if USC is like good at the competitive cheer.
I just like their sweaters.
I understand, but I don't think they wear sweaters during competitive cheer.
Florida, I can see Florida being really good at it.
I'm just telling you.
Wow, A&M, really good at it.
A&M got good
Field
cheerleaders.
in the middle of Texas?
And they hullabaloo it. The cheerleaders hullabaloo.
I don't know if they hullabaloo it, but yes. Mike,
man.
that is the correct verbiage. Thank you very much.
I did see Kevin in the middle of that go, he doesn't have to play on that field.
Yeah, because he goes, when Chris just like, on a turf field in Texas? And I was like, well, he doesn't have to play in the game.
It's got to be hot.
When I took my daughter in August for the start of the school year last year, there were players practicing on that turf field, and it was about 10 or 11 a.m., and I was like, you guys got about 30 minutes to an hour left at most until you're going to die out here.
You're just spontaneously combust.
Yeah.
My son was playing today, and he had to be taken out after the 5th inning because of dizziness.
Oh.
And he's fine. He's fine. But it's just tough right now.
That almost happened
Texas,
to me today.
It was the other day, I think it was 120 or 125 on the turf field. So, I mean, you're dealing with – and that's June. In August, it does get 140 degrees on turf fields in the middle of the day, and it's really tough to play. But for the most part, in June and July – well, we know this, right? The UT kids aren't playing in June. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
But yeah, they probably will next year because they got sloshed.
Well, I mean, they're old A&M
They'll
kids,
definitely make it to the World Series and lose.
But usually that UT field isn't being used very much in July and August.
Yeah. Kevin, I'm really glad you just said what you just said.
Oh, no.
Because I do want to give Schlossnagle a lot of credit. Like, if he knew, if the story is true and he knew all this time that he was taking this job, he did coach his butt off to get them to where they were. They lost their best player, and he's still managing that roster, managing that team like, hey, I want to win with you guys this year.
And their second best pitcher.
Yeah, and so I do got to give him credit for managing his roster there.
He's arguably the greatest baseball coach in Texas A&M and TCU history.
Yes.
Like, as much we can rag on him, and I get it, man. He is getting a lot of heat.
No, what he did was bad to that reporter. That
I've
was
never
bad.
seen a college baseball coach be cared about so much.
Man, no kidding.
Maybe Augie? That's about it?
I know. If I told you a couple of days ago, hey, the two big stories this week will be a second-round NBA draft pick and college baseball coaching, you'd have been like, the hell's happening here? But you're right, Corey, and that's why people got so mad, too, is because he is a damn good coach.
Yeah, and so his commitment, to making sure that those guys got to that point. And then his commitment to UT to throw the last game so that A&M wouldn't have a championship was really good on his part. Do you think that was part of the deal?
No, I saw ridiculous rumors
Do you
out
think that was
there
part
that
of the
Texas
deal?
said he would get a bonus if they lost the game, and I was like, come on, dude. Like, what are we even talking about here?
Man, I don't know, man. If that was part of the deal and that came out, he was like, yeah, we'll walk them right up to the door and then we'll push them outside. Kevin, Shohei Ohtani has expressed interest in participating in the home run derby here in Texas.
Do you think he's expressed interest in appreciating that his face is still in one piece?
Yes, if you haven't seen that video,
have you
Mike.
seen this video, Mike?
The video of Shohei Ohtani almost getting his
straight
face
games with
taken
RBIs,
off.
but
let me see if I can find
That's
this
not
real
relevant
quick.
to this particular video.
Okay,
but
I
you're
thought
right.
what was it? It wasn't in a game.
No, it was. So it looked like, was it a ball boy?
Yes.
Who just snagged a foul ball out of midair that was like rocketing into the dugout, and Shohei was right behind him.
Here it is, Mike. Here's the video for you, and I know like we can't. Bam!
No way.
Bat
That's
boy.
real?
Look at that bat boy. The confidence too. After he catches it, and then he throws it. And he's shaking his head. He's like, "Yeah, I know, guys. That's who I am."
Dude.
Yeah.
That's one of the greatest plays in the history of baseball.
And he just looks so nonchalant about it. He's like,
wearing
here's the
94.
baseball.
Yeah.
He's not wearing gloves. He's got nothing on. That rocket
Dude.
came smoking over.
I do think it would have hit him in his shoulder if he wouldn't have caught it. He's going to sacrifice his shoulder.
It looks like a line
But
drive, a
Ohtani's-
foul ball,
yeah.
and I can't decide if it maybe did hop a little bit and that slowed it down, but that thing was a rocket, dude. So
Yeah.
there you
Dang.
go.
That's real.
But Shohei has expressed interest in taking part in the home run derby, which, by the way, will be right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll be broadcasting that. So I'm looking forward to that as All-Star Weekend is going to be right here in Arlington. But
Is there anybody else
That's what I was- yeah,
you
that's-
particularly would want to see in the home run derby?
It's not going to happen, but I would love for Adolis to get another chance at it. Last year, he didn't have the showing that I like. I was like, oh man, this is our guy.
Yeah.
And he just didn't quite have the showing that I expected. But he's hitting so poorly this year that I just can't see.
Well, when the crowd would be jacked up for him, but I hear what you're saying.
The way he's playing right now, and I'm very curious for Tolos out there, 877-881-1053. Do you kind of down on Adolis? Are you still like, you know what, he was part of that thing, and I'm going to love him forever? Are you expecting more out of him? Because I am expecting more right now.
Is it a cop-out, Corey, for me to say both? Because I am down on him right now, but he's still like, you don't win the World Series without him. I know it's a whole team effort, but there's like a handful of, or maybe 6 or 7 players that you're like, there's no chance you win this World Series without those people. And he was one of those people that got you there.
Yeah, and the chants for him are always great, and when he does something great, man, like we saw it right there whenever we were there for the Minnesota game. He had struck out 4 times that day. And I was walking around going, we're about to have a walk-off, baby. And then
I thought that was a dumb thing.
Kevin was like,
I remember that. I was like,
he looked at Jesse, goes, Corey's an idiot. And then all of a sudden there it was, and guess who took his shirt off and is waving it around over his head?
You did?
Yeah.
Not Altuve.
Somebody. It was not Altuve. That's definitely for sure.
No, I had to cover up. I remember that very vividly. I had to cover up Noah's ears because whenever they hit a home run, he would get scared by the fireworks. And as soon as I saw him hit that ball, I was like, yes! And so then I had to cover up his ears. So while the ball is flying over and people are going crazy, I'm like, no. And then it's...
And he went crazy?
He was so upset.
Okay, so I saw this goes into Corey's Corner. I saw this on TikTok, and I don't know if this is real or not. We don't have kids that we can do this to.
Oh, my God.
Walk Noah, hold him, walk him past like a door or something, hit your hand on the wall like he's hit his head.
Yeah.
Grab the back of his head and say, oh, I'm sorry. And on this TikTok thing, all the kids start bawling, crying like their head is hurt, like they really hit their head.
Gosh.
So I don't know what this is. I don't know what psychology this is. A psychologist would maybe be able to tell us.
Interesting.
So when you're holding Noah, pop your hand against the wall and grab it and say, oh, I'm so sorry. Is your head okay? And all the kids, all these babies just start bawling like they've really hit their head.
Yeah. Do it for the clout, Kevin.
Okay. I don't have a TikTok. Do I send it to you and you'll post
I don't post anything on TikTok.
Oh, okay.
I'm just there
Send it to me.
I'm just there for entertainment.
You'll post that.
I'm not going to post it anywhere.
You just show it to your wife.
He just wants to see if it works
I just
or
want to
not.
see if this is true or not. I just want to see if this was made up. Like the rubber fruit. I'm seeing all this rubber fruit everywhere that people are selling like it's not real food. People are cutting into watermelons and stuff, and it's not a real watermelon. Like we're making manufactured food. And I'm like, I don't know if this is real or not.
All right, so go home and gaslight Noah.
Is Shohei, he's the biggest attraction to the home run derby if he steps in, though?
I mean, Aaron Judge.
I'm going to argue against that. I would say just for this specifically, it'd be Aaron
But
Judge.
You want to see those two square
But we
off.
know he won't.
Yeah, because he said he wouldn't.
Yeah, he's like, at least he's better than LeBron. Yeah. LeBron was like, I'm never doing it because he's scared to lose. At least Aaron Judge did it, won, and then he's like, I won it. I'm good. I'm never doing it again. I'm assuming Ohtani's going to be in it. Pete Alonso's going to be in it. I'm assuming Gunnar Henderson's going to be in it.
Pete Alonso cares a lot about the home run derby.
He lives for home run derby, yes.
So I think those are 3 big names that'll definitely be in it. I don't think a Ranger's going to be in it, though. I'm like 99.9% sure.
Can't risk Seager.
There will not be a Ranger in the home run derby, but I think it could still be a good show. I just don't know. If Ohtani's in it,
it's the show.
Yeah, that will be the guy.
That's all the star power
and
you really need.
And he did great. He lost to Juan Soto in like a playoff situation where they tied each other and then they had to go to a playoff. I would love to see Soto do it again.
Do you think Shohei would be betting on himself in the home run derby, or do you think he's going to?
He's got an inside guy.
Handle his gambling situation there.
Yeah, he's got an inside guy.
Okay,
that guy's going to jail.
We'll see.
Oh, wow. Mike doesn't think prison sentences happen that often.
Okay, great.
I think people that get in trouble for money, it doesn't seem to do
that. Actually, is a very fair point.
And that's the C block, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Grapevine. Coming up next, it's time for NFL overreaction or reality, including a tailgating question. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Rows San Francisco's had. Lance steps up and throws on the run. Deebo Samuel wide open. Hopping out of bounds. Inside the Arizona 40-yard line.
Kevin, we're back here on the KNC Masterpiece at Buffalo Wild Wings and Grapevine, and lots of Tolos coming up and talking and chatting with us.
It really is super nice.
Someone to have some pictures and stuff with us too, and one of Tolos just said something that makes me kind of laugh because of something that happened to me over the weekend.
Okay.
And it was he said, "Hey, thanks for coming out. Really appreciate it." And I was like, "Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. I mean, we love getting out for one." But over the weekend, I thanked one of the hipsters for letting me play soccer with him this year.
Yeah.
And his name's Omar, and he's fantastic. And I said, "Hey man, thanks a lot for letting me play on your team this year." And he looked at me and goes, "I didn't have much of a choice." And I was so I was like, "Oh dang!" Like I don't know how to feel about that, Omar. So
hipsters are the best. They can be ruthlessly honest.
And so that was when he said, "Hey, thanks for coming out." I wanted to be like, "Well, I didn't have much of a joke," but that's not the truth. It was just the joke that Omar set up for us. So if I ever say that to you in the future, know that you're in the loop. All right.
I do very much appreciate that we get the opportunity to actually have conversations with people out here, and that's really fun. And then we had 2 female Tolos that were wearing the same exact top, and
they didn't plan it.
They pointed it out. They didn't know each other, and we were like, "Wow!"
With the same blue jeans.
Yes, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. Also, I did see that score of that United States.
Yes,
Japan,
was it Japan?
41-20. We
And
lost.
we were
in
losing
football.
20-0.
We must have sent our B team or something like that.
I don't know what happened. Get Mahomes out there and let's fix it up. Actually, I think it might have been a U20 game. All right, you guys ready for some overreaction or reality?
Yeah.
Okay, I can tell the enthusiasm is
Overreaction.
there. Yeah, overreaction for sure. I need the wireless mic to go do this segment. All right, Mike, I asked Corey this yesterday. I wanted to ask you the same. Would you be more interested in this Cowboys season if the Cowboys, for some crazy reason, just said Trey Lance is going to be the starter?
Yes.
Because of the unknown, right?
90% chance you're worse.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
10% chance you're as good or better. But in that, look, I still think Jerry runs the organization in a way. I get he's not picking players. He only knows 12 players on the team. And
right.
I'm not making that up. I think that you would have this hope or optimism / also fear of what could be. And look, I know that Dak 100% is better than Cooper Rush. But Cooper Rush went 4-1.
Yeah.
And I know that you would have lost in the playoffs with Cooper Rush as your quarterback. I know this, and I know Dak is way better. But it just makes me wonder and think, what if Trey Lance figured this out? Probably never is. Probably never going to be a starting quarterback in his life after losing the job to injury and then Brock Purdy taking off. But, yeah, I feel like this. I was part of the Washington Nationals organization. We were such a horrible organization, and the learners had no clue what they were doing. They'd taken over from Major League Baseball and literally first time ever owning a franchise. They had no clue of the rules of baseball. They had no clue that they actually own the players in the minor leagues because they're like, we're not paying it no. They're literally your property. If you stop paying them, you lose your whole farm system. They had no clue of anything.
Gosh.
They were having to be taught what it was to be an owner of a team. They ended up winning a championship in 2019 as owners. But it makes me just wonder, do we have to get in that situation? It took time. Ryan Zimmerman. They got Juan Soto. They got these people that were so good it didn't matter. And I'm not saying, and then the learners figured out some things. But I'm wondering, to change a really crappy franchise, and the Rangers aren't the Washington Nationals. They're much better. But who's going to be the player? We were hopeful that recently Corey was going to be Micah Parsons. Yep. It's not him. He's fallen into the Cowboys trap. They've taught him how to be a true cowboy, which really stinks. What
how
player?
to maximize your business acumen. Yeah.
What player is going to come along and be able to overtake the Joneses as the face of the franchise and turn it? Because the Joneses are losers for the most part. When it comes to football, they're losers.
Do we need to send that in for the promo?
No, don't do that. No, there's no way. There's no way. But they're ultimately losers. They don't know how to win, or they know how to win and don't want to win. One or the other is true. But can there be a player that comes along that can say, the Chicago Bulls, ultimate losers? And Michael Jordan's like, we're not going to lose. Over time. It took him time. But he never fell into the trap of being a loser.
Yeah.
And the Joneses are able to trap every player into being a loser. Can there be a player that overcomes the Jones jinx?
Man, that is an interesting perspective right there.
And that being said, hold on, can I add on to what Mike just said about that? Doesn't it feel like Dak says and does all the right things when it comes to...
Says. Agreed. But I thought... I'm trying to think of the way to put this. I thought Micah was also going to be the guy. I think Dak says all the right stuff. And you know what? He might absolutely be maxing out his talent to the 100 percentile of what he can possibly do, and it's still not good enough. And in that case, that's just not his fault. Micah looks like a player that if he maximizes his talent ability, he could be that dude that could maybe will us to win. I know it's tough because he's not the quarterback, and I get how that's different than the basketball dynamic, but I think
he can be a game changer on the defensive side for sure.
I really do think Dak says the right things, and I honestly think he might have maximized his talent to the utmost, and this is just as good as he can be.
That's what I agree with.
Yeah.
That can't be any better than what we see. He's done it.
I don't know. I just don't know if he's fallen into the trap.
Dak?
Yeah.
I'm with you. He might not have.
But he just might not be good enough to break the cycle.
All the rest of the you got to have 53, you know?
It might be the reason that he actually wants out of this is I'm with Kevin. I think he's maximized his potential. And there's nothing more Dak can be than to be just an above-average quarterback in this league and compete for an MVP if everything falls his way. But I wonder if he wants out because he knows ultimately this is a losing organization, and he would love the opportunity to go to another one who's definitely not as popular, but go to one that maybe cares.
They don't have
about
that mentality.
Yeah, DeMarcus Ware found out. He won't tell you the truth anymore, but he'll tell you the truth when he went to the Denver Broncos. He's like, oh, I found out what winning franchises do. I found out when you really care about winning, how they do the offseason, how they do the season, how they do playoffs. I had no clue it was different till I left Dallas. I didn't know it wasn't. I thought every team was just about business and only business.
Nobody crapped on Ware whenever he said that either. Now, Cole Beasley, it was a different story.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know if you've earned that. DeMarcus Ware, I was
he won too.
Yeah,
he could say, yeah. I mean, I have the championship to prove that it's different here. I do wonder because when Ware left, it didn't really change anything. If Dak was to do that and say, I'll see you later and go somewhere else and be like, look, man, it just that place is kind of toxic and kind of a problem there, and that's why I had to get out of there. Would that change the way that the Joneses do it, or would they be like, doesn't matter, we'll just get another one?
I don't think so, because they're like, all right, we'll take a hit on Dak for 5 seconds, and we'll still be uber popular. But I think you're onto something there about Dak in terms of, hey, can I go somewhere where I can still maximize my physical talent, but I don't have to drag a whole bunch of people with me because they know that mediocrity is acceptable. The Cowboys, they should put a giant poster up in front of the star that says mediocrity, as long as we remain popular, is acceptable. Yeah. Because that's what it is. So maybe Dak would go to a place where he's like, no, there's like 8 other people on this that it was like, I'm going to start punching people in the face if we don't show up better.
I like to see that.
This isn't a total truth statement, but there's truth to this. I don't think Jerry wants to win, because if they do, he might not be the face of the Cowboys. If that person comes along, if the next Roger or Troy or whoever comes along and they win a couple championships with an unbelievably great head coach, they become the face of the franchise again. And I think there's part of Jerry who's like, I kind of like losing because everybody sees me as the Cowboys. And if we win, because I've been such a loser ever since Jimmy Johnson left, I won't be the face of the franchise. If I accidentally draft the next Patrick Mahomes and I get the next whoever, I'm throwing out Sean McVay, comes to mind.
Yeah.
Some young genius type of coach there was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this former quarterback's coach is this smart and this good, and you got Patrick Mahomes type next guy, and they go on and they win 2 titles in 3 years pretty soon. Jerry then becomes a little bit irrelevant to the face of the franchise, and I think that means more to Jerry than actually winning.
I don't,
I don't think that's a total truth
I don't know.
statement.
But
I think there's part of Jerry's heart that doesn't want to win because he needs to be the whole face of this thing.
Yeah, but that being said, Jerry's, I mean, he's said this. You even hear Charlotte say it in the cheerleader thing that they have on Netflix right now.
My wife's
people
enjoying
come
that very
here
much.
to be, like she said it, those dancers, they don't come here for the salary, they don't come here for the pay, they come here to be part of something bigger than just that.
Yeah.
And that's what Jerry, I think, believes about the Cowboys, is you're here as part of something bigger.
Me.
And you might be right about
Mike
that.
Baskey.
Yeah. They're here because you get to be part of Jerry. I mean, if he could change the name to the Jerry Joneses, I think he would.
Oh, man, that would be really weird and interesting. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. I kind of feel like we've been in the midst of this.
Was that an overreaction or a reality, Kevin?
No, I think a lot of that was a reality. And see, here's one of the things, not to throw myself off track here, and I just responded to this person. That's a bad take, Mike. It's just hard to win. They're relevant every year. I responded on your behalf.
It's okay.
Actually, it's on my behalf.
I don't totally disagree with that. I'm telling you what I'm saying is extreme. It's not in just super reality, but there's part of it that I do believe.
And this is my response. Longest streak in the NFC without a conference championship game appearance besides Washington. That's what really matters as the first step, and that's pretty bad. And that's where I am on it. All right, I got a couple of overreaction or reality questions for you. Aaron Rodgers will not win Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, no, he's not going to do that.
Do you think he's going to get hurt again?
I don't know about that. I don't think he's the same player anymore, even after missing a year, after getting hurt so quickly. I just think that he's getting close to – I mean, I know he's not going to do this because there's a game on right now, a Denver Bronco game on the television. He's going to get close to the way Peyton Manning looked at the end of his Denver Bronco career.
Where
you're just like, that's not Peyton Manning.
The throws just aren't the same.
Does that make sense?
His body's not making it through the season.
No, Denver ended up winning a championship.
Damn right they did.
He wasn't the quarterback for most of that run.
It was tall guy Brock Osweiler.
Yeah, because he was hurt, and then he had to he had to come in, and it was the defense that won that championship.
Yeah, and so they carry. But I don't think the Jets are good enough to carry Aaron Rodgers if he's that type of player.
NFL overreaction or reality. The Indianapolis Colts will make the playoffs.
They have a chance. Are they going to go with, is Richardson their starting quarterback?
Yeah, and if not, you got Joe Flacco ready to go.
I mean, I will say, oh my God. I will say no. I will lean towards no, but it's a good question because they're one of those borderline teams that could take a jump up, or they could get to the end of the year and go, oh crap, we took the wrong quarterback.
Yep.
Now, and perhaps the most important question of the day.
Reality.
NFL overreaction or reality. The charcuterie board will make a huge comeback to the tailgating scene during the NFL season.
When has the charcuterie board been a big thing at tailgate season? That's right.
I feel like charcuterie boards are for people that make 7 figures or more.
Wow.
For tailgating.
Okay.
I mean,
we've definitely done that at the house. I need to talk.
I get it. But if we're going out to Arlington and I'm going to be there and I'm bringing charcuterie boards, I am in the...
It feels like Mike's kicking you out of his tailgate,
I am in the most private section of parking. That's $250 probably for my parking, and I have brought a personal chef to do the tailgate.
Yeah, I'm not. Why do you think this? Where did that come from?
Because the charcuterie board is amazing, and you can make it for far cheaper than Mike is insinuating.
Adrian,
I didn't say it's the best one ever, Mike.
Adrian's very big on like how it looks. She wants it to look really pretty, and I'm like, we're eating all the food. Like, just lay it out there.
Ask him what's on his cooterie.
What's on your?
I do not think. That is an HR violation for sure.
Well, I'm wondering.
Yeah.
That is an HR violation.
Well, you don't like
spicy mustard?
Yeah, you don't like a lot of
No. I don't need all that bull crap. Give me the meat, the cheese, and the crackers. That's
a cold cut
That's
plate.
what you need on your charcuterie board.
That's a Lunchable, dude.
Yeah.
That is what you need.
Are there hard or soft cheeses?
It can be both.
What about where's my honey?
You got the honeys, different honeys.
Honeys?
Nuts? What nuts are you putting on it?
Yeah, what kind of nuts?
I feel like we've violated enough rules in this segment already.
Charcuterie boards have nuts.
Yep, almonds. A lot of times, you can have.
Are you saying only men can do charcuterie boards?
I think he's making cold cut plates and calling them charcuterie boards.
You can have a charcuterie board that's just meat and cheese and crackers or whatever.
That is a child's
Lunchable.
That's a cold cut.
Yeah, you just made a Lunchable.
Yeah. You didn't even get the little.
I don't even know how to
Oreo
spell
cookie.
charcuterie because it's way too tough. I'm going to Google charcuterie
What
board.
letter do you think it starts with?
CH.
Okay, that's 2 letters. Okay, all right.
That's the sound that it starts
Man, I don't
with.
know how to spell coo.
Yeah.
Okay, be careful with how you sound that word out.
Charcuterie.
Oh my God!
Get a few
All right,
grapes on there, maybe carrot. I don't know.
you can.
Okay, I spelled
but
it wrong
you
when it
don't
came up.
need to. No, the carrot goes on the vegetable plate.
Mm-hmm.
All right, don't be putting the carrot on the charcuterie.
Yeah, you got to have
board.
mini pickles and stuff.
Yeah, oh yeah, the mini pickles. They're those are good.
I'm
Man,
just
looking at pictures.
This is a good picture.
There's a
that
lot of
Mike has
pictures.
here. Is that a tomato?
There's a zillion
All right,
pictures.
well,
few
this is
tomatoes.
an audio medium.
That's
first
a
and
Chex Mix
foremost.
board. That's not
okay. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, even if you hurt my feelings along the way. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on.
Well, we know if we're coming
105.3
to his
The
house
Fan.
and he's charcuterie it. We
I
know
know
we're
what to
getting
expect,
we
yeah.
know we're getting cold cuts.
Yeah, I get my dietary.
Is there rye
fiber
bread
some-
with it too?
Just Mike, please, for the
Rolls.
sake of our friendship, please don't show up to the house. And if my wife answers the door, don't ask her what her cooterie is looking like, okay? Because I feel like that will irrevocably
board.
change
Her board.
what our relationship is.
You got to shorten it. You shorten words that are too long. And char's a weird word.
You can't say charboard. You
Yeah.
gotta say. But if you have to finish it, the cooterie, you just shorten it somewhere else there.
Can I tell you a true story? One time when we were at a pregnancy appointment, you could hear this nurse in the background go, I think charcuterie is a yucky word, so I call it a charcuterie board. That's a real thing that actually happened.
And what did I call it?
Cooterie board.
Yeah, he got it. That's our name for it now.
Yeah, just like all the things we do.
Yeah.
We
That's going to be
renamed it.
easier for Noah to say. If he
Dude,
wants a
yeah,
cooterie
come
board, a
on.
charcuterie board, it's going to be easier for when he turns 3 and he can almost say it. He's like, hey, for dinner tonight, Mommy, can I have a cooterie board? That's going to be easier than for him saying charcuterie.
God help us all. We're the KNC Masterpiece
Trying to
right
make your
here
life easier.
on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Tremendous, Hagee. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
Go get Rangers.
Would you
go get them?
Say go tremendous is your same, shut up, is your same descriptor?
I want to talk about charcuterie boards myself.
Oh, damn it.
What's on your charcuterie board, Broadus?
I'll tell you what, I've watched more videos on charcuterie boards and how you make them look presentable. I've even learned how to make the meats look like roses.
You're kidding. Like,
yeah,
can you
like how you fold how you fold them to make them look like. Yeah,
it's all about presentation. You eat with your eyes first.
I'll tell you what, though, there's some. I was terrible in geometry, but to do a charcuterie board the right way, you have to have a little bit
protractors.
You have to have a little bit of understanding of where you put the different types of cheeses with the soft, and you try and pair them to put them right next to each other. And another pro tip is cut the cheeses for your guests, at least the first few slices, So they're like not panicking that they have to do the cutting.
Oh,
yeah, nobody knows how to
that's
cut,
like the
so.
waffle maker. No one cuts the cheese in mine.
Nobody cuts the cheese. But I'm saying if you leave all the cheeses whole, then people are kind of like timid about, do I cut it the right way and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot to do the charcuterie board thing. It's actually a good thing.
Big coochie board.
It's a great when you're bringing.
I don't think you can. I don't know if you can say
Choppy
that.
did.
Yeah.
Choppy set the standard.
I'll say this though: if you get invited to a party and you bring that over, you will be invited every other time after that.
If it's good. If you didn't half-ass it.
No, you don't half-ass these things. And Heggy's right; they don't have to be super expensive. But you could go. I'll tell you what. You could go to Aldi, the discount grocery store.
Oh, I hit that.
They
you still have to put a quarter in to get your cart.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Or you just kind of hang out and wait for somebody like, let me take
can I
that
take
for
that
you.
cart? Thank you.
Let me take that for you.
Okay.
But they
Just
have
be a gentleman.
They have enough of the various cheeses and meats and stuff like that to make a really good board with the grapes and the. And
to make the perfect
honey.
adult lunchable.
Yeah,
It's an adult lunchable.
Usually, though, you put it on a nice piece of wood.
Yep.
Yeah.
So a chopping board, Mike. You just need to go out and get you. You could go to Walmart and get you a chopping board.
I know, but if
cutting board.
And wives have like their special charcuterie boards.
Right.
We do.
But if you bring it over as a gift,
You
like
bring it
for
back.
a party,
No, you take it
because
back.
you need your wood back.
What you do is whatever's not.
You don't want to lose the wood.
Whatever's not eaten.
As much as you want to just leave it in there forever, you can't.
Whatever's not eaten.
It's
or
hard.
you can leave it as a gift for somebody. Like here's your own board.
But then I'm
here's-
not bringing my best wood over.
Yeah. So.
The hell's the matter with you, Mike?
It's what it's made of.
It's made of wood, Kevin.
But the way you said it and the big smile you have on your face
Shut
right
your
now.
mouth. You shut your mouth and let me do my jokes.
Okay.
But seriously though, if you can if you're gonna, you can bring your board back home, but you leave all the stuff. Like people have Tupperware and stuff like that.
Do people get mad if you put it on a plastic?
Yeah,
I've
dude.
never.
you're not invited back after that.
See, to me, if you're
That's
doing
half-assing it.
if you're doing the plastic, to me, I kind of felt like that maybe you went to the liquor store at Specs and picked one up there.
yeah.
Like I said, that was already a pre-made. So I'm gonna give this thing some thought.
What's your special charcuterie meat? Because you're talking about making roses and everything. I feel like I'm just going to put on for Kevin. I'm going to think it's ham.
Some Genoa salami.
Yeah, well, you
right?
can, you can have the
Various
various.
have some fat on it.
Yeah, you could various.
Summer sausage.
Yeah, you got some pepper. You have some pepper, sausage, stuff like that.
Okay.
Some prosciutto.
Prosciutto is
that's
really,
what I
really
said,
good.
yeah.
I said it.
But you got to be able to you
Fancy
can pair the cheeses with. And I'll tell you what's important too is the vessel you use to put.
The crackers.
Well, the crackers, yeah, you can't half-ass the crackers.
What do you go with then?
Ritz,
What's the
club
No,
crackers.
the clubs are good, but say people do. I'll tell you, my favorite thing to do is my favorite thing is take a baguette, like a French roll,
Okay.
and
Wow.
cut it and toast it and give it a little it's got a little where it's got a little bit of crunch to it. But then you can put the meat, the cheese, and load it up and make it like a little sandwiches. Wow. So yeah.
Wow. Man,
Is
that
there
kind
a
of sounds like
difference between
a
a cold-
product to make my charcuterie
I feel like
board.
there's not much of a difference between a cold cut plate and what we're describing and a charcuterie
A
board.
charcuterie board, I feel like, has a pretty wide
Well,
definition.
you could go with various meats on it. You don't
Nuts.
have you don't have to go.
Yeah, and like you said, the grapes. Sometimes
Yeah,
they have
you-
little jams
let me
that go
go-
that pair well
yeah,
with the cheese.
the fig
You
jam,
have to do
fig,
that though
yeah,
to turn
yeah.
it into a charcuterie, right? Because if not, it is just cold cuts. If it's meat, cheese, and bread or crackers,
that can still be a charcuterie board.
Yeah, it can be.
I don't know.
Okay.
What's a cold cut plate?
If you just take
A half-ass charcuterie
if you
board.
just take
That's a lunch board.
salami
It's a larger
and just
cut.
lay it out, that would be But to me, the fact that cold cut plates is like if you're doing sandwiches and stuff, they're the bigger pieces of the meat. Like with the charcuterie board, it's little bitty kind of bites of it. What you do.
I would love to know from our audience how many people are going to charcuterie it tonight.
Oh man,
I'm just telling you, if you get invited to a party and you don't know what to bring and you just really, it's real simple to do, but you will get people's attention. You show up with that. They're like, okay, you gave it some thought. You're not half-assing it and bringing over a bag of ice or something like that. You're really thinking about what we're doing here. Make a good party out of that, man.
Yeah, that sounds good. Now, speaking of things that I'm sure y'all have given a lot of thought to, are you going to break in live for every single pick?
Yes.
In the second round of the NBA draft?
I'm going to try to pronounce every name I don't know how to pronounce. I would be terrified.
Who was the first overall pick last night?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, what was that guy's name?
For 6 months, I thought it was Reiseker. I swear
It's
to God.
not-
I thought
that's
it was.
not right, is it?
Yeah, no,
Isn't
it's
it
not.
Recheche?
Yeah, it's not. But, and then, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Hagee. You're good with these names.
No, I was just going to say, and then the second person who's also from France, he's like Alex Sarr.
That's
But
an easy
like,
one.
Yeah, he did the super Zachary, and he did it super fancy, and he was like Alex Sarr. And so I just thought that was weird. Do you have any interest in where Bronny ends up going, or what the Mavericks do, or is it just kind of like it's probably going to be a big bag of nothing?
I was hopeful to get some insight on this, and my guy's in Slovenia right now. My guy I talked to is like, he's in Slovenia right now.
One of your many guys.
Yeah, I said, hey.
Oh, he's got a big roster.
He's got so many guys.
Give me some 3 names I could look at. I'm like, I'm in Slovenia right now. So I'm like, oh, okay. Well, then I'm going to not ask you any more questions here. So,
But yeah, we're pretty much on Bronny watch starting at 3 o'clock.
Besides that, what do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We will go around the rim at 3:20, get you all the NBA draft nuggets, and then we're moving LA Live up to 3:40 because we got a short show leading into Rangers at 5.
Ooh, I like that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. We got Will Clark at about 10:30 and Ramona Shelburne at about noon. We'll be on whole show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
If you're O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
1 hour away from day 2 of the NBA draft. Oh my goodness, we are waiting with anticipation. What will the Mavericks do? Where will Bronny go? Will he be a Dallas Maverick? Will Tim Hardaway Jr. get traded? We could be making breaking news happen all show long. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you. Gentlemen, how much of night 1 of the draft did you watch? Because I will be honest, I had it on one of my TVs with no sound, and I barely paid any attention. I didn't care.
Wow, you kicked it to the curb.
Yeah, I really didn't have any interest.
That's always the big one when it's like, if there's 2 on, which one gets the sound? Because that clearly shows the one that I'm most invested in, right? So something else got the sound for you.
Well, it was really, there was no Rangers baseball on,
right?
No other sport.
Oh, so you were feeling
it ended up being House of the Dragon.
Oh.
Yes.
Good for you.
Mm-hmm. And now we've got the Bears season 3 that was just dropped. I'm pretty pumped for that. I'm not sure if I'll be able to watch any of that tonight. It will all depend on Eliza.
It's so fun to have a show that you look forward to. I love sitting here looking forward to knowing, like, I'm going to get that 30 minutes a cuddle time with wifey watching the show tonight that we love. It's a great feeling. There's that Apple TV Jake Gyllenhaal show right now. Presumed Innocent.
To watch that. Okay.
Pretty
got
wild.
It on the list.
Pretty buck wild. So I'm in on that. The draft was cool though. I watched about probably the first 10, 12 picks, and then I was out schooling.
Yeah, it was kind of just like falling along.
It was a fall asleep night.
Right.
It really was.
It was one of those drafts where there wasn't a Wemby. There wasn't a headliner. We were all just kind of like,
Dude, the number 1 overall pick, which we need Broaddus to say.
No way. I'm not going to try.
Say his name,
bro. Absolutely
say his
not.
name.
No, I'm not even going to try.
They're describing him, and we should have known this when we had.
I was hoping Tsar got picked first so I could say his name, right? Is it Tsar? Tsar?
It's the Tsar of Russia.
Tsar. S-A-R-R, right?
Yeah.
Tsar.
No Z, just an S.
Tsar.
Yeah, Tsar.
Tsar.
Yeah, that would have been much easier, but that's not the case.
What's Cat's name?
We should have known. We should have known. Hang on. We should have known that it was going to be this when we had anonymous executives telling us that the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft has like a ceiling of, whoever that is, has a ceiling of like Tobias Harris.
Oh.
Like, if you have the number 1 overall pick, just know that you're drafting whatever the equivalent is to Tobias Harris. So we should have known. And then I believe this is one of the first times we've ever had analysis about the number 1 overall pick be 3-and-D role player.
I've never seen him
at
before.
The height of his powers.
Typically, we're getting like the 40th overall pick. They're like, I don't know who the hell that is, but this happened with the number 1 overall pick
Stephen
last
A.
night.
Smith's like, I've never heard of
no idea who that is. Maybe this guy ends up being awesome.
Why are we so excited about who gets the first overall pick? Why the lottery thing and all that?
Well, I think most drafts, the hope
just,
is you do have a good class.
Right.
This year was just not one of those.
This was unique to where.
So the fact that the Hawks had like a 2% chance of getting this, instead of being extremely lucky, they got the same player that they would have gotten if they were just been normal picking.
Yes, like the difference between the number 1 overall pick in this year's draft and we'll just say like the 20th overall pick, is probably the least amount of difference that there's ever been in a draft.
Jeez.
So it is one of those unfortunate things for the Hawks. Like, we got super lucky on this, getting number 1 when we really shouldn't have, but it's in an all-time awful draft.
I couldn't imagine working on a draft as hard as we do, like starting on December 1st. And then having it just be something that nobody gives a damn about. And I'm sure there's teams that give a damn about it. I mean, they're getting players.
Oh, yeah.
And somebody in this class will, like
somebody's going to outperform.
Somebody, this Tennessee guy or somebody like this. Somebody's going to show up and you're going to go like, whoa, okay.
Can you say the Tennessee's guy's name?
Is it Niche?
Dalton
Niche?
Connect.
I'm with you on that one, dude. That feels like it should be a silent K.
I was thinking the silent K. Yeah,
but he was one of the best players in college basketball. Like some of these guys we knew, like Donovan Clingan, UConn, goes 7 overall to Portland.
They're showing like I think the Lakers war room. There were like 3 dudes in there. Like 3.
They're getting ready to take Bronny. They know, hey, it's Bronny or bust today, man.
No. I'm just talking about last night.
Yeah.
Last night, there's like 3 dudes standing around. It's
Everyone else is working on trades.
They got the door open, and it's like, yeah, come on in if you want to hang out with us tonight.
Yeah, their war room is just very, very casual.
It's like in a conference room with a couple of dudes just hanging out.
Yeah. For me, it's less about the draft. It's more about, okay, what trades are about to happen.
100%.
That's what we're all waiting for. Like, does THJ get moved today? And then, of course, yes, there is intrigue, I think, about where Bronny goes.
I'm intrigued about what it is the Spurs are doing because, I mean, why would you not be picking with your why would you be trading your pick when you're trying to build a young stud team?
Tim Duncan did not look happy about that.
What are you gearing up for?
He normally doesn't look happy, does he?
That might just be his face.
Tim Duncan, kind of a not happy guy.
Him and Ben Affleck. They always look
unhappy. Yeah, like real badly unhappy. To me, we're saying that the second round or day 2 is going to be more interesting than day 1. Is it, or is this whole day just about, Bronny?
I think it's just about Bronny.
It's just Bronny.
You don't think the NBA made this a day draft?
I think the NBA is foolish.
Are they worried about soccer?
A 2-day thing.
Are they worried about the soccer?
I don't know that they're worried about the soccer.
There is I will say there is
U.S. plays tonight.
They played 5. Yeah,
the U.S. plays tonight.
You have the presidential debates tonight.
Oh, that's
probably a big reason.
That's right.
That's also a good reason to just say, all right, maybe this isn't the year that we do this whole 2-day event deal.
Why even do it?
We'll just keep this 2 rounds in one night, and we'll move on with our lives here.
But we'll see. This thing will start at 3:00. We'll go around the rim at 3:20, and we'll keep you updated on all things NBA draft throughout the show. And maybe the Mavericks make some moves today. Stars did make some moves. Ryan Suter, his contract has been bought out, which is making a lot of Stars fans, including myself, very, very happy. Move will save the Stars.
Pats and a turnover.
Yeah, $2.87 million, according to Cap Friendly. They'll have a 1.43 cap penalty in 2025 to 2026. Look, he's just 39 years old. I mean, he's old now. He can't skate very well. The turnovers were a big-time issue for him. So Stars are probably going to remake their defensive pairings. Hopefully, Kristanev ends up being re-signed. Leon Bixel, who is their young stud at 20 years old, I'm sure is going to be part of the team after being in the AHL last year. So we'll have to monitor what the Stars are able to do in free agency as well. I do have 5 prospects, according to the Morning News, that maybe the Mavericks could be eyeing with the 58th pick. I don't know if we're interested in this or not, and I don't know that I can even pronounce some of these names.
Ooh, we should let Broadus do it.
No, why? Why do you do this? Well, I can't even pronounce guacamole.
We're here for entertainment, Brian, and this is entertainment.
Broadus, that's the point.
You know what? I'm
to bring life to some of to some names that we have no idea.
I'm going to spell this last name.
To give us.
Spell this last name to you. He's 20 years old. He's from France. He's 6'8". He's a forward. Melvin Ajinca. Ajinca?
I bet you the J is silent there on that one.
So it would be like Ainka?
Ainka, maybe?
Maybe.
Ainka?
That could be it.
Ainsa?
Could be Ainsa.
Where's he play?
France. It's French. Impressive size and frame for his age is what the write-up is about him. He averaged 9.7 points, 3.3 rebounds in France's top-tier league. All right, how about we go to Australia?
Okay.
Trenton Flowers. That one's easy.
Okay, I got that one. Flowers.
6'8", guard, 190 pounds, former 5-star recruit and Louisville commit. Accelerated his professional basketball career in Australia's National Basketball League. And played pretty well over there. 45.8% shooting from the field. Okay. Numbers are very average.
Okay. I have a question for you, Wooly. How about some of these times we get in the 6th and 7th round? There's guys that you haven't studied, but you kind of have a little bit of an idea.
Yeah, we kind of know.
You kind of
lost over them, but we didn't actually do the full film breakdown.
You saw maybe a half of the guy play. Yeah. You feeling that way right now?
I have no idea who these dudes are, and I'm not even going to pretend. No clue who any of these guys are. Now, this year, we crushed the draft. 6th, 7th round, we were still like, these guys are on board. We watched
That's what
these
I'm
guys.
saying. Everybody was well on the...
we knew it this time, but man, you're right. We do get into some of those, like, who the hell... What? Yeah. Who is this guy?
Yeah.
I don't think... Did anybody watch him?
Yeah.
Aisha?
Yeah.
No? Brian?
No.
Can you help it? Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Bobby, you quit on us again.
Bobby quit on us about 3 hours into the show.
And then there's KJ Simpson from Colorado. 21 years old, 6'2", 190, a guard. So we'll see. He did average almost 20 points, 6 boards, 5 assists his junior season, shot 43.3% from 3. So, yeah. Man, I don't know. We'll see if the Mavs end up getting Bronny or any of these guys, and none of us know who they are.
The other thing that is just a yearly complaint is watching these guys put on hats for teams that everybody knows they're never going to actually be playing for.
Like the trade's already been made. It's Luka's got his picture with the Hawks hat on.
It's the biggest waste. What are we doing here?
I mean, I wonder, do you get credit for that, though? Like with the Hawks, like in NBA draft history, do the Hawks get credit for drafting Luka?
I think in some. I
mean, you're like, they had a killer draft. They drafted Luka, and
one of the best drafts in the history of the NBA. They got Luka.
They got Luka and Trae Young, if you want to look at it that way.
Does the Atlanta GM get to like pound his chest because he drafted Luka? I told you I knew what I was doing here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're writing the book, that's the last page. Like, and then we drafted Luka Doncic.
You get an opportunity to have your own podcast.
You don't need to know anything else.
You get your
after that.
podcast, like the title is, Brian Bross drafted Luka Doncic, former GM from the Hawks, drafted Luka,
Oh, this guy drafted Luka?
Yeah.
Well, then,
He
he
put
must
him
know what
on
he's
air.
doing.
Yeah. Put him
My
on.
goodness. Speaking of Luka, he did not play in Slovenia's exhibition win over Lithuania earlier this week, but his return to the squad seems to be imminent. He was talking about playing for his national team. He said, quote, "It is always an honor when I play for Slovenia. Whenever I can, I will play. I've been saying this all the time. It was really hard to decide to play now because of the injuries and the length of the season, but here I am. It's an honor for me to be here." So he's going to be suiting up. He's going to be playing for the national squad. Hopefully, to your point yesterday, Eric, he's just not limping around out there.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that there's been obvious improvement since the finals here. I mean, God help us. Hopefully he's not taking any type of Toradol shots to play in these games or whatever. You'd like to see him walking around out there and feeling and looking like a dude who's not laboring around and still banged up. That would be pretty frustrating.
Kristaps Porzingis has had surgery. He's going to miss the start of the season. He's expected a 5 to 6 month recovery time.
Yeah,
so
that's fine. I mean, they're going to be just save him for the playoffs, dude. Like, if I'm a Celtics fan, I'm like, I don't need to see him until for sure after the trade deadline, and then we'll slowly work him in, and we'll just see it come playoff time. Porzingis, like that's what we're doing here.
I wonder what the over/under games played for him next year will be.
Oh, what do you set the line at?
25.
So you're saying,
yeah, I'd probably set it for about that.
He sucked it up to be like to keep the uniform on for the team.
Yeah, like apparently I guess they said you can't hurt it any worse.
Yeah,
but you're going to have surgery.
Okay.
So he just said, all right, well, let me go out there and play.
So he instead of wearing street clothes, he got his picture taken with.
He did, and he actually got in there and played a little bit.
That's what I'm saying.
Which I will say, I was impressed. I did not think that he would play at all.
Yeah.
He gutted that one out, and hey, good for you, KP. Adrian Beltre, Michael Young, and Pudge have been named Texas Rangers All-Star Ambassadors. Of course, Beltre and Young are going to manage the All-Star Futures game, which will be July 13th. But this is going to be badass. I can't think of 3 better ambassadors for the Texas Rangers as we get closer and closer. I mean, we're just a few weeks away now from the All-Star game at Globe Life Field. We'll have the All-Star Village, the Capital One All-Star Village, and All-Star Saturday. Events will be held out there. Fans will have multiple opportunities to go out there, see Beltre, Pudge, and Michael Young. Going to be pretty cool.
It's going to be awesome.
Does All-Star Village have air conditioning?
I can tell you it probably doesn't have poo water, which might be an upset to you.
It would, but air conditioning is important.
That's a good question. I don't know.
I mean,
it's got to, right?
Do you think?
I hope.
I don't think it's got air conditioning. I think it may have some things set up where it's like
there's some indoor
they're blowing
spots.
some stuff and some
They're
spray.
blowing some stuff?
Well, just like they're like some portable sort of
Misters?
air. Yeah, misters.
Oh, like Six Flags?
That kind of stuff. Yeah,
Just to
like an
kinda keep it
outdoor temporary kind of
You
deal.
love a good mister.
That would just be my guess. But I'm making sure I get out to All-Star Weekend at Globe Life Field.
It's going to be awesome, man. It's a rare opportunity.
That's the 1 week during the season where they're going to bring back the greatest mozzarella sticks known to man.
Oh, that's
Just for the All-Star game?
Just for All-Star.
Okay.
That's what he told
mozzarella
us.
sticks or the pizza dog? Which one? If you had to pick one here.
Oh, wow.
which one
You
you
just-
go
Globe
with?
Life Field.
That pizza dog was
Boy,
pretty
you
damn
just
good.
kicked him right in the gut.
I think it's a good question.
That is a really that's.
And I know how you feel about the protein in the meats. You're not getting meats with the mod stick. You got a little bit of meat there with the pizza dog.
I'm writing down.
No, that's a hard-hitting
I'm going to write
question
down
right
what
there.
he's going to pick. All right, I'm writing it down on my pad here.
Okay, you take your guess. You got the same guess?
I'm going the opposite of Brian.
Okay, let's all say what we think on 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Mod sticks.
Damn it! I thought you were going with the meats.
I'm sorry,
What
dude.
the hell?
I'm sorry. Those
You love
mod
a good
sticks,
wiener.
Those mod sticks. I do. That's why this was as tough a challenge as ever. Like, that pizza dog is, I mean, I would say it's groundbreaking, and it's so much better than you could even imagine that it is. So that's why I waited long, this amount of time to even try it until a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Shout out to Boston Nick.
Absolutely.
Who was like, hey, this is the 1 seed here in the building. You need to make sure you get it. It was phenomenal. But mozzarella sticks come back for All-Star Week, and I will be at Globe Life Field the entire time. Might go 3-course meal, mozzarella sticks.
All 3. You
All
can't go
three.
wrong, man. Those things are absolutely.
I'll give you my media card
pepper
so you can
jack.
eat those. You get extra ones.
Pass
My
those
little
around
media card, I'll
as
give
you
that,
should. And a judge dismissed yesterday Dak's sexual assault lawsuit.
Yes.
So he is free and clear. So good for Dak Prescott as we
excellent
get
for him.
closer and closer to training camp, man. Under a month away until we're going to be out there at Oxnard doing 3 live mics. Why do I keep putting an S there after the lives?
3 lives mics.
3 lives mics. It's going to be a blast. All right, let's go hodgepodge next, Eric, shall we?
Yes, sir. We have more bleep hole of the week fallout, Lord Pasta, and the most criminal menu in concession history next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right, we'll get you to the G-Bag of the Day on a Thirsty Thursday here in about 8 minutes with Lucius Alexander. It's a sports hodgepodge time right now, though. I am offended at what is happening. Thank God we're not covering the Copa over
the Copacabana
over in Los Angeles at SoFi right now. You see how if you're a media member and you want to get some grub, do you see what the deal is?
No.
Oh, this is
You're paying for everything?
This is disgusting. You have 3 options: a hot dog, a tender, or Southwestern salad.
Okay, when you say a tender, is it literally just one tender?
It does say chicken tenders. It says crispy chicken tenders
with an S.
So at least 2. I'd be surprised if it was more than 3 though.
Yeah, me too. You're probably right.
Comes with potato wedges and a cookie for the chicken tenders, and all it'll cost you is $25.
$25
for the media?
Yeah, the hot dog for the media, $25.
Oh, come on.
The Southwestern salad, $25.
See, didn't we determine that the most expensive hot dogs in the league were it was the Chargers and the Rams. I think the Rams had a $37 hot dog.
Oh, there you go. That's SoFi.
Remember that?
Okay.
Remember that? Because we
but
said
you're just assuming that's like a boomstick style hot dog where that's at least a 2-footer.
Maybe we were wrong.
I guarantee you this media lunch hot dog you're getting at the Copa America right now at SoFi Stadium. Bleep you, Stan Kroenke.
Yeah, it's probably
if you don't have enough money right now. Yeah, $25 for a hot dog. I'm talking. This is probably the same hot dog that you would get on Dollar Hot Dog Night.
Agreed.
Let me ask you this, Eric.
That's offensive, dude.
You are the connoisseur of the bar press box over here at the Cowboys.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, at AT&T.
Well, and shout out to Blake Elliott as well. He's coming in.
Blake
making a name for himself.
Blake is coming in strong there.
I mean, rookie year, tearing the place up.
Yeah, he really was.
I mean, when I saw him pull a cookie out of his pocket in the third quarter and halfway across, I was like, dude.
Tell you what, shout out to Ruben, though, as well. That guy got a plate to go. I didn't even know. He had them saran wrap that thing for him.
Yeah, he's taking a page out of the late great TNP's book on that one.
How much, if you had to estimate, how much food do you think the cost of the meal you have?
Oh, that's tough to.
Do you think you're over $100 with the carving station?
Yeah, the carving station.
Like I would say a minimum of 50.
Well, how much do you think that plate when they give you a carve up on that deal and it's like 1 or 2?
Do you stare them down?
Yeah, I'll just speak up and just say, you mind if I get another one?
Oh,
instead of just one cut, let me go ahead and get 2.
Right.
Because after the pregame show, I get there and everybody's that's ready. That's pretty much eating.
They're cleaning up. Yeah, they're cleaning up.
We're getting close. So now I know, like, hey, there's still a good amount of this left. You got some to spare here. Let's go ahead and double up on those cuts.
I'm going to say the amount of food you eat on a weekend at that stadium is well over $100.
You think?
Yeah. When you start to talk
halftime, all the desserts.
Yeah. So you think about
they're loading up on the nachos.
I mean,
the hot dogs.
that's
my gosh, the
if you want to
chicken
get
wings.
everybody wants to get mad at Jerry and all that. This press box food is
it's the best. Everybody we talk to, they
good.
say it's the best.
Yeah.
Really.
Oh,
I mean Thanksgiving meal there is not
first class.
terrible. Yeah, not
no,
terrible.
that's a legit Thanksgiving meal.
And like
it is
legitimate, like halftime, the hot dog things and stuff like that. That's
delicious.
Legit.
Yeah, and then they'll sneak in like their special of the day.
And then the legends bring us up stuff before the game.
Yeah, I punish one of those sandwiches or whatever they bring.
Philly,
it's incredible, dude.
Yeah, the Philly cheesesteak.
First class from top to bottom. I appreciate that.
Class.
All right, segment here in the G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. I have some sound here from Bleep Hole of the Week. Mr. Schlossnagle, who is now a Longhorn baseball coach, spurns the Aggies in ultimate Bleep Hole style. But we do have a quote from one of his now former players with the Aggies, A&M utility fielder, Travis Chestnut. No relation to Joey. I did the whole backstory.
Did you look it up?
Yeah. They are not in the same family
Chestnut
tree.
family growing every day.
But the athleticism, if you're a Chestnut, there's a good chance that you're quite the athlete. He says, in terms of Schlossnagle, he says, quote, I'm blown away by the disrespect of him. Not once in my career was he a respectable man to me. How about that? I stuck with him because I wanted to be an Aggie and stay in the SEC. But quite frankly, I didn't stick to him. I stuck to assistant coaches like Mike Early and Nolan Kane. That's the direct quote. Like this player obviously just absolutely hated this guy. That is an on the record speaking to a journalist quote. The line that says, not once in my career was he a respectable man to me. We didn't have a single interaction throughout his time and my time here together that I would deem respectful. And we do have some sound where this is Schlossnagle, like in the middle of a game, doing one of those sideline sort of dugout interviews, and they ask about this player, Chestnut, who had just bunted in a situation that you would never bunt in, and listen to Schlossnagle just throw him under the bus.
Let's go back to Chestnut there with the 2-strike bunt. Don't see that a lot. What led to that decision?
Well, he struck out a lot. Couldn't be worse. So,
well, he is struck out a lot. Couldn't be worse. So, I mean, I would rather take my chances with 2 strikes and a bunt with this Chestnut fella than give him a chance to actually swing the bat because of the amount of Ks. So that's just probably one example of how many that this guy's been a bleep hole to this kid.
Good coaching.
And probably all these kids. Yeah. I mean, hey, he was doing some winning. So I can understand the fact that every single coach is going to have a couple of guys on the team that have almost nothing good to say about him. And that's for obvious reasons. This guy's a utility fielder. So maybe he's got playing time issues and all that kind of stuff. But for him to say, not once in my career was he a respectable man to me, that is a jarring sentence that I believe even some of the most hated people in the world would have someone say, I have had at least one respectful interaction with him.
There was a coach when I played at LSU. I was a freshman. And I was on what's known as the scout team. You know, as a freshman, you're doing anything you can.
It's important. Your role is important.
Just being on the scout team. And I had a coach one time told me that he yelled at me. He goes, I snapped the ball in a shotgun. I snapped it too high, and it went over the quarterback's head, and we had to redo the play. And I had a coach tell me, he goes, that's it, Broadus. Snap the damn ball as high as you can. You'll never play here anyway. He said that to me. And that guy ended up going on and being a general manager in the league named Buddy Nix.
Oh.
And I'll never forget, I was scouting one of the first meetings I saw. He didn't know what I was doing, and I knew what he was doing. I saw him. He's like, Brian Broadus, good to see you. I said, listen here, you son of a bitch. I said, don't you ever address me again. And he goes, well, what are you? I'm like, my freshman year at LSU, you completely went after me for a mistake that I made, saying that I'll never play here. And I didn't even start in my career there at LSU. And I mean, I literally, and he's like, well, hey, you know, and I'm like, no. You no. I go, I've carried that with me, knowing, you know, and I was just a freshman. I go, you need to learn how to, and then one of the happiest days I ever had is when he got fired at Buffalo. I'm like, I was in the league.
Threw a party.
I was like, you know, I literally.
Screw you, buddy.
I went out. I took everybody to lunch that day.
Yeah, we're going to the Sizzler, boys.
Yeah, I did. I said, come on, guys, let's go. We're going to go celebrate. And nobody had an idea what I was celebrating.
We're going to go eat like champs today. Coach Dix just got fired.
To me, Coach, when it happened, like I say, you just got to know you can affect people's lives with what you say, especially at a young age. You know, I'm just starting out.
That is something I love about Brian, though. You will always know where you stand.
Yeah.
And he was honest with that, dude.
But he did.
So
Buddy Nix.
Don't you bleep and talk to me.
Buddy Nix. There you go.
That's wonderful. All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's today's G-Bag of the Day with Lucius.
Yeah. Eric, you know what, man? Just not used to that haircut yet. Just not used to it. I still think it's like your brother or something. You're playing games with us.
I know, dude.
But I am liking the Tolo's reaction to your haircut. Because I feel like it's some shade.
Oh, yeah.
They're like, oh my God, you look so much better now.
Oh, yeah.
Way better than you did before, buddy.
I got a couple of finallys.
Finally. Got that out the way. I can respect you now. All right, let's see. Our winner right here, J.J. Redick. L.A. Lakers head coach dropping F-bombs on his first day at the job.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
When you're the coach.
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. You know, it's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of you know, being part of the engagement farming industry. You know, it's been really interesting.
It's all over the place.
However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a
My man was all over the place, man. Should have just got right to it.
Yeah, I just don't give a bleep.
Somebody called Cap on Coach, though.
You have a very close relationship with LeBron. He could have done a podcast with anybody in the world. He chose to do it with you. What was his advice to you throughout this whole coaching search process?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers' job until Thursday afternoon.
It's still funny, man. I got to know if that's really real.
Yes. You gotta ask. Somebody's had to have been there that we know.
Gotta know, bro.
Gotta know.
All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Let's go back to Rangers Brewers. Sausages are like what a big staple up there.
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay.
Yes, sir, they are.
And there's a sausage race.
There's a sausage race. Yes, sir.
Well, Matt Hicks, he's seen those sausages preparing for their race. They were in the media elevator, just all piled in there.
I didn't think you could get 5 racing sausages into the media elevator here, but I can attest to the fact that it's been done.
First pitch. That misses outside. Perkins turns a bunt, pulled back. Which sausage looked the best?
That's a good question.
That could go on our laugh bracket right there. That's good.
That's a great question, too.
Which sausage looked the best?
Which sausage looked the best?
I love Jared going right from the sausage elevator into painting the baseball picture and then back to the sausage, man. It's incredible.
Professionals, bro. Also, Matt Hicks called a Jonah Heim home run.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
pretty excited
he did.
about it.
He sure did.
Here's Jonah Heim, and he sends a jolt of energy towards Sheboygan. That ball is way out of here.
That ball!
Sheboygan!
That ball!
Towards Sheboygan. That ball is way out of here.
That ball is way out of here, folks. You're watching a hell of a game here.
Sheboygan. So that's a real place.
That's
huh?
a real, yeah. I think that's where Wigwam socks are made. Sheboygan.
Lord.
I believe it.
Yeah. Wigwam
Sheboygan has a place.
Yeah.
Wait, what? There's Wigwam socks in Sheboygan?
Wigwam socks. Sheboygan, I think, makes it.
I feel like I'm taking psilocybin with you saying that right now, bro. Let's see what else we got.
Sound like Kokona. It's Indian for smells like crap.
Kokona?
Kokona.
Ooh, I like that.
We always kind of gave the cities names, but yeah, Wigwam socks. Yeah.
Indian like Indiana Indian or
Indian.
Native
Indians. Indian for smells like crap.
Okay. Who told you that? Is it a real
we just
thing?
kind of came up with it, you know.
We just made it. It's not connecting dots.
We just decided.
It must be what they said.
A bunch of us from Texas that went to work up there.
We decided.
Hey, what's Kokona? What does that mean? It's Indian for smells like crap.
Yeah, that's all right. My grandmother used to call crap Casamadisa. Oh, he's got a Casamadisa. My whole life, I thought Casamadisa was Spanish for pooping.
Spanish for pooping.
I thought it was Spanish for pooping my whole life. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike gets your money right. We got a individual right here. His name is Ronnie Baker. He has a theory.
The touchdown maker.
On he believes Jesus was a black man.
Ooh.
I have scripture. What the hell does it mean? Oh, wait a minute.
No, I went, ooh.
Wait a minute. This
No,
is
I'm
controversial.
No, I'm looking forward to hearing. Ooh.
I have scripture to support and suggest that Jesus was a black man. You know, first of all, we would only have a saying that he may not come when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. But if he don't come when you want him, what's the point? It says that Jesus got to Lazarus' funeral 4 days late.
Damn.
That's a fact. First thing Mary Martha said, surely had you been here, my brother wouldn't have died. He wasn't an hour late, 4 days late. Jesus is the black man. Jesus was very vague. He didn't give straight answers. Where you going? I'm going away. Where? I go to a place. When you coming back? Soon.
Yeah.
Well, how soon? Very soon.
Very soon.
Well, how will I know? Be ye also ready.
Yeah.
Jesus is a black man.
I'm 5 minutes down the street, bro. Be ready. Be ready, bro. I'm 5 minutes down the street.
I'll be there soon.
Yeah. And let's see what else we got for you boys. One more. Hey, happy holidays, all the screwheads out there. All right, let's see what else. Let's go to sports radio host. He's in Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge. 104.5 ESPN. Yeah, he's showing some love to the Texas A&M fans after that coach debacle.
But all y'all spent the last 24 hours flooding my Twitter mentions, calling me names, saying I was wrong, saying I was stupid, saying I was a drug head, saying I look like a thumb, which I kind of do.
Which I kind of do. He does.
Yeah.
Y'all couldn't see through your own blind loyalty, and you took shots at me when I was trying to tell you the damn story. Yeah, I knew Schlossnagle was taking that damn job. I heard the terms of the contract and the terms for his assistants. And if he got cold feet, they were going to hire Skip Johnson from Oklahoma. But guess what? They got across the finish line because apparently Jim Schlossnagle couldn't stand you anymore. You milkmen overall wearing weirdos couldn't stand you anymore.
Yeah, bro.
What a rant.
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. He was waiting for that.
He was.
It's not like a good I told you so rant, bro.
Yeah.
You get so much energy from that. It's crazy.
It is good. You can really feed off of that. That can keep you going for days at a time. That guy looks like a thumb, though. We all confirm that. I need to look at this guy.
Mark Sato. I forgot his last name, but he's down. He does. He looks like a thumb.
I knew a guy that looked like a thumb, in high school.
Marcito or something like that. Yeah.
He didn't
Sean
take it as well as this guy. Yeah, Sean McDonough. All right, let's get to the voting.
Looks like a character from the Far Side comics.
We need to get a side-by-side. Texas Ray can do that.
Right now, Carter. Right now, Carter.
Let's get a side-by-side going.
Do we have? I've never seen the Far Side.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna throw it up.
Well, let's wait till after the show before you look it up then, because you might get mad at me, bro.
I ain't gonna get mad at you, man.
Yeah, you might. If you see this.
All right, let's get to the voting here. One time, right? JJ Reddick?
Yeah,
one time champ.
One time.
You sure?
JJ no Fs. Yeah, because we didn't have it yesterday.
I think it's two, right?
Yesterday was a no vote day.
Okay.
I mean, we can count it if you want to count it.
No.
That's weed. That's weed.
Let's just do it right.
Is it the Matt Hicks combo platter Sheboygan sausage party?
You guys be rigging the vote.
Yeah.
Stop the count.
Black Jesus or the know-it-all baseball thumb dude? My gosh, this is a tough one.
Black Jesus was a great show on Comedy Central for a while. I don't know if it's still there, but it was a great show. Because, they are rates and everything, Comedy Central and MTV. So I don't know. It was a great show.
All right, I'm gonna go with Hicksy. I think I'm gonna go with Hicksy here. What say you, Lucius?
Church.
All right, 1-1, Broada or Wolchuk.
I think I'm going to go with Black Jesus as well.
Okay, 2-1, Broadus.
Wow.
I put the star next to Black Jesus.
Of course.
Wow.
And by a score of 3-1, dominant fashion.
I like what he was doing.
Yeah, no, it's funny, man.
It was funny.
It was. That was
It really
good.
was funny.
All right, there's your new G-Bag of the Day champion right here. See if we can make it back-to-back tomorrow on a Friday.
Always making fun of black churches, huh, Lucius?
Oh, yeah.
I get that every time on the fan text, bro. From one particular guy. But when I play another church from another denomination or another race, I never hear from you.
It's all good.
Yeah.
All right, we got Krusty's Corner coming up next, Broadus.
Yeah, I've got a game for my boys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday. But let's talk Trajan Wells, shall we? Real quick. Whoa, we slid it.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We got LA Live coming up in an hour since we have a short show today, so we moved it up to 3:40-ish. We'll go around the rim at 3:20 as we've got the NBA draft starting up here, round 2 at the top of the hour. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Wooly Bully. Did Carter get the picture?
I think we've got some side-by-sides of Brian and the cartoon here.
Oh.
It's the comic. This is the comic.
Genius comic, The Far Side.
So it's
Gary Larson.
You definitely look like a character from The Far Side, Broadus.
Okay.
And I say that with love and respect.
I know you do. Okay, so these.
I know you do.
Okay, so this is the fan.
Yeah,
this is the family.
It's pretty on point.
Yeah, man.
Are they? Yeah, okay.
It's pretty on point.
I see. Okay, you're right.
I like the deer with the birthmark, and it has a birthmark of a bullseye. And another deer looked at it and says, "Bummer, man."
Yeah,
That
these are pretty good, but
That
I'm
is-
seeing a couple of these that yes are absolutely made in the image of Broadus here.
There you go.
With the haircut, you got the glasses, and then just the general face. I mean,
General face.
Just the general face.
Yeah, all you need is a clipboard and a kid next to you doing box jumps.
I'm looking at a guy too here on one of these that has a bow tie as well.
I do wear the bow tie.
Yeah, the bow tie's a good look.
I do wear the bow tie. There you go. So it's Gary Larson, right? Was that
It is Gary Larson.
Gary
yeah.
Larson? Yeah. All right.
Big G.
Big G. Very cool. All right. I'm gone tomorrow. You guys, it's
What?
Yeah, I'm gone tomorrow.
Wait, there's no way the boss has signed off on allowing you just to be me and
You're taking a day off of work?
Dawson's in Zigzag, Oregon.
Oh man.
I got to go to a reunion tomorrow at the lake. And then
So Lucius is on damage control.
Yeah,
tomorrow,
Lucius is
but
like, wait a second, I'm babysitting tomorrow? This
There's
is
no way the boss has
ridiculous.
signed off on this.
Oh yeah, he signed off on this one.
You must have strong-armed him.
I just told him I think that you guys are capable. I think this is a very capable show.
Well-
you guys and Lucius, I think it's very capable.
Lucius is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting tomorrow. Might get 2 LA lives in there.
Capable is an undersided compliment, by the way.
The Lucius
These guys, they're capable.
They're Lucius Alexander show tomorrow. Here we go. Yeah.
Serviceable, capable.
Yeah,
they're all right.
It'll get you there.
It'll get you there.
It's just
All
a
right.
3.5 hour mail-it-in Friday, guys. We can handle it.
I'm going to play a game. So I usually play a game on Friday with you guys.
Oh, so this is the rare Thursday that feels like a Friday to you.
Yeah, this is that.
I knew you had a little extra pep in your step
Oh,
today.
no,
You're going to the lake, aren't you?
I've got 1 foot in the parking lot right now. I do. I got 1 foot in the parking lot.
Good for you.
But here we go. All right. We're going to play this game where was this an actual player that was drafted last night
Crap.
Wow, this is good.
or just a name?
Oh, no.
Okay, so Jag or NBA player?
Yeah, Jag or NBA player.
Okay.
I'll start with you, Wooly.
Okay.
Rene Descartes.
See, but that's the thing too is he's not pronouncing these right. So you just have to start like guessing.
Renee?
all that.
I think that
Descartes.
that sounds like a guy that was drafted last night.
Rene Descartes.
Renee.
Yeah.
Rene Descartes.
I'm going to say that he was drafted out of Spain.
How about you there, Chieftain?
I think that's a Jag.
Think it's a Jag?
I think that's a Jag.
Lucius.
Yeah, that's just a rando.
Rene Descartes.
Yeah, that sounds like a soccer player, bro.
It's like you're trying to draw us offsides on the first one here. You can't ball sack me that easy.
That's a French philosopher.
Damn
I
it!
thought he was a bucket getter from Spain.
Golly, I thought he was dunking on all of you.
Okay.
Wolchuk thought he had a mean skill set at the elbow.
Yeah.
Chief.
Post up.
Yes, sir.
A.J. Johnson.
Oh, wow.
A.J. Johnson.
Yes, I do know he was drafted last night. I feel good about that one. You should tail me on this one. You should tail me.
No, seriously.
This is not a Jag.
Are you?
This is not a Jag.
Why do you want to drag people into the?
I'm just saying, man, get behind my wake and fly to success.
All right. Well, if he doesn't end up being drafted, I'm never doing this again. But I'm going to wake it.
You going with the wake?
Yeah.
Wait, Wolchuk's gonna buy what I'm selling?
I'm buying it.
I'm going NBA player on this one, man. This is a guy with a handle. That's all I know.
Well, you going to give a scout report if he's really a guy?
Yeah, I think he's got a nasty handle. I think his mid-range game is built for the 90s, but
You
there's
sound like Dak
opportunity.
right now.
There's an opportunity for this guy to stretch it out. He's gonna have to work on it.
He's a real meat stretcher, that guy.
But he's sitting on the end of the bench for the next decade.
Well, you going to ride the wake?
Yeah, sure. I'll ride the wake. That's a basketball
Lucius A.J. Johnson.
Well, she's an actress.
Ooh.
Damn it.
But there could be a guy named A.J. Johnson that plays basketball because that sounds like a hooping ass name. So I'm going to say yes.
NBA player.
With the Milwaukee Bucks.
With the Milwaukee Bucks.
Yeah.
Wow, dude.
Thanks, Tolo Tiffany.
Was she trying to help you?
She said, yeah, AJ was drafted.
Thanks, Tiff.
Okay, what are we doing now? Let's
It
not
came in
help
a few
these-
seconds ago. No, that's
it was
Tiff,
as you said it.
Hey, Tiffany, thanks for
Tolo
listening.
Tiff.
Yeah, thanks for listening, Tiffany, but don't help these bums. All right? Trying to have a little fun here. Lucius.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Ryan Dunn.
Ryan Dunn?
Ryan Dunn.
Yeah, man. That's not, man. That's not
Jag.
cool, bro.
I'm offended you. I'm offended you did this.
Wait, what
honestly. What the hell, dude?
What did you just say? God. I didn't catch it. That is not an individual that was drafted in the basketball.
Wooly?
Yeah.
Ryan Dunn.
The downfall of Bam Margera. No.
Not a basketball player?
No.
Yeah, that's a Jag.
Phoenix Suns.
Let me guess. He's Justin Dunn's brother. First round pick of the.
It's great to have
baseball.
Jared Sandler back, by the way.
Turn your mic on, Jared, or what?
Yeah, he can play this game too.
Yeah, Jared, hop in here with your AirPods.
King of the sausage race last night. Yeah. How about you doing a little play-by-play and then going right into which sausage looks the best?
the best?
Which one do you like there?
Right, yeah. Hey, he pulled back the bunt, and then
How about Broadus interviewing a guy who doesn't have a microphone? Oh, there he is!
Did we win G Bag of the Day for that?
I voted for you. I voted for you. You got my vote.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
It was real close.
it was you versus Black Jesus.
About 2 inches off.
Black Jesus won.
So you got a Jewish person against Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
God.
tale
I
as old
voted
as
for
time.
Jesus.
Lord.
Traitor.
Hey, Jesus was a Jew.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. It was a good trade. It was a fair trade for both sides.
Your sausage interaction, though, was
for both
phenomenal. I love that you asked him the question.
Which is your favorite sausage?
Which sausage looked the best?
Yeah, which one looked the best?
Yeah. You
Jared.
can only ask that to Matt Hicks.
I know.
Oh, he's not going to play.
His
anymore.
laugh was great.
He's playing. Yeah,
He's
here
got to
for
get
this.
his frozen.
ready. He's
got his
boom.
frozen grapes.
He was born for this.
All right, here we go. Was this guy drafted in the NBA last night, Jared? This man's name was Dylan Jones. Dylan Jones. Drafted in the NBA or
Sounds
just
like
a Jag?
Sounds like a gunslinger.
Jag?
Yeah.
Lucius, Dylan Jones.
No.
Wooly. Dylan Jones.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, sounds like an OK Corral member, right?
Yeah, I don't think Dylan Jones was drafted.
What are you looking up over there?
No, I don't know anything.
Okay.
I'm just, this is a pure guess, and I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say he's a basketball player.
It's so funny. Lucius said, sound like an OK Corral guy.
Yeah.
He was drafted by OK City.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me I was right, bro.
Dylan Jones is OK
What
City.
a pump fake that was. I thought you were about to tell me I was right.
Dang it.
You did play that nicely.
Thank you. All right. Wooly.
Yep.
John Locke.
No, John Locke was a character in Lost.
How about you there, Chieftain?
Yeah, I'm going to ride his wake now. I'm going to jump on the bully train on this one. It's a fictional character.
Lucius, John Locke.
Yeah, Locke is his nickname because of his lockdown defense.
Ooh, he puts the clamps
that's
on.
actually good.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, definitely not an NBA player.
He's an English philosopher. And the last one, Isaiah Collier.
Oh, well.
Okay, we know
Jared is so smug, bro.
that was a player that was drafted.
He went to USC.
Smug.
He's a Trojan.
Are you sure?
No.
Am I sure that he went to USC?
Are you sure? Are you sure he was drafted?
Yes, he was drafted in the first round. He fell into the 20s when he was supposed to be a first overall pick, but he sucked for USC, so his stock dropped tremendously.
Wow, that's a pretty
Yes,
intense.
He's not good either.
He's not good.
No, I mean, if you heard Jay Billis's review, he was trying to be nice and not ruin this guy's draft night, but he basically said he's not tall enough and he can't shoot, so good luck.
Lucius, this Isaiah.
Ronnie James is better than this guy.
Ronnie's going to be a better NBA player than Isaiah Collier. Isaiah Collier is going to be like Trey Burke or like Yogi Ferrell will have like a stretch. But like if you want a usable NBA player who can help you win as like the fourth guy off the bench, that will be Bronny James.
Shout out to Trey Burke.
After all that, Lucius,
Trey
is
Burke
he
in the bubble though, huh?
Lucius, after all that, is he a player or not?
Yeah, right. Well, I'm supposed to tell this man no. Well, you know what? That's a good play right there, Jared, but you're wrong.
I don't know. I don't
think he was a real player.
That'd be a great deke by me.
Yeah, it would be a great
fantastic.
That would be.
Set us up.
Every same real player?
Yeah,
I'm going to
Isaiah
say
Collier was-
I'll tell you what
real
he's
crappy player.
Fight on, bro. Fight
right.
on. USC Trojan. Yeah, he's a Utah Jazz. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
Thank you. There
So
he is.
smug.
Krusty Scorder every
He is so
day
smug.
at 2:45 with an assist from Jared Sandler.
USC guy. Rah.
All right, we do have round 2 of the NBA draft starting here in about 3.5 minutes. We'll keep you updated on that. We got Around the Rim at 3:20. NFL News of the Day up next. Can you guess the projected top offenses for 2024? Blue cheese and a scary moment for the Cobb family. That's next.
This afternoon.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Let's get you some NFL news of the day. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Round 2 of the NBA draft starting in about 12 minutes. We go around the rim on the other side. LA Live at 3:40 as we get closer to Rangers pregame. We'll catch up with Jared Sandler around 3:40-ish. Get you set for Rangers and Orioles as the Rangers look to get back into the win column. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, of course, Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman, Gavin Dawson in Zigzag, Oregon. Actually, I think he was just passing through Zigzag.
He said he stopped at the Dairy Queen there. Yeah.
What if that Dairy Queen's better? That's like his go-to Dairy Queen,
Dairy
like the
Queens
Popeyes and Oxnard.
They sprinkle hard drugs and everything over there.
Yeah.
So you just
That's the
you
meth
love
head
it.
capital.
It is.
That's where it is. We did have a scary moment, though, for Randall Cobb and his family as they escaped a fire at their Nashville, Tennessee home this week with his wife posting, "We're lucky to be alive. We got out of the house with nothing but the clothes on our back and no shoes on our feet," she wrote. They got 3 young sons as well. Everybody okay, but my gosh, that is a terrifying situation. I don't know. Like, have any of you guys been involved in a house fire?
No, never.
I don't know, and I don't know anybody that has, but gosh, that would be terrifying.
You know what's sad? Have you guys ever been in a hotel and the alarm thing goes off and you don't move? You don't walk downstairs, or
you just think like it's a false alarm?
Yeah, you
and
think
it ends
somebody
up being
a
real?
false alarm?
I've only done it, and it's a false alarm.
That's the problem I run into. That I'm like, should I get up?
I always do just go to be safe, but it's a pain in the ass.
You would think at a hotel you probably should get up and go.
Yeah,
but how did they get out? Did they say with Cobb? How did they? Did somebody save him, or did the dog save him, or smoke detector save him? Or
Yeah, the dog saved him.
Well, the dog might have been barking like a son of a gun.
You know what? I bet Kirk Herbstreit's dog threw a cape on and showed up and figured it out.
What do you have against his dog?
It's nothing against the dog itself. It's the owner who thinks that everybody in the world should be privy to his dog at every turn.
Do you not like Kirk
have
Herbstreit?
a headset. No, I've always appreciated Kirk. I really have.
Yeah, no, I guess they just Yeah, the firefighters came. I mean, all their
They were
cars were
asleep?
on fire, and they just got up and were able to make it out in time. Like that, Randall Cobb said he thought their cars were about to blow up. I mean, they were all asleep. They left in their pajamas.
Wow, dude. Yeah, the middle of the night deal is obviously the worst. I mean,
I do change the batteries on the smoke detector. I'm one of those guys. Now, I never can get the thing to fit just right like it did the first time.
Yeah, it's annoying.
But I do change the batteries.
Well, a lot of these places, though, not necessarily in the house, but there's been apartments that I've been in that have had it, and then or like have a fire alarm situation.
Actually, there was
and
a
it's
fire.
so loud, like
Oh
so
my gosh, it's
disgustingly
terrible.
loud that
You're not
you
gonna
don't
sleep.
want to wait that out.
Yeah.
You want to get out of the building.
Oh, it was brutal.
If not because there's a fire, just because this is the loudest,
Yes.
worst thing you've ever heard in your life.
And the dogs, I mean, if you have animals, they're all losing it.
Losing.
It was terrible. Yeah, Maya's apartment before we moved into the house that we're renting, they actually did have a fire right over by the Galleria Mall. And that was a legit one. And that was like middle of the night, like 2 a.m. We got woken up with
Summer
fire
night?
alarms. No, it wasn't summer night.
There was
2
a
a.m. summer
fire
night.
this week just down the street from us in a parking garage. A whole bunch of cars burned up.
Oh, dude.
I'll tell you what, the
Yeah,
weather.
how about that, bro? At an apartment. It's like you just park in your
Yeah.
car in your assigned spot. All of a sudden you come out
Yeah.
there's 12 cars on fire.
A lot to do with the weather, man. I bet these
Yeah.
engines get hot, batteries blow
That's
up,
crazy,
stuff
man.
like that.
Absolutely. Okay, the blue cheese versus ranch debate when it comes to what's acceptable on your wings. Now, we know in Buffalo, they're blue cheese only.
Blue
now,
cheese.
I am pro blue cheese with a buffalo wing. Now, other flavors I don't think go well with blue cheese. That's when you got to have the ranch in here. But the Buffalo Bills media team had several of their players sit down to have some wings, and for most of them, it was their first time trying blue cheese.
Wait, y'all don't eat ranch with wings? For real? This gonna be my first time ever trying blue cheese. Oh, it don't even look right. Oh, okay.
Is it blue cheese or ranch? I hope it's ranch. Oh yeah, that look like blue cheese. Yeah, it's definitely blue cheese for sure.
Is that blue cheese? Blue cheese is the right answer.
So like it really be blowing my mind when y'all be saying like, oh, we only eat blue cheese here. I'm like, I don't think I ever tried blue cheese in my life before. Like ever. Probably if this is blue cheese, this will be my first time. I ain't gonna lie. All right. No, it's actually not that bad. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty solid. Okay, I'll stop hating. I'll stop the hate for sure.
Yeah, let's stop the hate. Look, I was listening.
Blue cheese is kind of an old person.
Is
thing.
it?
Yeah, because it's back in the day. It's called Roquefort is what it was. Roquefort dressing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I never knew this.
Yeah, so like when I used to eat salad, like in the 70s, it's like Roquefort dressing is what you would order instead of just blue cheese. But it's kind of
okay.
I don't think kids of this era eat blue cheese at all.
They're not digging the blue cheese?
No, not at all.
See, a buffalo wing with some blue cheese. Now, I'm not into people in Buffalo. They're like, oh, you have to have blue cheese. It's the same thing. Like Jared brought this up yesterday during the broadcast with mustard and ketchup.
Yeah.
Like, oh, in Chicago, it's frowned upon. You can't put ketchup on your dog. Like, who cares? If I want to put ketchup on my hot dog, I'm going to do it.
Right.
If I want to have ranch and I don't want blue cheese, go for it. Have your
Well,
ranch.
Chicago dog has a pickle on it.
And tomatoes, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And sesame seeds on the bun, right?
Yeah.
Love a good sesame seed bun. Not blonde.
What?
You got
Pluckers has the best blue cheese from the 214. We know Wingstop's got the best ranch. But maybe Pluckers does have
Lucius,
the
I've never heard that about
who's
the
got
blue
the best ranch? Lucius, you tell us who's got.
Oh yeah, for sure. Wingstop all day.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay.
And when you put blue cheese on a wing, it's got to be like that buffalo flavored wing.
Yeah.
You can't go out there
Yeah.
and get different flavors and mix it with it because it's not going to hit the same.
Can you imagine dipping a barbecue wing?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh my gosh.
What
Like
a
a
savage
garlic
that
parm?
person is.
Ugh.
No, I'm not doing that. That's when ranch is it's more acceptable for all the other wing flavors.
Yes.
But Lucius, we determined though it's okay to use sauces from one stop to another stop.
Oh
right?
yeah. That is me. I will go.
That's okay to do.
Yeah. I will get
I think that's-
Wingstop Ranch and
yeah.
pull up at your establishment on your hookup day or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Half off wings. Well, I'm
Yeah.
coming in there with some Wingstop
Smart
Ranch.
play.
See, I think that's a hell of an idea.
I
It is.
dipped a ridiculous amount of McDonald's French fries into Whataburger ketchup.
Oh
That-
man.
There, I said it.
You know what? That's goated.
That's
right
an
there.
all-time combo, dude.
I'll
That
tell you, the
is.
Chick-fil-A waffle fry is hard to beat. I'm just going to say that.
It is.
If you talk about if you're going to dip something, because it's the squares that hold, it just
Yeah.
holds the ketchup better, I think. You know?
I
He's
can't
all
disagree
about
with
the
that.
vessel.
Yeah, no, there's more real estate on the waffle fry.
There
That's
is.
fair.
But it does have holes that it could.
You can almost scoop it.
Drip
Yeah,
on
that's
through.
true. There
but
is
it
there's
gets
the dribble
through.
factor.
It gets through, but it coats everything. That's what I like.
Yeah, I like a good
No, I
coating.
can't hate on that. I love a waffle fry.
Yeah, coats the
Or those,
edges.
or those curly fries from Arby's.
Oh, those are good too. Those are very, very good. All right, NFL.com put out the top 10 offenses for 2024. How many of these do you think you guys can name? And do you think the Cowboys are featured as a top 10 offense for 2024?
Man, the
Top 10
running
offense.
Game, the running
Who's
game.
doing this? So just-
NFL.com.
NFL.com. Okay, so this is like a combination of, Adam Shine.
Let's go.
And MJD.
Technically, it's written by Gennaro Felice.
Okay.
Felice Navidad. I'm going with, I'm going to say they're probably going to throw the 49ers in there.
49ers, number 1.
I think they're going to probably throw the
Chiefs.
The Chiefs will be
The
in there.
Lions.
Chiefs, number 2. The Lions, number 3. Let's go, boys. Can we do a clean sweep here?
We can do a clean sweep.
Miami Dolphins, number 4.
Miami Dolphins are number 6.
Mm-hmm.
How about your Rams?
Rams, number 4.
Baltimore?
Baltimore is not in the top 10.
Look at that.
In fact, I will say number 10, a little surprising.
Oh, Green Bay.
Green Bay's number 7.
Yeah.
You're missing number 5.
Buffalo?
Buffalo's number 8. You just need 9, 10, and 5.
The Cowboys are in there.
Cowboys are not in the top 10.
Oh, they're officially not.
They are not in the top 10.
Okay.
Philadelphia?
Philly's not in the top 10 either.
Good. Okay.
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati's number 5.
Ooh.
So you guys got 1 through 8, I believe. So Niners 1, Chiefs 2, Lions 3, Rams 4, Bengals 5, Dolphins are 6, Packers are 7, Bills are 8. You just need 9 and 10.
They're not going to throw the Vikings in there, are they, with the rookie?
Vikings.
No, they're not going to do the Vikings.
They're going to throw Jacksonville in there.
No Jacksonville.
No Jacksonville.
They are both AFC teams, though.
They are AFC teams. That's good. Is this
Houston Texans?
Houston's number 9.
Houston, good call.
Houston's
Good
number
pull.
9. Honestly, I think they should be a little higher.
Yeah, I
We
would
got
agree.
one more. Which one we missing?
One more. This one is a little bit of a wild card team that I would not have put in the top 10 personally. I think there's a lot of unknown here, but
Jets.
Maybe they'll take off. No Jets.
It's not the Colts.
A lot of
It is the
unknowns.
Colts.
Is it the Colts?
It's the Colts at number 10.
With a quarterback coming
Yeah,
back.
with Anthony Richardson. Now, we did get news from Colts general manager Chris Ballard that Anthony Richardson remains a full go for camp. I also saw he's up to over 250. He's one of just 3 quarterbacks in the history of the sport that have played the position that heavy. It was him, Jamarcus Russell, and Jared Lorenzen.
Oh,
Anthony Richardson is 250 pounds.
Yes.
He is just an extra.
Culpepper did as well. You're right. Culpepper is
He was
another
like
one that did.
260, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Culpepper was a monster.
Yeah.
But, obviously, you look at Anthony Richardson, he's ripped. He's not looking like a heavy-set guy.
He looks like an edge
But
rusher.
holy crap, man. He's playing, he's got that body
He's
armor.
working out with Tim Tebow. Tim
Maybe.
Tebow's still lifting those weights. Yeah.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's still doing, his arm days are legendary.
Do you think they left anybody out that should be in the top 10 there? I'm okay with the Cowboys not being in.
Well, the
Yeah, I'm
Cowboys,
fine with that, too.
lack of running backs,
Right.
is gotta scare
Statistically,
people.
the Cowboy, but there's
Yeah.
also so much questions with the offensive line.
Yeah,
and
exactly,
running
yeah,
back room.
exactly.
They just-
Absolutely.
it's just one where it's you can't put them in there yet. Speaking of somebody texted in Cleveland, maybe Cleveland should be in there. Amari
Quarterback
Cooper.
questions there.
Whoa, wait, I'm sorry. Somebody's asking a question here.
Yeah.
Big Ben was not 250 pounds.
Apparently not. At least listed.
But
By the end, he
I
very
think
likely
he
could
was-
have been playing.
He looked like
that,
Brett
but
Kiesel the last 3 years he played.
Apparently, he wasn't listed according to.
He looked like Alan Faneca.
He did. Yeah, by the end of it, he probably was over 250. I would say that Big Ben probably was playing that. He was living up to
Looked
the
like
Big Ben
Russ
name.
Grimm.
The old tackle guard.
He was
Yeah,
the O-line
Washington.
coach for the Steelers for a long
Yeah,
time.
but
too.
he was
He won a Super Bowl, right, with
Yeah.
Washington?
I was just
Washington.
pulling
He's
as
one of
many,
the Hogs.
whatever is synonymous with offensive line in Pittsburgh.
Russ Grimm.
That was all.
That's a good call.
Mike Webster.
Oh, I should have said Mike Pouncey.
Yeah.
Oh, the Pounceys.
I went way back center there.
Former Cowboy Amari Cooper did an interview with Better, a gaming company, and he was challenged to a foot race, but he said, I can't do it. I might pull a hammy or something.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get paid this year.
Yeah.
Amari Cooper,
Might
due
break
for
my
a payday. The dude's, all he does is really produce. Last year, career highs in receiving yards, 1,250. Yards per catch was 17.4. Led the Browns in targets with 128. Did so in 15 games. So, yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Amari Cooper hasn't been paid. But his value would be, according to Spotrac, just a $2 million. What was he making? $20 million a year with the Cowboys?
Yeah.
So they're thinking he bumps up to $22 million, 4 years, just under $89 million contract.
Yeah, because he's kind of known for being a little bit banged up, I guess.
Yeah.
And
I mean, him saying like I can't do this, I might pull a hammy. That's legit. He might.
that's legit. And again, we're in the golden age of wide receivers.
Right. We absolutely are. Jacksonville approved a $1.4 billion renovation of Jags Stadium. So, hey, that thing.
$1.4 bill?
$1.4 billion.
So they're just renovation of.
They're going to renovate.
I don't know why they just wouldn't at 1.4 make a new stadium.
Just build a new one, I know. But they're just going to renovate Everbank Stadium. So that's one step closer to long-term stability there for them in Jacksonville. We always kind of joke like maybe they'd move to London, but doesn't seem that's happening. Charlotte City Council approved an $800 million renovation plan for Panthers Bank of America Stadium.
Oh, that owner got what he wanted. He
sure did. David Tepper.
Wealthiest dudes in sports.
My gosh, I mean, he might be the bleephole of all bleepholes when it comes to NFL owners. Now that Dan Snyder's not part of the deal anymore, but
I don't know. Stan Kroenke's charging $25 a hot dog in the Copa.
That is a crime.
Copa America.
Right now.
I agree with you. And Brian, last thing in NFL news today, very, very sad. The NFL has informed teams that the supplemental draft will not be held in 2024.
Yep.
It's the fourth year in a row. Yeah. I guess that means they just don't have players.
Yeah, the people are just with the thing with COVID and all that. You know, you got all these guys that stayed so long and stuff already. So yeah, there's no need to have it.
All right, there's your NFL news of the day. We've got round 2 of the NBA draft about to get rocking here. So let's go around the rim, shall we, Eric?
Yes, let's play Informant or Friendly Monster next here in the nation. But first, we get you on over to the #1 Ford dealership in all of North Texas. It's Gilchrist Automotive, Platinum Ford store in Terrell between I-20 and
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
You won't miss a second of action. And they have the best wings in town with 26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs to choose from. Buffalo Wild Wings is where you want to be.
About to go around the rim here in the G-Bag Nation. Round 2, day 2, NBA draft officially underway. We'll get you to LA live, a special 340 edition coming up here in about 15 minutes. But segment here is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the Frankels. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. And now we cut the lights out. We put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the number one overall pick in the NBA draft is somebody that is being compared to 3-and-D role players and being called out by opponents that he's played in the past for not being that good. This is really I don't even remember this for Anthony Bennett. I can't remember a time where it was just unanimously, oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy with this alleged ceiling as a prospect is going to be like, they're talking about him like best case scenario, 3-and-D role player. That's your number 1 overall pick. But Frank Mason, are you familiar
Yes.
with the name?
Frank Mason,
Old
one
Chuck.
of the legendary rappers that's ever played.
Amen. Frank Mason.
Frank Mason.
Former Jayhawk. And he was a legend at KU.
He was.
On and off the court.
And he knew it.
I'm going to give you a little taste of what the rapper Frank Mason sounds like. But as a basketball player, apparently he played against the number 1 overall pick, Zakari Rossachar. Did I nail it? Think I did.
I think it's for Shay Shay. Like Club Shay Shay.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it really is. I can't pronounce his last name.
Broadus, you willing to give it a shot?
Negative, Ghost Rider. Pattern is full.
Frank Mason's thoughts are as reads. Played against him. No way he's the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. All caps, LOL. He continued. Solid player, but number 1 pick is absurd. Played this young guy in France this past season. LOL. Not the right pick. He's responding to other people. And he just went on a nice little rant. People were saying like, wow, nasty levels of hating here. Frank Mason.
Nasty.
Said hating? Never. I like the youngin as a player, but I think as the number 1 pick, you got to be able to do more than just shoot threes and play defense. But it's also about fit. So I guess that was the best option for the Hawks.
If he's saying I like the youngin as a player, is that like also just disrespected towards him? The youngin.
Yeah. I like the
youngin as a player, but
I like the.
Here's the
little
reasons
dude.
why he sucks.
Well, Frank Mason, basketball legend at KU, now playing in France. But this is just a little taste of a wonderful little ditty that Frank Mason drew up while he was a Jayhawk.
Oh yeah, bitch, I'm Frank Mason. Bitch, I'm Frank Mason. Bitch, I'm Frank Mason. Bitch, I'm Frank Mason. If you ballin' in the 8, then you Frank Mason. Yeah, bitch, I'm Frank Mason.
So there's a little teaser.
And what do you think his name is?
That thing was just an absolute smashing
It was a
hit
banger, man.
at the local bars in Lawrence, Kansas for at least a semester. That song was just getting it done at the Boom Boom Room. Are you kidding me? In Lawrence? Gosh, they're putting that thing on repeat.
They're waving the wheat.
All right, let's play a little game here. I'd like to play a little game with you guys. We're going to call it Informant or Friendly Monster.
Okay.
I'm going to play you some sound of one of the newest members of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Nikola Topic. A lot of Nikolas going on here. A lot of Serbian dudes now in the NBA. Listen to this guy. He was asked a question about, other than basketball, what's your second best sport? My question for you is, based on the sound of his voice, is this an informant or is this a friendly, sort of cartoonish monster?
Soccer. Yeah, I was practicing soccer before I played basketball.
Yeah.
So I was decent at it, but I mean, just I wanted to play basketball, and that is my love.
That is straight out of witness protection right there. That is an informant.
How did you?
What the hell?
Is that not
and that is legit his real voice.
That is it. Yo, that's 100% his real voice.
Wow.
Yeah, he's not doing any tricks or anything right here.
Yeah,
This
214. That's that MFer's playing high-low. Like, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yeah.
One of the low clips.
Let's hear it again, please, if you don't mind, Lucius. Informant or friendly, cartoonish monster?
Soccer. Yeah, I was practicing soccer before I played basketball.
Yeah.
So I was decent at it, but I mean, just I wanted to play basketball, and that is my love.
Who's the end there?
That is.
Oh, yes. This is nicknamed the Joker as well.
His nickname, I don't believe, is the Joker.
Serbia's given us what? Both Jokers?
Yeah, Serbia has one of the smallest populations in all of the world, but they have birthed two of the world's greatest athletes, and they are both the Joker. Chuck, that is very, very true. You know who the other Joker is?
No.
Novak Djokovic.
Oh, tennis player.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
I should have known that. Guys, I was quick. I was quick to. I thought you guys were ball sacking me.
No, we weren't ball sacking you. That was legit.
Dude,
we're not here to ball sack you all the
what
time.
do you think we're in here to just try and
yes,
just mess around with you?
Yes.
We're trying to take this crap seriously, man. Me and Wolfsuck are serious about this stuff.
Yes. Yeah, you can leave me out of it tomorrow.
We're playing informant or friendly cartoonish monster here. It's one of the more serious games.
That voice was surprising.
Very much so.
So would you guys go informant there?
I'd go more informant. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Fair
it sounds
enough.
exactly like what like the voiceovers they would do.
Yeah, I don't disagree one bit. Well, we're obviously all on Bronny watch here. Who's going to draft him?
He hasn't been picked yet.
Not yet.
Tim Legler says.
Does he wear makeup? You think?
Legler?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
they all
Legs
do.
wears makeup. Yeah.
But
We should actually get Jared to chime in on the makeup stuff because now he's doing TV and I'm sure he's powdered his schnoz.
Yeah, but Tim looks like
he loves to powder his schnoz.
Tim looks like he goes for a little more rouge than everybody else.
Well, here's the thing about
tan.
Tim looks as though he has a tanning bed somewhere in a room in his house.
Yeah.
Like under the desk. Like does he lay down in commercials?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
It's a fair question to ask. I really think it's a fair question to ask Tim Legler if he was on the air right now with
He
us.
loves the Mavs.
If I had one,
he does.
If I got one question to Tim Legler right now, amidst all this basketball chaos, I would ask Tim, do you fake bake during commercial break?
Yes, of course I do.
Is there a makeshift tanning room under that desk there of yours as you sit
He
next to
steps
Kendrick
into
Perkins?
it in between segments.
Well, he's sort of cherry picking off of what Bill Simmons has already done, which is the Celtics should draft Bronny James and
hold him hostage.
And Tim Legler is now saying we should have the Celtics draft him and hold him for ransom. Pick up the phone to Los Angeles and say, we have your son. If you want him back, it's going to take Austin Reeves.
LeBron says, I've got a very specific set of skills.
Yeah.
Good luck.
This is Tyler Smith was just selected by the Bucks.
You know this guy?
And I'm
It's not
saying
the Cowboys, Tyler
I'm
Smith.
saying this.
Did he have Blunt's disease at one point?
I don't know.
That's weed. That's weed.
He played for the G League Ignite is who he played for.
The G League Unite.
They were united.
Ignited.
Unite against all the other teams in the G League.
But okay, we have a green room situation here.
Wait, Filipowski?
We're 3 picks into this thing, and they haven't taken somebody out of the green room yet.
Is there only one person?
It's just
how
Bronny.
many green room dudes are there? Bronny didn't make that mistake.
I think there's like 8 to 10 dudes sitting around with their families at like card tables, like it's Thanksgiving.
Really?
Just trying to pass time.
Yeah, they got like the NBA ball, and they're like, hey, let's. But they've made 3 picks, and nobody. Is this a bad sign?
It's actually a good question. Do you think they provide things in the green room for like
I get up
the
and leave.
idea that there's going to be some people that hang around here longer than they want
I
to?
think
Like
so.
a
Do you have-
cot?
Do you have little activities set up? Maybe a little resting area for R&R?
Charcuterie board.
Or is that on you as the player to just have the self-awareness to know, hey, I'm probably going to be hanging out in this room for a while.
bringing my own
I better
snacks.
bring Uno. I better bring a Ziploc baggie, a goldfish. I'm going to have to get comfortable in here. Maybe a Lego set of sorts.
I would be like, be playing cards with the other guys. Like the jacket's off, like you take your jacket.
Are you seriously talking about a jacket off situation in the green room?
jacket off in the green room.
Ryan,
That's what I'm
come on, man.
What's that? That's what I'm talking about.
With a bunch of big,
card playing
long
guys,
NBA players?
Yeah, with your card. You know what?
Well, those jackets are huge. Like if you're all taking off your jacket, there's probably not enough space in that green room for all those giant 7-foot jacket
Definitely
wearers.
not enough hangers.
Okay.
So you're playing cards, though.
I'm playing cards.
Crossword puzzle?
No, cards.
You're trying to get competitive.
Yeah, I'm seeing. Maybe let's have a game. Let's put a hoop out and have some.
See, I like that idea.
We'll show.
I like that.
You bring
We'll
one of
show
those
these teams.
backboard.
Put it on the door.
How about this? We show the teams that we can really play.
Yeah.
And we're like a little pickup game.
Oh, we're out to prove. Like, watch. You don't know what you're missing.
Yeah.
You get taken a couple picks sooner than you would have.
Like knocking down some shots with like a 3-piece suit on.
That's a great idea. That is one of the
I hope
worst
this
things
Bobby
in the world.
Klinsman gets taken. He's Swedish. He looks good.
You're pulling for the Swedish guy. You were talking about that last week.
He likes
love the
Swedish
Swedes.
meatballs.
I do like Swedish meatballs.
Speaking of Swedish meatballs, who knows if Sam Hauser had consumed any of those before the championship Celtics parade?
He didn't eat. He just went straight booze.
Okay, we remember seeing the video of
he's
him on
throwing-
top of the bus,
he's
and he,
throwing up,
he
yeah.
like leans down on the bus and vomits, and you can't tell where that vomit went. Like,
Did it
did
go
he
in the
just
crowd?
puke on the floor or what? Well, he's on the double-decker bus, hanging with his wife and his teammates, and all of a sudden he pukes, and we got the video footage of it. Well, now Sam Hauser, role player for the Celtics, now a champion, sitting down with our good buddy Gojo, Mike Golick Jr., and his dad, and they ask him about the parade puking situation.
If you saw, there's a video of me throwing up on the float.
What I want to know is, what else was in that cooler? Like, was that a cooler that other people had drinks with? Was that the puking cooler? How did that go?
That cooler was full of beer. You can't see my wife in the video, but she's down on her hands and knees because I announced, like, I'm getting ready to throw up. She's trying to get the beer out. There was still some beer in there as I threw up. We ended up throwing those to the crowd, so whoever got those, be careful. Yeah.
What did she say to you after you got done puking?
Well, I told her I loved her for doing that. And she said, yeah, you better.
Yeah, you better.
They threw the beers to the crowd.
A couple of beers got some championship puke on it, and it got tossed out and shotgunned by a championship Celtic fan. I think, Wolchuk, you'd be fine with that. And in the height of parade euphoria, where there are no bad vibes, and we know this, thanks to what the Rangers just did for us.
I mean, I drank straight out of a tequila bottle that was being passed around, and God knows
I did
how
too.
many-
You waterfalled it,
I
Bryce.
went
You kept your
straight mouth on it.
I didn't do that. Okay.
That was a puke beer that somebody consumed.
No air conditioning, Pooh River, puke beer.
I'll shotgun a puke beer in no time. I don't care about that. You puked on the outer
It's gonna
edge
smell
of it
so
or whatever.
bad.
I don't think so, dude. It's a cold, chilled, probably got
think it's gonna smell
condensation
like
all over it beer. No, it's a beer can.
I mean, you could
It's
just
not
wipe
like
it
a
off.
cloth
Like,
thing where
big picture, I'm with you. I'd probably go with the puke beer over those three.
I'm still going for the river.
Yeah, you got a weird Pooh River fetish.
I'm just
well
telling you,
documented.
man, puke beer would make me puke.
We actually need to get Jared's thoughts on this. We're going to ask him about that here coming up shortly. But that's going to do it for today's Rim
Hey,
Set.
so what's a puke cooler?
He puked in the cooler.
Do we have puke coolers? I didn't know that we pack these.
I'll be honest with you.
We don't.
In a
We don't
parade,
pack
in a
these.
championship parade celebration, I do think it is a heady play.
I think it's a heady play.
To have a puke
Just a cooler
or a
but
trash
nothing
can.
else is in there.
or like a paint bucket.
So
of
somebody's
sorts.
got to be responsible for the puke cooler.
Yeah, it's in the
And
corner.
all these 7-foot giants are going to be puking in.
That's a
Wow,
That's
man.
a fair
I'm telling
rebuttal.
you what, well, you really got to love your squad. You hear me?
Yeah,
you got to
do.
love your squad.
Yes, you do. All right, there's your Rim Sesh for the day. Coming up next, LA Live.
Well, let's talk Hiley Mazda, baby. I love my friends over at Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst, and I know you will as well. Go give them a visit. They're Tolos just like you. They've been family-owned and operated.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Ronnie James still has not been selected as round 2 is ongoing for the NBA draft. We'll talk some Cowboys coming up on the other side in the top 10, and we'll visit with Jared Sandler, get you ready for Rangers baseball. But right now, with a shorter show, it's time for an earlier edition of LA Live.
It's a Thirsty Thursday ladies' night. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I used to go to McDonald's and get riding fries. I would get my fries for my meal because you ever get your fries for your burger and you would ate them up.
Yeah.
You get home, you ain't got no fries. You need that riding fry. You need because you'll kill them fries on the way home. So you got to get. I say, give me 2 riding fries and 2 fries with my meal. You understand? Hey man, you had to get it in.
Gotta get it in, bro. It's Lavelle Crawford right there. Sitting there with Shannon Thought. So tell me, was you a big kid your whole life? How fat were you, really? Shannon. This is LA Live for Thursday, June 27th. Happy holidays. It's a ladies' night here in LA Live. Happy June 27th, Charlotte Screwheads. What up, Ace Time? And R.I.P. DJ Screw. R.I.P. Pokey and Big Mo. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm over here doing all types of things. You talking about hustling and bustling. Woo! Trying to get it in before the clock runs out of time. You know what I mean? All right. LA Live is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at KissableDental.com. Your Kissable journey starts today. You guys got plans for tonight?
Going fishing.
Ooh. No.
Going fishing.
For the first time in my life, Lucius, I'm looking forward to a presidential debate.
Me too.
That will be interesting.
I've been looking forward to this ever since they announced it, bro.
I didn't even realize. I knew it was coming up.
calendar.
I didn't know it was tonight until this morning, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's tonight.
Nah, it's tonight. And they got the new little death situations where it's a green light and whatnot, and you can't hear them talk. You can't cut each other off, basically.
No interruptions.
No interruptions. They made that for Trump.
Okay, I also saw something else.
Had to have.
Yeah.
Instead of the typical 7-second delay, TV delay, I think they're doing like a 60 to or like a 60-second or 2-minute delay to maybe try and be able to edit certain things. So that's a little disappointing. I did see that. I don't think that's a ball sacking. I think that's true.
Be allowed.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Come on. And the people are going to be mad because somebody's going to be talking, but their mic won't be making any noise. And you're going to want whole time. What is he saying?
I know.
What is he saying right now? What is he saying?
Lip readers are going to be all over the internet trying to flex.
Yeah. It's going to be dunking on them. Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy to watch. This is where we are, people. This is where we are. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday here on The Fan. Oh, and you can't stream it if you want to have a YouTube page and stream it and have reactions.
Watch party?
Yeah, watch parties. I don't think CNN is going to let you do that.
Wow, dude.
How about that, bro?
I thought this was America.
Yeah, this is really weird. Yeah, G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can find us all on G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Go to Twitter, find G-Bag Nation. We're all in the bio. All right. Our winner right here. Church clip. Yesterday was church day. I pray you got your blessings. This man's name is Ronnie Baker. He has a theory. It's just a theory to why Jesus was a black man.
I have scripture to support and suggest that Jesus was a black man. First of all, we would only have a saying that he may not come when you want him, but he'll be there right on time. Well, if he don't come when you want him, what's the point? It says that Jesus got to Lazarus' funeral 4 days late.
My God.
That's a fact. It's a fact. First thing man Bible says, surely had you been here, my brother wouldn't have died. He wasn't an hour late, 4 days late. Jesus is the black man. Jesus was very vague. He didn't give straight answers. Where you going? I'm going away. Where? I go to a place. When you coming back? Soon. Well, how soon? Very soon. Well, how will I know? Be ye also ready.
Yeah.
Jesus is a black man.
Be ye also ready. I said I'd be there in 5 minutes, bro. Be dressed, man. Be outside. Yeah, I'm down the street right now. I'm pulling out of 7-Eleven. The 7-Eleven right down the street from me. I'm pulling out of there right now, bro. All right, let's see here. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Thursday ladies night edition. Question for the Tolos. I'm trying to help the fellas out and the ladies out. What's your dating life? I know it's summertime. The summer bunnies are bouncing around and everything. It's not cuffing season. 'Tis the season to get your Mac on. What are some questions to ask on a date? Fellas, you got some questions to ask on a date? I asked this to the Tolos that follow me on Facebook. I got answers like, go ahead, Broners, or whoever said that.
I feel like the popular thing now, everyone's like asking what's your body count.
Wow.
And that's like gone, and it's all I'm seeing. They're all talking about what's the body count.
That's
not a question I would have ever asked.
That's a wild question for a date. It might be a question that needs to be asked sometimes.
Later on, right?
Sometimes I need to know because I don't want to be shaking the guy's hand and being all buddy with him if y'all got a history. But women are real slick too. They will introduce you to the guy that they're romping around with behind your back. This is Terry from accounting. You're like, hey Terry, how you doing, pal? Put it there, buddy.
Yeah.
Taking care of the wife, huh, for me? God.
Yeah.
Women are slick, dog.
What's your credit score?
What's your credit score?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty invasive, but hey, the times we're in, I guess you say.
How much debt you got?
Yeah. No, what's your credit score? If you can't tell me your credit score, I don't think I will go out with you.
You're not paying attention enough.
No,
Wait, so you want to know how high it is? You just want to know that they know it.
I want to know that they know it, but I want to know if they tell me their credit score, be able to, that they're conscious of their finances and how they're living and stuff that.
What's the credit number that you get and you're like, all right, then I can't even date you because you have a 500 credit score?
Well, I'm an older guy. Now it's tough because, like I say, there's a lot of successful women that have a credit score just as good as mine.
Oh.
So just as good, but not better.
You can believe it or not.
Talk your stuff.
No, mine's over 800.
He's crushing.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, mine. So, like I said, there's females that will say, oh, it's 812 or it's 8, and I'm like, all right,
damn.
Yeah. I'm like, okay. See, that's somebody that's got their finances in order.
That's what I'm looking for.
I'm not interested in carrying you. I got to carry myself too.
That's what I'm talking about.
I got to, if I have to carry you and me, we're gonna have problems.
I hear you, brother. I can do bad all by myself.
Yeah.
I don't need no help to starve to death.
It's tough. I mean, like I said, I know there's things as when you're dating, you got to take care of. But if it's constant all the time, and I have to have like 2 or 3 more podcasts a week to do just to make sure that you're
20 jobs now.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to sit there and do that.
I like that. I'm not mad at you, brother. I'm really not mad at that whatsoever. What are some questions to ask on a first date? Tolo said, Drake or Kendrick?
Oh,
yeah, it's a big topic nowadays. Kind of let you know who your personality is. Yeah. Where you leaning at? Question to ask on a date: are you married? Apparently, this comes up a lot. Oh, so you are married? You just out here at the Buffalo Wild Wings with your boy? Okay.
You sneak it in by what does your husband do? And then you can kind of catch him. Oh, he's gotcha.
Gotcha. Who are you voting for? Do you wipe from front to back or back to front? Yeah, that's good to know.
Yep.
Hygiene is very good to know.
Hygiene is important.
Wait, who you're voting for? That doesn't matter. Broadus just said it doesn't matter.
Not to me, it doesn't.
You're fine with it. You're cool. You can go either way with it.
Yeah.
All right.
I consider myself very independent.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, usually, yeah.
I'm trying to be synced up.
Usually, yeah, but
we got some interesting stuff.
We've got some strange things going on. We are living in a particular time, people, I'll tell you.
Very much so.
You want to witness everything you can right now because they will study this time period over and over again after we are here. I'm telling you. When we're gone, I'm telling you, they're going to do it. All right. Question to ask while you're on a date. What are your pronouns?
Gosh.
Times. These are the times. Got to ask about the family. Make sure we're not related.
Yep.
Yeah.
Small town living right there.
Yeah.
What else we got right here? How many baby daddies do you have? Good question. Gotta know. Is he violent? Has he ever been violent? Is he strong? Let's see what else we got right here. How was your relationship with your dad? Good question. Back to the dudes too. How was the relationship with your mother? If you got a nasty relationship with your mother, you're gonna treat women pretty mean too. Let's see. Can I see a baby picture? Yeah.
Go see a picture of your mom.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's real good.
Yeah, like you have a picture of you and your mom.
You know what you're getting into.
Yeah, you know what you're getting into there.
It's not going to fall too far from it, too, man.
Not at all.
That's just what I've been peeping in life.
Yeah.
Let's see. We're gonna keep it going for the screw. Oh man, where my other screw song go, cuz? Here we go. What I say? Are those bad boys real? Hilarious. Let's see what else we got here. Does your husband or wife know you're here?
Oh.
Yeah. What's your number one conspiracy theory that you believe in? Kind of let you know who you're dealing with.
Kind of.
Definitely. Yeah.
Kind of let you know. Like the umbrella man, the JFK umbrella man.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to be opening up his umbrella at the same time the shots went off, and that was supposed to be a signal.
Yeah.
Man, please, bro. Umbrellas? If that's what we're doing, we're going to kill the president. We're going to use umbrellas as a signal. Here we go. It's the umbrella. It's the umbrella. Line them up. Come on, fam.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I don't believe that one. Let's see what else. Does your husband? Conspiracy theories. Oh, are you a Cowboy fan? If not,
I was about to say, what's your sports? You know, you like sports.
Yeah, do you like sports?
You like
Came
sports.
on the list.
We're out.
Yeah. Are you a Cowboy fan? If not, then keep talking.
Yeah.
Do you have insurance? That's like, bro, this is Zayn right there.
Yep.
Are you gonna be leaning on me for insurance?
Yeah.
Do you need to be taken care of?
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody said, do you give the hot tui?
Do it.
Hey, you just gotta put hot tui on that thing. You gotta go over there and say hot tui on that thing. She was wild.
Hot tui.
Definitely SEC girl.
Oh yeah.
Definitely. Hot tui on that thing. On a scale of Bernie Sanders to Mike Pence, where do you lie politically?
Pretty good.
Here you go, brothers. Do you have a job?
There you go. That's key.
Are you a bum?
What do you do for a living?
Yeah. Are you a Texas bed warmer?
I'm an entrepreneur.
Are you homeless?
You know, what's the longest you've kept the same job?
Yeah. I don't know.
You have a resume?
You have a resume.
Yeah. Let's see. How many people do I have to watch you hug if I take you out? Hilarious.
Oh, jeez.
That's where it happens again. You don't even realize it.
Where my hug at?
Yeah, where my hug? Everybody knowing everything at the bar. You're like, yo, something's fishy about this.
Awful.
Got a whole lot of dude friends.
Yeah. Got a
whole lot of dude friends. All these guys at the bar know you like that?
Yeah.
Jeez. Why don't you hit me up? What are some questions to ask on a date? Are you on any meds? Oh, look, somebody just said on the fan text, what meds are you on? Same time, man. We thinking alike right now, Playboy. We twins. We twins. Yeah, just things to keep in mind right there. I'm trying to help you out in your game. Summertime. You know, while you're out here dodging traffic and howling these hoes.
Tis the season.
Tis the season. All right, y'all.
Dodging traffic.
Happy June 27th. Enjoy tonight, whatever you're going to do tonight, and eat some wings. Tonight's a Buffalo Wild Wings night. Yes, it is.
There you go.
They got the discount for you. I'm out. Holla. Lord willing, the creek don't rise, and I mean the creek. The creek. Holla.
Thank you, Lucius. There he is, LA Live, usually 5:40, but short shows today and tomorrow with the Rangers playing in Baltimore, so 3:40 today. All right, let's talk some Cowboys. Calvin Watkins joins Sean and RJ to share some insight on the McCarthy-Jerry report, and we got a Cowboys question with Eric. That's next year on The Fan.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105. Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Calvin Watkins of the Morning News joins Sean and RJ to discuss the report that we talked about earlier this week with maybe Mike McCarthy being a little fed up with Jerry Jones. We'll get Calvin's take here in just a moment. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, and you, Gavin Dawson, on vacation with the family in Oregon. We'll have the top 10 coming up on the other side. Then we got Jared Sandler coming up here in about 40 minutes to preview Rangers and Orioles.
Okay, I'm seeing something here in real time. Bob Myers just said on ESPN's draft coverage, apparently, that Rich Paul, the agent for Bronny James, is currently calling teams, telling them not to take Bronny. He's telling teams if you pick Bronny, he's going to Australia.
Okay.
Now, obviously, that's all teams not named Los Angeles, but
Right.
they're trying to get him to be a Laker.
So they're trying to just make sure he does end up in LA.
Right.
And if, hey, you take him, he ain't playing for you. So we got the Lakers coming up, I believe, at pick 54. Mavs have pick 58. We're on pick 41 right now.
He'd rather play in Australia than any other NBA team.
That's
not
strange.
named the Lakers.
I would call his bluff.
I would too, because I don't think that's
I
true.
would call his bluff, and I only would call his bluff because it's the second round of the NBA draft. You know what I'm saying? Like,
There's not much that you're risking.
I'm
or at
not.
stake.
Yes, I'm not. I mean, like,
You're not banking
maybe
on this guy.
maybe I've drafted somebody in the first,
Now,
and I'm thinking like, okay, let's see if he really will go to Australia here.
If he did go play in Australia and maybe improved his game, is he eligible then if he doesn't get drafted?
I don't know their rules.
To come back into the NBA draft?
I don't know their
maybe
rules.
ends up being a higher pick.
I would think that he would probably didn't one of the balls do that? Didn't one of the balls go play
LiAngelo.
One of them played.
Now.
One of them played overseas, I thought, and was.
I think LaMelo.
LaMelo probably, I think,
and
actually
then
did as well.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's or that was just to avoid playing he didn't get in school, right?
Yes. But he technically hadn't entered the draft. Like Bronny is in this draft,
Okay.
so I don't know if that takes away your eligibility.
Well,
then if you don't get picked,
I would call his bluff. It's the second round of the draft. If I lose the pick, I think I'm all about trying to get the player. If it's like, you know what,
And then trade him to the Lakers.
yeah.
I mean, there's
Absolutely.
certainly some value there. Other thing before we get into what Calvin Watkins had to say this morning, the NFL apparently has been ordered to pay fans $4.7 billion in damages as a result of its Sunday ticket antitrust trial. And since antitrust cases can triple damages, the actual number will be over $14 billion. That's thousands of dollars per household. So the bar's winning in this case, and those of you that maybe had the NFL Sunday ticket, you could be getting a check from the NFL. That's fascinating.
That is.
Is it a certain time that is it?
I don't have any
between-
of that information.
Yeah, I
is it
think
20
there's a particular
is it
era.
They just
2014
ruled on
through?
this, but I'm sure that there is a certain amount of time here.
Yeah, is it just a one-time thing, or did you have to maybe have the Sunday ticket for multiple years?
It probably is a multiple type of deal here, but I'm sure we'll get more information to give us a better understanding of exactly how this will all take place from the NFL, because that is absolutely correct. I mean, that's a lot of money right there that the NFL is shelling out. Okay, Calvin Watkins had a story out today in the morning news. Fed up? Not quite, but relationship between Mike McCarthy, Cowboys execs isn't perfect. Now, this was based on the report earlier this month. Go Long, a Substack by former Packers NFL beat writer Tyler Dunn, said an anonymous former Cowboys exec is quoted as saying McCarthy is fed up with team owner Jerry Jones. The report, which created a stir on social media and on sports talk shows such as ourselves, lists reasons ranging from a lack of progress on contract extensions for quarterback Dak Prescott and receiver CeeDee Lamb to the organization being cheap when it comes to signing free agents. Now, Calvin notes that execs weren't available to comment for this story from the Cowboys, but numerous conversations with people inside the organization this offseason describe a different viewpoint of what's occurring with McCarthy. So he hopped on with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and they asked Calvin, well, what'd you find out that countered the McCarthy-Jerry feud?
It really wasn't so much a counter. It was more about, is he fed up with everything? And I think every coach in the league can probably complain about something. with their owner
Yeah.
or their general manager. And Mike is no different. Did he want Joe Wood as a defensive coordinator over Mike before they ventured down the path of Mike Zimmer? Yes. But he accepted it and said, okay, I love Mike Zimmer. He's cool. Does he want Dak re-signed and CeeDee Lamb re-signed? Of course he does. What coach who's coaching the Cowboys wouldn't want that?
Right.
Is he understanding that the salary cap has been a detriment to the Cowboys because they've paid so many veterans big money and they haven't really signed, guys like Dak and CD sooner, and that has affected the cap in future years so they could get some veterans? Yes. However, last year, two of the most prominent players on their team they acquired by trade, right? Did he want Zeke Elliott signed a little bit quicker during the draft process? Yes. But they got it done. So there are little things that bother McCarthy. Does he want a contract extension? Well, hell yeah, he does. He likes living here. His daughters are playing volleyball. He lives in Allen. He's enjoying Texas better than what he thought. His wife loves it here. Yeah, who wouldn't want to secure security in their job? So, yes, those are a lot of things that he wants. But is he fed up and he says, I hate Jerry and Steven, the cheapskates? From people I've talked to, that is false. But like I said, every team and every coach in the league can complain about their owner.
Now, well, somebody told this to Ty Dunn.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take very long to kind of connect dots here. There's several guys that have left this organization, and it could be a personnel guy, and it could be Rob Davis.
I mean, he's currently with the Packers in Milwaukee, which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I had to guess that Ty Dunn covered the Green Bay Packers, and who's a guy that would know what Mike McCarthy's thinking. And if you think about Rob Davis was a guy who got let go. I mean, he when they purged a bunch of coaches, it was Rob Davis. Then all of a sudden it was, well, wait a minute, you're going to fire Rob Davis? All right, well, then Leon Lett doesn't have a job. Oh, okay. Well, no Leon Lett, then we're not going to let Skip Pete be a coach here anymore. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going to pay Joe Philbin for what's about to happen here. Oh, okay. Well, then, George Edwards doesn't need to be here.
Yeah.
Remember how that went?
Yep.
That was like Jerry.
Okay, if McCarthy's guy's going to lose his job, then McCarthy's going to make one of Jerry's guys on the staff lose theirs.
They had George Edwards was shocked that he got fired. They were talking about George Edwards as being a potential replacement if Dan Quinn ever got a head coaching job. And all of a sudden, George Edwards was like no longer here. So Rob Davis. I mean, there were several guys that could be, but Rob was a technically not a scout or anything like that, but he was a right hand guy for Mike McCarthy. Mike brought him from Green Bay. One of the first guys he hired was Rob Davis. So I could see where Mike probably says, listen, this is not perfect what we're dealing with right now. Zach, we've seen it ourselves. You and I do Cowboys postgame show, and I've said this before, there's Mickey, Calvin, and the guy from Gilmer asking questions after a game, a big win or a big game or whatever, and Mike McCarthy, and then, everybody's kind of finding out what Jerry thinks or what's happening, or loss. There's everybody's waiting to see what Jerry's. So, Calvin's right. Mike's probably not too happy. Mike's won a lot of games here.
Sure has.
He has not won enough playoff games.
No.
But he's won a lot of games.
He's done something no other head coach has done since
he will
Jimmy.
I think he will get, if things don't work out and they just let the contract run out, he'll get another job.
I agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Calvin also writes in his article, some of McCarthy's issues have more to do with how the Cowboys do business, regardless of the coach, and are a byproduct of dealing with today's players. He notes the example of Micah, and McCarthy clearly expressing his frustration that Micah wasn't there for the offseason program, especially with a new defensive coordinator in Mike Zimmer.
Yeah, that's something, and you get to have a little backing from the front office there on that, maybe some, hey, we need to make sure that we're here and all. But this is not like you say, Mike, the way Mike the way they ran things in Green Bay, Mike really did nothing but coach the team. Ted Thompson picked the players.
Yeah.
So, and they didn't have a lot of money to spend in Green Bay. Yeah, did they spend money on some, but not in free agents?
I mean, that's true. Green Bay's not a team that really does a lot in free agency.
They do not do
They're
a lot.
They're a draft and develop team.
They're not. So I think if Mike has a problem, I think it's more about the lack of respect that he's won all these games and he doesn't have a contract extension.
For sure.
I think that's the biggest thing that he has a problem with. I don't think he has a problem with the way the Cowboys conduct business. I think he has a problem with the fact that he's won all these games and he's acting like, he's our guy Brian Daboll at the Giants,
I do wonder how frustrated he was with the Trey Lance trade and just not being involved in it at all. I wonder if that rubbed him the wrong way.
Right, because I think if any of us, we just put ourselves in that position, wouldn't you, as a head coach of a football team, like I'd kind of like to be at least told about that.
Mike in Green Bay, Teddy did a lot of things. Teddy was good. I think Teddy's communication skills are good, but Jerry made this determination.
Yeah,
Jerry's the one that said, hey, we don't, he was looking at a situation with Dak Prescott, but we've said this a long time ago. I mean, this situation the Cowboys are going through right now, it's crazy. No other team would do this. No other team would have all their quarterbacks not under contract and not have their head coach under contract. They just do things a completely different way. And if Mike's frustrated by that, he has more say here than he did in Green Bay. Trust me, I know that for a fact.
We will talk, of course, more Cowboys as we get closer and closer to training camp. Of course, we leave on the 24th after the show. First practice, the 25th, which will be open to the public. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to get out there to Oxnard. And, you're going to be out there the whole time.
I am.
That's going to be fun.
It will be.
Boots on the ground there. Brian Broad, of course, with live reports constantly when we get back from Oxnard. All right, let's do the top 10. Eating contest people think they could actually win. 877-881-1053. We've talked a lot about the eating contest and what's going on with the hot dog contest. What is a food that you think you could actually win an eating contest? And shout out to the bat boy that saved Ohtani's life. That's next on The Fan.
Gag Nation leading into Rangers baseball. We'll have a conversation with Jared Sandler coming up here in just a few minutes. If you missed it, Bronny James has still not been selected here in round 2 of the NBA draft. His agent Rich Paul is telling teams not to draft him, otherwise he will take his services all the way to Australia. So it looks like they are gunning for the Lakers pick here over the course of the next few selections. You'll get the Lakers on the clock, and it seems like, of course, the Bronny James camp is trying to get him to the Lakers, and that's why tons of people were putting tons of money on the Lakers ending up with LeBron James' son, because that just seemed like the only option.
I think it would just be hilarious if we get to the Lakers pick
and they pass.
If he
just goes totally undrafted,
that would be maybe the biggest shock in sports drafts.
Be
history.
amazing.
I mean, think about all the craziness that we've seen throughout draft time. I think that would be the biggest upset in all draft history. If the Lakers passed on Bronny.
Rob Pelinka's like, he's just not that good.
He's just not for us, man. He's just not for us.
We got to stick true to our board. We're not window dressing this thing, and he was not even on it.
G-Bag Nation brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com. Now it's time for the Willy Billy Top 10 List of the Day.
Let's go, baby. Top 10 eating contests you think you could actually win. 877-881-1053.
All of them.
Which one do you think you could become champion if you had an eating contest? Now, I do have some baseball things to hit real quick. We'll talk to Jared Sandler coming up in about 15 minutes or so. Get you set for Rangers and Orioles. Astros, apparently, according to 97.5 ESPN in Houston, their main priority right now is Vlad Guerrero Jr. of the Blue Jays.
I like to say Bronny James.
They are eyeing Bronny James, too. Maybe he can pitch for them because they are really, really wounded. But yet they're winning games.
I bet Bronny's got some command.
He probably
Absolutely
does.
has a hose.
But, hey, if Vladdy ends up getting moved, maybe Houston ends up being a team that wants his services. And then J.P. France of the Houston Astros as well is now out for the season. So the Astros have been banged up, specifically with their rotation. They haven't had Kyle Tucker for a little while, but J.P. France is having shoulder surgery, so he's done for. Yet they're now at 500. They've won 7 in a row, and they're one of the hottest teams in Major League Baseball. They actually just swept the Orioles over the weekend. Hopefully the Rangers can do the same coming up this weekend. And then finally, my gosh, we talked about the Hot Tua girl a little bit during LA Live. But
she's everywhere.
She's crushing the game right now.
Yeah.
She has sold almost 6 figures worth of merchandise, and they've got tons of media companies, including the WWE, that are interested in her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hey, she is using her fame, and she's
And her
making
skills.
a ton of money. Oh, yeah.
you gotta give him that hawk to it.
There it is.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got Tennessee-based apparel company Fatheads.
Fatheads. I see what they're doing.
Yeah.
They working, bro.
They are.
How can we capitalize on that?
They're selling hats for
And spit on that thing.
just under $33 a pop.
Oh, you got a hot tool on that thing.
And then you can buy one of the hats with the Hawk Tua girl's signature on it for $50.
Saw that. She was signing a bunch of lids.
Amazing.
You can get Hawk Tua Girls John Hancock.
Hawk Tua. Amazing.
What did you just say?
What a quick turnaround.
What did you just say?
I asked the question, you can get Hawk Tua Girls John Hancock.
That's a fair question.
It is a fair question.
It is.
I just want to make sure I heard it the right way.
You did.
We're down bad, by the way, though. If all the people are chasing her right now for deals, we're down bad.
We are. I mean, do you ever just think, like, what can I do to go viral?
Come on, man.
Yeah.
And I just, I'm blank. I can't.
Yeah. I mean, the influencers will tell you it's a true skill, and there's a way to manipulate things to
Probably.
to
I'm just
go
going to
viral.
tell you
Too
this.
dumb and lazy.
Yeah.
Was you think she was boozed up, right? She was Mardi Gras Hawk Tua
She was
girl?
on Broadway, I think.
Okay. So anyway, she's like, so that's what we need to do.
We should
think
get
your
drunk and say
yeah,
something stupid.
Yeah, that's what you do. You just get really hammered and you.
All right, we'll try to go viral.
Oh, you gotta give him that hawk to and spit on that thing.
There you go.
You gotta give him that hawk to it.
Lucia, did you say she's the SEC girl?
She's got to be SEC. She sounds SEC-ish to me.
She does.
I agree.
That's a Tennessee volunteer if I've ever heard
Her
one.
friend was cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Her friend looked at her like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, what are you doing?
I think it was the friend initially getting interviewed, and then she came in and stole the show. Friend's probably like, "Damn it,
stole that show.
What the hell?"
Yeah.
All right,
She's your
8-7.
friend.
I love you, Pookie.
I love you, Pookie. You're the only one I want.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. What's an eating contest you think you could actually win? Put this out onto the Twitters. Even Jared Sandler replying with pizza. A lot of people said the pizza. They think they could win a pizza eating contest. Dill pickles or pickled okra from Christian Webb. A cereal eating contest. George Hester says a crawfish eating contest. I like to put them up against Broadus. I think Broadus would kick your butt.
I'll tell you, so the crawfish, we have to, peel eat. Yeah.
Peel eat. You think you do more crawfish or crab?
I'll tell you what, crab legs.
Okay.
If you let me do crab legs, I mean, I could eat crawfish fast. I know I peel for people too. We go to crawfish boils. I'll get tired of eating the crawfish and I'll just start peeling for people. They're like, "Oh, how do you you just hand it to them."
Wow,
and then
dude.
you do that.
That's a heck of a service.
But I think that if you allowed me to do a crab leg crack eat situation, I think I could.
Are we thinking like marathon style eating contests or like a sprint?
Yeah, this would be like regular eating contest, like you see with the hot dogs.
See, that
so
would
like
be
10 minutes on the clock.
See, the crab legs would be hard because of how rich they are. If you did them with the butter and stuff, that'd be hard to do. So to me, I think Jack in the Box tacos would be another one I'd be pretty good at.
Ooh, that's a good call. That's a good call. I think that
there's not a lot to them,
tacos,
but the grease factor might get to you.
Yeah, that could end up really picking up. Popcorn was an answer. Sushi has been very popular as well.
Sushi's really good.
Popcorn's hilarious.
Bacon. I did have Jenny Meg said bananas.
To say Jenny Craig.
Ice cream, chicken nuggets, wings, French fries, or Doritos.
Dude,
very popular answers.
All of those would be a true joy.
You said wings or burgers. I believe it on the burgers. Like burger patties, dude.
Burger patties, I'll tear it up. And the chicken wings too. I feel pretty good about myself.
Yes.
On the chicken wings.
I believe in you as well. Oh, I do need to get to this video that I sent to Carter. Holy crap! Shohei Ohtani is just chilling in the dugout.
This is amazing.
There's a line drive that just gets redirected right into what would have been like Shohei Ohtani's face, but the ball boy quick bare hands this ball to save him from getting blasted. And the reaction time on this, if you're watching on the Twitch or on YouTube, it's just insane how he just snipes this ball right out of the air. Boom. Incredible.
Either Ohtani or the translator is going to get hit.
Somebody's getting smacked in the face.
I think there's somebody next to the translator that's going to, right there. See the catch? Now watch everybody come popping up like, hey, look at
you need to get that guy on the field. Get him in love.
It's funny, like the man, Dave Roberts goes over and like gives the kid like, hey, good job, kid. He gives him the applause.
Unbelievable.
He just saved Ohtani's face.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He did. His moneymaker right there.
Dude, Ohtani, how much? I mean, Ohtani's got to do something nice for him, right? That's a nice.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
too.
a nice steak dinner.
Yeah. Sure, you can throw him some betting money or something.
Yeah.
At least a couple of.
I got a spread for you, bro. Guaranteed to work every time. I know a guy.
He gave you.
All right, keep your mouth shut, okay?
Here's $14 million.
Yeah.
Just don't tell anybody.
There's access to all my bank cards.
You get caught, you take the fall. That's how this goes. What do you think you can put down in an eating contest and win, Lucius?
Tamales.
Oh, that would be a good one too.
Crab wontons.
Yeah.
Maybe some tacos.
Yeah, the crab rangoons would be.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna try the crab rangoon next week for you guys.
Come on, man. Come on with it.
I'm gonna do. I should. Well, Dawson's not back, right?
No, he's not. He's off next week.
Well, no.
He doesn't like.
He doesn't like cream cheese. So this one might be perfect with him being gone. I don't have to listen to. They had cream cheese.
He doesn't like the crab or the rangoon.
So yeah, with him being gone, we'll do him next Friday. How about that?
That's beautiful.
We're not at the ballpark next week, are we?
Couldn't tell you. Don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think next week.
Okay, cool. Friday, we're gonna do it.
Chips and salsa eating contest, baby back ribs, Sour Patch Kids. Now watch out, these Waffle House waffles from the 678. Watch out.
Hey, be careful. Be careful. You can start to forget just how big those things are.
Those things are big. Okay, number 10.
Cheeseburgers.
Is a rib eating contest.
Yeah, ribs. Ribs is another one I think I can tear up pretty good.
Like I can do a rack of ribs, but man.
Yeah, that's fair.
Next thing you know, it's like, ooh, I don't know that I can eat more.
I don't know. I don't think I can eat a rack.
Yeah,
I don't think so. I just, yeah.
The little baby back ribs, man, they're amazing. You can tear those up. You can eat a rack of those. Shout out to Adam and Eve, by the way, for the ribs. We appreciate it.
Yeah, Amen, dude.
Yeah, the
Amen.
ribs, amen.
That's about all we can shout him out for, unfortunately.
What is this?
Number 9 is a hot dog eating contest. Which, heck, I mean, I did 9.5.
Hey, you need to come back for redemption. You need to hit double digits.
I can do 10. I don't know if I got it in me anyway.
I'm not saying
I'm not
before-
watching if he's doing the water bit.
Oh, I'll be all over that thing.
Yeah, I know.
That'd be
you will.
fantastic.
You want to be in the spray zone.
I just love the way Walchuk handled himself on that one. Like the ability to pivot midway through. You have this strategy going into the biggest competition of his life.
It was. People were watching.
His willingness to adjust on the fly and go with the wiener dip into the water to soften things. I mean, and the way it changed his pace, he started doubling up on time. Like it was.
Yeah, it does help a lot. It is gross,
It was
but it
a
does
sight,
help
man.
a lot. You got to soften it up.
That was just you in your element, just totally owning the moment, dude.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that.
Oh, man.
Hey, how about the guy that won a corn on the cob?
Eating wieners is your element, huh? That's amazing.
Just you and your element.
Don't let him
dude.
talk
Just
to you like that,
you
bro.
and the sausage, man.
You don't have to take this.
I love seeing you in your happy place.
Which sausage looked the best?
Yeah, which one looked the best to you there? Fried pickles being texted in.
Oh, I love fried pickles.
With ranch is really good.
Oh,
ranch is really good. Not the spears, though.
Not the spears.
no,
It's got
not
to be the
the
chips.
spears. Yeah,
The
gotta be
chips.
chips.
Yep.
Chips. 817 pancake eating contest. I think that would be tough.
That's a
Yeah,
fill-up
you're
bill.
not gonna do that one.
No.
7 is a pie eating contest, but actual pie,
Oh.
not the other type.
Oh.
That got texted in quite a bit
You got hot corn on that thing.
too. 6 is the chicken wings.
I'm gonna see
Six,
Eric at
huh?
training camp, right? We're gonna do 10.
I'm gonna do 3 minute the 3 minute challenge,
Yeah,
just like
10 and
our
3, yeah.
South
Just
Carolina
however
Gamecock.
many you can do in
However
3.
many I can do. I'm shooting for double digits, no doubt.
I feel like the chicken wing contest is amazing, but you can get disqualified so fast because there's always meat left on there or something like that.
Yeah.
Nah, you didn't get this part.
Yeah, like it's tough. The arbiter, like what counts when you do a
Yeah.
push-up contest, like no,
Yeah.
not full extension. I don't know. There's some gray area on what is a full-fledged finishing of a wing.
Top 5 banana eating contest at number 5.
Yeah,
banana
it's-
pudding.
oh.
Banana pudding.
Ooh, okay, I'm in on
Banana
the
pudding.
banana
Sorry,
pudding.
I left out the pudding part. That's
Choked to death.
very important.
Yeah.
4 is the tacos.
What was our reporter that had the banana? She choked in.
Yeah, I was choking.
I was choking.
Isn't that right, Bob?
You remember that?
Yeah, you sure
You
were.
Number 3 is donuts.
Ooh, donuts, dude. I like the idea. Have you seen these videos where people will take a bunch of donuts and smash them together, and then it's like you're eating? It's
Specifically
almost
the
like
glaze from Krispy
yeah,
Kreme.
you can like fool yourself
I
into
can.
thinking I'm just eating one with
That's
how much you can
crazy.
smash it down together.
2 is the pizza, which, we used to do that as kids at CC's. You go to the buffet, like how many pieces could you eat?
Oh, that CC's buffet used to
was
go
the best.
crazy. The
Crazy,
white
dude.
pizza, whatever that's
Yes.
called.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
Damn, it was and their desserts were so damn
Best
good.
cinnamon rolls in the game, dude.
But number 1 is watermelon.
What?
Most people think they could crush a watermelon.
You get full fast.
You
on
get
that.
full fast, don't you?
What a water,
Super
bro.
hydrated.
Yeah, that's watermelon.
Well, there's today's top 10 coming up next. Let's get you set for Rangers and Orioles with our buddy Jared Sandler in studio. But do want to tell you again about my friend.
PXPUCT number 10174.
Shell Energy. The KNC Masterpiece. Middays.
Appreciate the time very much, good sir. Obviously, go get Rangers.
Good talking with you.
Go get them, Rangers. That's what I was going for.
Go get Rangers.
It was go get them, Rangers. Instead, what you got was go get Rangers.
No one brings it better than DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We got early baseball in Baltimore as the Rangers are making their first trip back to Oriole Park at Camden Yards since winning the ALDS last year, taking the first 2 games on the road, then clinching that thing at Globe Life Field in Arlington. John Gray taking on Corbin Burns, the big offseason acquisition for the O's. And to preview that for us now is Jared Sandler. Jared, how the hell are you? Nice to have you in the studio, bro.
It's great to see all of you guys. You know what? I see you guys in person at the ballpark. What am I? It's not that great to see you guys. I see you guys regularly at Globe Life Field. But it is nice to see Eric's
new
haircut in person.
Yeah. I never thought I'd live in a world where Jared had longer hair than me.
He was the least attractive person on the show. Now he's second behind Lucius.
Oh,
there we go.
Take that.
Broadus got bumped at number 2.
Don't try to stir up dissension on this show, bro. Don't do that now. Don't stir up dissension.
No, I don't think there's any dissension like with you. I think that's like a pretty known thing, right?
We're all fighting
Lucius is the best looking guy at the station, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
He's gaining weight and losing fat right now.
Right.
I mean, he's
put a target on my back, why don't you, Jared?
I'm serious. It's like saying
you guys can't screw it, Lucius. That's the thing.
Lucius, full disclosure, I had somebody today. Actually, my friend's wife asked, "Hey, is your coworker Lucius single? They want to set you up with one of their coworkers." I was like, "Well, he is married, but I can ask."
Wow, you a hater, bro. Well, I have you know that he is.
Okay, I got you. Next time, I'll just be like,
let me answer that question.
Over a decade.
But I don't know what I have no idea what the situation is with the other girl, like what she looks like or anything.
Okay.
So
what's her credit score?
Yeah, that's what I want to know.
I need to ask, like, hey, what's the credit score in that situation?
Yeah.
All right, so how tough is this series going to be with this Orioles bunch?
It's not going to be easy. They're really good. I think I know they don't have the best record in the AL East, but I think they're the best team in the American League. And I honestly, I thought that last year. I mean, record wise they were, but I thought, I get it. It's a tough spot. They were so young and maybe not ahead of schedule to make the playoffs, but maybe ahead of schedule to be the best team in the American League. And they were hesitant to trade young assets to go and get the pitching that they needed to really separate themselves. And, sometimes you do it and it doesn't work out and then you're kicking yourself, and then other times you're conservative early and you open up this great window and you're super competitive for a long time. And I don't have any reason to believe they're not going to be. But I thought the American League was wide open last year. And when the trade deadline passed and they didn't go and get Dylan Cease or one of these studs, I think a lot of teams in the American League, the Rangers included, breathed a sigh of relief. And maybe it just wasn't going to be their year anyway. But they're going to be awfully tough to beat, assuming that this year they are more aggressive at the deadline and getting some starting pitching and some bullpen help. They've been ravaged by injuries on the mound, but that lineup is so good and they're so athletic and they can do so many different things.
Were they in a situation at the trade deadline? When was the team sold? Were they in one of those modes
last year?
Yeah,
last year. Well, so they were sold right before during spring training this year. It was known that they were going to be sold, but really,
that still was no excuse. I thought maybe that new ownership, they were trying to kind of think, okay, do we want to be aggressive? Do you make the books look a little bit better than they are?
No, I think it was simply that they have so many
good players,
really good young players. Yeah. Mike Elias. Listen, you can talk about tanking, it stinks that it works, but it works. And it's not fun for the fan base,
But you got to hit on those picks,
You got to hit on the picks. And that's where they have hit on the picks. At least, it seems like they have. And they've had plenty of them.
Yeah.
So they didn't need to go, 4 for 4. But they have hit on these picks, and they have got a lot of really good young talent.
They were always kind of drafting around the Rangers.
Yes,
But it was like for a while there when the Rangers were really struggling, it was, okay, Baltimore's at 1 or 2, and then the Rangers are at 3 or 4. And it just seemed like they were tied together for like 3 years.
Well, last year you had the Gunnar Henderson, Josh Young, battle for Rookie of the Year. Gunnar Henderson's been unbelievable. I mean, how special is this dude having? And now he's moved to short.
Yeah, I think what someone told me. Sometimes I lose track of WAR, but I think he might lead the American League in WAR.
Wow.
I mean, and that obviously that's going to cover his base running, which is really good. And it's going to cover his defense, which has been really good, and it's going to cover his hitting, which has been outstanding. I mean, he's on pace to do things that left-handed hitting shortstops have never done before, other than Corey Seager, and he's on pace to surpass that. Corey has the record for most home runs in a single season by a left-handed hitting shortstop. I mean, if Gunnar Henderson gets hot, he could have that by the All-Star break. I mean, he has been unbelievable. And if you were to ask people, hey, pick one player, build a team around the next 10 years, there are going to be plenty of people who say Gunnar Henderson.
So we've been riding the roller coaster with this team, right? 4 straight wins, 3 straight losses. And I know you say Baltimore, but is that really what the Rangers are right now? Kind of a team that just they kind of find it a little bit for a series, and then they don't find it. Where are you at right now?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, since I don't know, maybe the first month, they found it for a series and then lost it for 2.
Yeah,
right, and that's why they're in a position where they went from 4 or 5 games over 500 to now sitting at 6 games under 500. Right. So, I mean, listen, we felt great about where the Rangers were. They'd won 4 straight games. That's their longest winning streak of the season, right?
You had a nice win against the Mets, and then Kansas City wasn't playing terrible baseball at all, right?
Yeah, so, but think about hitting. That. Your best run is, you've won 4 straight games.
Yeah.
And then, unfortunately, you followed up, and you get swept by the Brewers. Yeah. And you had 3 winnable games. Yeah. And so, I think that's what's been frustrating for people. They just have not been able to get on that one good run, and they need it. And the good thing is that the Mariners have not run away with this, right? If you're in the AL East, you're probably sitting 14, 15 games back of a division leader. You're not. You're only 7.5 back. And so you're one good 2-week stretch away from being right back in it. You're not one good 2-week stretch away from being in first place, but you're one good 2-week stretch away from being in it. And then you look at the wild card, the Rangers are only 6 games back. So, again, they're one good 2-week stretch away from being right in it. They've got that going for them, but at some point you got to have that stretch, right? Yeah. It's like the offense. We said, well, they're due. That's going to turn around. Well, at some point it's got to. Well, at some point we know it's possible, but they still got to get it done, and they just haven't been able to do that.
They don't look like a team that's interested in selling right now.
I don't think so. I think it's going to be tough to convince the defending World Series champions to sell if they're within striking distance, especially when you consider that what they can justify, and this isn't wrong, but in their head, hey, the team that they've had through X date isn't the team they're going to have over the next couple of months. No Young, no Malley, getting Spores back. So, I think it'll be tough to get them in that spot unless they just really struggle for the next 4 weeks.
Pitchers duel tonight, John Gray. How does he match up with this lineup? I mean, Corbin Burns is the man. I guess, thank God he's a right-handed pitcher. Maybe that helps a little bit. But.
Yeah, I mean, John's been really good this year. So, this is one thing that makes the Orioles good, though, is they hit velocity. And John's fastball, while it has velocity, it is a hittable pitch when he doesn't locate it well. So he's got to be careful. That slider's got to be really, really good tonight, and he's going to have to command the fastball enough because the Orioles, like a lot of great offenses, velocity doesn't scare them. And, they get you right away with Gunnar Henderson leading off. So you don't have any opportunity to ease in, and they'll beat you on the bases, too.
Has there been any updates on Josh Young? Any chance we see him this weekend?
Yeah, there is a chance that he is activated by the end of this weekend. If not, I think the expectation is next week at home.
Spores? What about Spores?
Yeah, I think he's still another rehab assignment or another rehab appearance or 2 away. I think the homestand's looking a little more likely, maybe the end of this weekend.
Okay, this might be crazy, but the Olympics are having this nightmare situation with the swimming waters, and there's high-level bacteria in them. It's like sewage water. But there's also no AC for a lot of these athletes. What would be more difficult, a month of no AC or having to swim one competition in what is
a month of
sewage
no
water?
AC? I have to have AC. Because I sleep cold, so I couldn't do that.
So you have to have poo water.
So for 20 20 meters or whatever.
No, you and me both. There you go. Yeah, I went
it's
poo
not
water.
like it's brown. It's just
I went poo water too.
Doggy paddling or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Breaststroke.
I need the AC, dude.
Yeah.
I understand. No, I totally get that. A month without AC would be a total grind. And fortunately for the U.S. team, they're
bringing
going
our
to be
ACs.
bringing AC.
Are we in California? Where are we? I mean,
Paris.
are we in Paris? No, I know where the Olympics are, but is that where we're putting it?
That's where we're putting it. That's where we're putting it.
And I think they said it's an average around 79.
It's a little bit more mild, but that's still too hot.
Yeah, that's tough. Unless
you go in your hotel room and just crank the AC straight down, don't you?
Yeah, I was at 67 yesterday.
Well, what about in your own house though?
It's a fight. I got another person I have to answer to, but I like it around 69, 70 if I can get it there.
Respect.
There you go. Nice. And then pizza would be the eating contest.
I mean, there's a lot, but yeah, I think pizza. I heard you guys say watermelon. I'd win that too. I'd win a few.
Grapes?
I'd win a few.
Grapes, easy. Yeah, just give me all the medals.
We still need to get you and give me all the medals. We need to get you and Eric on the pizza eating contest. I think that'd be fun.
Let's
Maybe pizza dogs.
Dude,
I've put on weight now. I'm struggling, so I don't mind. I'm not protecting any figure. Let's do it.
It'd be a true honor for me.
You and me both.
Yeah.
Hopefully the Rangers.
Does your hair give you an advantage?
Yeah, I've lost some strength.
Yeah.
Damn. And some appetite.
And some
That's
T
levels.
That's not good.
Hey, go Rangers. Let's get some runs.
Hey, go get
Rangers.
Go get Rangers, baby. Thank you. There he is, Jared.
Sweep.
Nadell. You calling the sweep?
I'm calling the sweep.
Let's go, baby.
I put the call in. I said it for Kansas City. I'm saying it. The sweep for the Rangers.
Rangers baseball
Four games
coming up next to the Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is